streets.
There's a challenge, is there not, as I just kind of note down my thoughts for a second, that communities need to see visual manifestations of security, in part to deter events like this and in part to feel safe. But there is also huge amounts of work done by organisations like MI5, for example, behind the scenes that we never see, but does go on. And then there is a whole realm, the online space, which is so much harder to police again, but is so pivotal in fomenting hate and hatred. How do you go about tackling those three elements? You may tell me from experience there's even more elements than that, but those three central pillars of being able to look and go, that's a deterrence / something that will physically keep me safe. That's something that's being done behind the scenes, but I have full faith that it's happening. And that's the bigger issue of how to police this amorphous blob that is the internet that often is so lawless.
Yeah, look, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, certainly with a couple of those items that I can speak to. So in terms of visual deterrence, I don't think this is a problem that just keep throwing resources at it will solve. Yes, there will be some reassurance provided by visual deterrence, but visual deterrence of itself won't stop an attack from happening. Since 2014, we saw the franchising of terrorism to the point where anybody can be a terrorist using anything as a weapon against anybody, any target at any time. And even if there'd been a police officer 100 yards away, had a determined attacker wanted to stab people yesterday, they could and would have done so. And you know, the most brutal manifestation of that was obviously the terrible murder of PC Keith Palmer in Parliament in 2017. You know, a uniform and armed officers didn't stop that attack from happening. I think the role of the internet has definitely got to come into scope here. In 2024, something like 35% of hate crimes were generated online. Now, if you can see that a crime is being committed after it has been committed, it is not beyond the wit of technology to see it being committed and to prevent it from actually being published and occurring. So my sense is that there's more to do, but I'm definitely not one of those people who places the woes of the world at the feet of social media companies. Yes, they're a contributor, and yes, it does seem there has to be a statutory response to exercising control over that, over the narratives that evolve out of those places.
Nick, you spent, I believe, 36 years in military and policing roles through the course of your career. As we speak in 2026, how does the landscape compare to what you've experienced before?
Well, I think the tempo of terrorism possibly hasn't changed. It looks different. It's become harder to detect because, you know, back in the day, as it were, you know, terrorism was organised. It was often directed and controlled by a central brain. And once you have more, potentially have the opportunity to exploit it through intelligence and intervening with our intelligence and policing services. I think now that we have this franchising of terrorism, as I refer to it, where people will sit alone in their homes and will radicalise themselves online based on what they see and without influence of others or direct influence of others, that becomes incredibly difficult to manage, identify and intercept. And then, of course, the additional layer that we have complicating that is this concept of hostile states who are seeking to deliver a proxy war on the streets of the United Kingdom. And often those people who might be acting on their behalf don't even realise that that's what they're doing. You know, the chain between the state and the person delivering the attack is long and convoluted. So definitely it's changed. But at its heart still are amazing people doing amazing work in trying to identify and disrupt these plots. And importantly, respond to them when they, I think, inevitably get through those layers of protection.
The UK doesn't exist in isolation. Anti-Semitism in the UK does not exist in isolation. And I wonder whether, when you look at the examples in other countries, whether there are better practices that we could look to follow, whether there is more support, more integration, more tackling on a kind of global level that we could look to follow. You know, we're having this conversation on the day that Australia has released a report following the Bondi killings and the shootings there. You know, you think back to 2015 and the Charlie Hebdo attack and the attack on the kosher supermarket. There was a huge military response, 10,000 officers deployed following that. I wonder, to what degree London, the UK, needs to look beyond its borders for support, but maybe also lessons learned?
Yeah, look, absolutely. It's a global problem. And interesting you highlight the Bondi report. I was just skim reading it on the way to where I am at the moment. And the learning from there will have direct application to the UK. I actually think we are in a slightly better position than that report indicates Australia were in last year. However, nonetheless, it would be supremely arrogant of us to assume that there wasn't anything to learn. I think that the biggest challenge from my perspective, Gareth, and I'm afraid this is, almost an ethereal concept, is that the voices of coherence, the voices of reason, and the voices who I know are absolutely opposed to all forms of discrimination and hatred, sadly, are just too often silent. There's almost a conspiracy of silence among majority community in the UK. They see these things happening, but it's okay because they're happening to other people, they're not happening to us. I posted something last night that had this happened in Borough Market as it did in 2017, today there'd be an outpouring of condemnation on social media and an outpouring of love and support for the communities affected. I'm afraid I'm not seeing it in those volumes in this case. And so something of that nature, and that's a political leadership role, something of that nature has to change. We have to make hate crime feel, in the same way as paedophilia, where people who practice that are absolutely shunned, despised by communities. We just have to try and get to that place where any form of hate crime is just not acceptable.
With that in mind, we'll leave it there for the moment. But Nick Aldworth, good to have you with us, Counter-Terrorism National Coordinator, former in that role. Nick, thank you.
Thank you.
It's 10:30. Plenty more stories on the Sky News website and plenty more to come with us here on Sky News today, including the latest from situations in Crewe and Saudi Arabia. But in the meantime, the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Some warm sunshine over the next few days, more unsettled into the bank holiday weekend. The UK mostly sunny this afternoon. Devon and Cornwall, cloudy, outbreaks of rain. Ireland, a bit of rain there too. Donegal in the northeast, mainly fine. It'll be warm and breezy, cooler over Ireland near North Sea coast as well. Cloud and rain spreading across more of southwestern Britain and Ireland later. The far west of Northern Ireland seeing a little rain too. Elsewhere, dry and sunny. Rain in the west, more showery overnight, extending across other western parts of the UK. Elsewhere, mainly dry and clear. Mild in the south and west, chilly for others.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
Coming up next on Sky News, we're going to take you inside the secret bunker in Iraq where British troops are fighting off Iranian drone and missile attacks in numbers you wouldn't believe. You're watching Sky News. Gareth Barlow with you. Let's return to our top story. An extra £25 million being pledged by the government to increase police patrols and security to protect the country's Jewish communities. It follows the double stabbing in North London yesterday. Police have now released body cam footage showing the moment the suspect, a 45-year-old British national from Somalia, was confronted by officers.
Get down on the ground! Down on the ground! Down on the ground! Step back! Take the taser! Jacket! Take the taser! Get on the ground! Detention of power! Detention of power! Drop the knife! 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 Get off! Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Detention of power! Get off! Pull the arm out! Pull the arm out! Mate, pull his arm up! Pull his arm up! Mate, you're under arrest on suspicion of attempted murder. Should have presented a harming defence. Still mentioned when questioned something which you later on in court.
Well, earlier, the government's independent advisor on anti-Semitism, Lord Mann, told Sky News that members of the Jewish community could choose to leave the UK.
We're at a breaking point. Not a breaking point where loads will go this week, next week. People aren't just going to come and up and go from where they've made their lives. Countries where, don't forget, everyone in the Jewish community has fled from somewhere. Those who've been here 300 years and tell you the stories of how they've been here, actually, they were fleeing from persecution from Spain or Portugal to get here, or from the pogroms in Russia 150 years ago, or from the Nazis, 100 years ago. Jewish people in this country have always had to flee from somewhere to get here. Fleeing will take time, but it will happen.
Well, coming up later this hour, the Prime Minister is meeting with representatives from a number of criminal justice agencies. We'll bring you all of the latest to that meeting live here on Sky News. We expect more to come from the world of politics and also from the police investigation in North West London through the course of the day and coming days, being brought together for you on the live page on the Sky News app. You can get it on your smartphone or tablet. Breaking news to bring you now, an update from British Transport Police on a situation that's occurring in Farringdon. Officers called to Farringdon Station at 9:42 this morning. It all follows reports of a suspected gas leak in the station. A small number of passengers reported feeling unwell. Officers in attendance alongside the ambulance service and also the fire brigade. The station has been evacuated while inquiries are conducted. The latest there from the Metropolitan Police regarding Farringdon Station in London. Sky News has been given rare access to the front line of the war in the Middle East. British forces defending against missile and drone fire from Iran. Members of the RAF regiment stationed at a coalition base in Iraq have come under repeated attack at the start of the conflict, targeted around 28 times every day. Well, our Security and Defence Editor, Deborah Haynes, went to go meet the personnel responsible for targeting the weapons out of the sky.
I just want to let the passengers know that we are climbing back up. It's nothing to worry about.
RAF pilots abort an attempt to land in Iraq amid a drone threat.
They might have incoming. Iran is left. We are not pointing at Iran. OK, crew, be advised, 10 o'clock low fireworks. Yeah.
They circle, awaiting for the all clear.
Once we get a clearance to land, we will be landing. What I'm not interested in doing is being in the air with drones coming in.
The aircraft finally touches down at a coalition base where British troops have been battling Iranian-linked drones ever since the US launched its war against Iran. A ceasefire means there's been no direct strikes here for a couple of weeks, with the drone that delayed the flight apparently targeting a local militia several miles away. Still, no one's taking any chances.
Moving around the base, you have to be really careful with lights kept to an absolute minimum. You can see it's really dark outside. Yes, while the ceasefire is going on, the threat is much less. But I was told at the height of the fighting, there were some 28 missiles and drones targeting this base every day.
British troops are not directly part of Donald Trump's war, But they are very much on the front line, and none more so than these two counter-drone operators. We've been asked not to show their faces.
How many drones have you shot down?
So we can't give that specific number as an individual, but as a whole, we've shot over 100 drones as a team.
They use a missile fired from the system you can see at the top of the mound. It's then guided remotely by the operator onto an enemy drone, using buttons that are a bit like the controls on a video game. This footage is of previous interceptions made by the team.
Are you both good at computer games? Like, is this quite similar to being in a computer game?
It's a little bit different to the Xbox controller, yeah. But the concept is pretty much the same, yeah. So I think if you're good at Xboxing and PlayStation, then I think this is probably the one for you, yeah.
I mean, with the adrenaline buzz going through it, I probably don't have that much going through when I'm playing Call of Duty. But, you have to... It's all in the thumbs. It's all in the thumbs. Yeah. So, yeah, if you are good at video games, then you'll probably be good at this, yeah.
Despite their best efforts, though, some drones have got through.
We have to be careful not to show any details of this site that could give away its location, but I wanted to show you the bunker where the personnel here rush whenever there is a threat of an incoming drone strike. You can see it's made of concrete. It's clearly very hard cover. It goes fairly deep, and I've been told that when the danger alert goes out, the troops here absolutely leg it.
I would argue this place would be a smouldering wreck if it wasn't for you guys.
The Armed Forces Minister and the head of the RAF paid a flying visit to the British personnel in this part of Iraq who've been under fire since late February. This coalition base is one of the most targeted by Iran in the whole Middle East.
You are rewriting the history books of the Royal Air Force, of the RAF regiment. You are setting a new bar for everyone else to meet, but it could get busy again and you need to be ready for that.
The last time it got busy, it meant long hours under cover.
So this is the medical bunker. It has been adapted as a medical bunker because we realize with the current threat that we need to have a facility where we actually can look after patients under fire.
Thankfully, no British personnel have been injured, but the threat of bombardment alone is stressful.
It's a life-changing experience. I don't think I can describe or I can really imagine how it would be actually being here and just obviously having all the incomings has been really challenging.
She turned to painting to pass the time.
That's your message?
That's my message. Just because you're tempted to look up and see what's going on, but actually what you need to do is just get in the bunker.
A threat that will only stop if the ceasefire holds.
Deborah joins us now. Really good to see your report there, Deborah. And it makes me wonder, we hear so much from the Prime Minister saying that the UK is not being dragged into this war, but it feels as though the reality is slightly more blurred.
Yes, I mean, it's very clear that the work that the RAF and other military personnel on that base are doing is defensive. But I think what I really took away was just the intensity of the fighting that has been going on. I mean, we don't really get too much insight into what's happening in these coalition bases that are being targeted. And that one that I visited in Iraq, I was told it was one of the most targeted bases across the whole of the Middle East. And you really got a sense, talking to the personnel, like that doctor that I spoke to at the end, that when it was really bad, they were spending a lot of time in those bunkers. Like she said to me that you almost didn't have time to go out and have a shower because these alerts would go off and you hear the sound bunker, 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 and the personnel then have to just run very rapidly to these concrete shelters and then stay in there potentially for hours. And, it wasn't just drones that were targeting the base, and clearly the UK has got these counter-drone systems there, but there were also ballistic missiles targeting that site too. And yes, US forces at the base have the capabilities to defend against that, but clearly some did get through, and it was obviously a very unnerving time for troops that maybe hadn't been in that kind of evolved nature of war that we see all the time in Ukraine. But the other takeaway as well was that they are very much bracing for this potentially to start up again if the ceasefire does break down. And they have actually been using this period of calm, relative calm, to restock, resupply, rest, and be ready to go again if necessary.
Deborah, joining us live from our Westminster studio. Really good to have you with us. Deborah Haynes there. Thank you. Plenty more of Deborah's reporting online as well. Well worth your time. Let's just show you some latest images from Downing Street. As you maybe just saw in the small screen to the side there, the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood arriving at number 10 for that meeting alongside the Prime Minister with justice agencies regarding the work and effort that can be furthered to better protect Jewish communities in and around the UK. The outcomes of those meetings, we'll bring them to you here on Sky News. Let's stay with Iran, actually. Donald Trump reportedly being briefed by military commanders today on new military options for the war. One of the options being considered is for the US to resume strikes on Iran in a bid to force them to make a deal. Joined now by military analyst Sean Bell. We'll get on to the military action in a second, but at the moment, what's the general state of play?
Yeah, morning, Gareth. Day 62. The days roll on. It seems relatively quiet, and it is worth reminding viewers that the ceasefire came into place on the 7th of April, a 2-week ceasefire. That was then extended by Donald Trump on the 22nd of April. And although in between times there's been a suggestion, I think on the 22nd, that the 3 to 5 day deadline we put in place and a return to military action. But actually, that hasn't happened. It is worth pointing out that talks have continued throughout that time. They just are being conducted through intermediaries in Pakistan and the like. I think the key for me is Iran said pretty consistently, if you lift the blockade, America, we'll lift the Strait of Hormuz, get the oil flowing again, and then we will conduct talks based on that. The United States just went, no. We're not prepared to do that. And that creates an interesting blame game because the US then gets blamed for this energy war for the world, which is what Iran has effectively said. So the question is, why is President Trump reluctant to talk? And I think if you go back to throughout day one, he was saying, we've won, we forced a surrender of Iran. Therefore, how would you end, and we have all the cards, how would you negotiate? Because negotiate's all about compromise, and that's probably, there's not many good options on the table at the moment for President Trump.
So what options militarily are there? Because the 3 carrier strike groups are still in the region, the thousands of Marines and military assets are still in the region. So what could he consider next?
So there were lots of reports that the US was considering other military options and that President Trump was being briefed on those. But also, President Trump has apparently been telling everybody to prepare for a long blockade. These are all clearly veiled threats to Iran to try and get them to the table. It is worth pointing out your suggestion they've got 3 military carrier strike groups out in the region. One, which is the Gerald Ford, that is actually on its way out now. We've got a picture of it here. Now, there were suggestions that means that Trump is trying to back off the military. Let's be quite clear, that's been on deployment now for over 300 days.
Almost a record set.
It is a record, ever since for the last 50 years. Now, nobody on the show, I've spent time on a carrier, never more than 3 months. It's quite gruelling to do over 300 days. Everything on there will need servicing, maintenance. All the guys and girls that serve on there will be absolutely wiped out, wanting to see their families. So it's a very reasonable region. They've still got 2 carriers. And let's be clear, the America's got more than enough military firepower in the region. I think the downside about this extended blockade, though, is, as we've seen today, oil prices continue to rise, stock markets continue to fall, and it's not a popular move. But again, I think it just reflects the fact that President Trump is struggling for options at the moment.
The air assets on that single carrier alone are absolutely remarkable. It kind of contextualises just how much capacity the US has. And whilst all of that is going on, all of the kind of the big military action, the big geopolitics, there is still a massive issue and situation in Lebanon as well, which continues to perpetuate too.
I think the Lebanon thing for me is interesting because the ceasefire was applied there at the same time. And we were worried at the time that Prime Minister Netanyahu had his own agenda and Trump was desperately clamping down on him to stop him upsetting the peace talks with Iran. What does look interesting now is actually, it looks like those roles are reversed. It actually probably suits President Trump for Netanyahu to continue with the action he's doing at the moment, because every day that goes by puts more and more pressure on Hezbollah. That's more and more pressure on Iran, which they won't be welcome. The bottom line, though, in all of this, negotiating is the only way that any peace is going to come. The downside, the harsh reality is that when Iran goes to that negotiating table, it does have leverage, whatever President Trump says, and therefore it's going to be an uncomfortable time for the Americans.
When it happens, we'll have the details for the moment. Sean, thank you so much. You're watching Sky News today, still to come. The latest from Downing Street, the meeting between the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and justice agencies following that anti-Semitic attack labelled a terrorist incident in North London yesterday. Plus, the criminal shops taking over the High Street. We'll have a special report from our North of England correspondent, Shingi Mariike.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbours, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical.
Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history.
The spiralling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbours that harbour decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day.
Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate.
It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimate 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere.
The day those present would never forget.
First question, Sky News.
Do you hate the thought of losing to him?
I hate the thought of losing to anyone.
Historic day here today.
They are pushing forward.
They dash to the water.
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK.
Why don't you go back to your country?
Huge questions to be grappled with.
That is totally unprecedented. Been quite some day.
Let me start with breaking news.
You're watching Sky News. Gareth Barlow with you. We're keeping you up to speed on all the developments and the reaction following the incident, what's been described as a terrorism incident in northwest London yesterday when a 45-year-old is suspected of stabbing two Jewish individuals. Let's cross live to Downing Street, shall we? Show you some of the latest images from Downing Street. This was the Home Secretary arriving a short time ago. Shabana Mahmood there, arriving for that meeting between the Home Secretary and the Prime Minister, bringing together the government and also justice agencies to explore ways to respond and better also protect going forwards Jewish communities, both in North West London and also wider UK communities. Let's bring in our correspondent, Alex Rogers, who's live in Downing Street for us. And Alex, talk to us about the level of political momentum that you perceive there is within the government to make further improvements in A, protecting Jewish communities and B, also tackling anti-Semitism itself.
Yeah, so these attacks have obviously been widely condemned across the political spectrum. The Prime Minister is saying they were deeply concerning and appalling, and those words were echoed by Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, this morning. We know that the government is providing that extra £25 million in funding to help boost security, and today in Downing Street the Prime Minister is meeting with senior police officers and members of the Crown Prosecution Service. We've been seeing some of those people arrive. Stephen Parkinson, the Director of Public Prosecutions, came in earlier, and also senior cabinet ministers, David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Hermer too. And I think we'll continue to see more officials arrive from the civil service, from the judiciary, as the heart of government looks to respond to this crisis.
And it's interesting and I think indicative of the political will to try and do better on multiple fronts here, that Chris Philp, the Shadow Home Secretary, said that the Conservative Party would vote in support of the government for efforts to change the law to be able to effectively ban state-aligned groups. What more can you tell us there?
I think this is something that opposition parties have been calling for a while. I think Suella Braverman of Reform was talking about that too on Sky News, the need to take further action against groups like the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that are seen as kind of playing a key role in some of these attacks that we're seeing. And I think, Gareth, there'll also be conversations around banning pro-Palestine marches that we've seen up and down the country. Politicians have said that this has allowed hatred to fester against the Jewish community. That's partly the reason why they're feeling unsafe. We know that the Home Secretary has commissioned a review into giving police powers to ban protests outright. That review, I'm told, is expected to land on her desk very shortly. So maybe we see movement on that too. But it's clear that the attack in Golders Green is really going to galvanise all members of government to try and bear down on the anti-Semitism, the rise in anti-Semitism that we're seeing.
As we see more arrivals live in Downing Street, I think we can just show some previous images of the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Mark Rowley, also making his arrival. This was a little earlier this morning. He had attended the scene in northwest London, and there were cries of shame on you as he did so, and calls for him to resign as well. And with regards to this £25 million that has been made available, this is an additional £25 million. I believe it takes this year's funding to £58 million for policing and security for Jewish communities. So we will keep you up to speed on those developments. That's the situation live in Downing Street. 10:56, also time for the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
There'll be some warm sunshine over the next few days. More unsettled into the bank holiday. The UK mostly sunny this afternoon. Devon and Cornwall, cloudy. Outbreaks of rain there. Ireland seeing rain too, but Donegal and the northeast will be mainly fine. It'll be warm and breezy, cooler over Ireland and near North Sea coast. Cloud and rain spreading across more of southwestern Britain and Ireland later. The far west of Northern Ireland, a little rain too.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News Today. I'm Gareth Barlow. It's 11 o'clock and these are the headlines.
Take the taser! Down the ground! Detention of power! Detention of power! Drop the knife!
An extra £25 million to protect Jewish communities pledged by the government following the North London double stabbing. It's confirmed the attackers are British national from Somalia who came to the UK as a child. The Prime Minister is currently meeting with criminal justice agencies amid warnings British Jews have hit breaking point. We'll bring you the latest live from those talks taking place in Downing Street, also to come. Countering the cost of war, oil hits a new peak price of the conflict hours before the Bank of England reveals its latest interest rate decision. Sky News goes on the front line of the British forces' fight against Iranian drones. And shopfront fears are warning that criminal gangs are taking over Britain's high streets. Plus, en route to freedom, the story of the stranded whale, soon set to be free. Very good morning to you. An extra £25 million is being pledged by the government to increase police patrols and security to protect the country's Jewish communities. It follows the double stabbing in North London yesterday, but the further investment's already failing to ease security concerns. This morning, there's been a warning British Jews could hit breaking point and start fleeing the UK amid fears over the rise in anti-Semitic attacks. The Prime Minister is meeting criminal justice agencies in Downing Street right now. And in the last hour, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, and the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, both arrived for discussions. Meanwhile, police body cam footage has been released. It shows the moment the suspect, a 45-year-old British national from Somalia, was confronted and detained by officers.
Get down on the ground! Down on the ground! Down on the ground! Step back! Take the taser! Jacket! Take the taser! Down the ground! Detention of power! Detention of power! Drop the knife! 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 Get off! Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Detention of power! Get off! Pull the arm out! Pull the arm out! Mate, pull his arm up! Pull his arm up! Mate, you're under arrest on suspicion of attempted murder. Should have presented in harming defence. Still mentioned when questioned something which you later on in court.
Well, searches took place overnight at an address in southeast London after it was revealed the incident is being treated as a terror attack. Very little known about the motivation. But earlier, speaking to our morning's presenter, Sophie Ridge, the Home Secretary said the government will look to change the law to ban any state-sponsored groups found to be intervening.
We have a gap in the law when it comes to organisations that may be linked to hostile states, but also their proxies, so people that they might employ or pay to carry out attacks. Jonathan Hall has said that there is a gap in the law and that the government needs to legislate so that we can designate organisations that are linked to states and then effectively be able to go after those proxies in the same way that we would those individuals acting directly for a terrorist organisation. The government will be fast-tracking that legislation in the coming weeks.
I just want to talk to you about the safety of Jewish people in the United Kingdom, specifically actually in this corner of London, because I think one of the things that is really shocking is that this is the third attack, not just in London, on Jewish people or the Jewish community, not just in Golders Green, but almost in a few streets in Golders Green. It is quite staggering. Are Jewish people safe in London?
Look, I absolutely understand the strength of feeling. I said yesterday that an attack on our Jewish community is an attack on us all. I do also recognise, however, that words are not enough, that the community rightly feels under huge pressure, very fearful, angry, people are grieving, and people have a sense of deep insecurity. It is our job to respond to that, and that is why the government is bringing forward investment, an additional £25 million to invest in the security of our Jewish community.
Well, we can bring you breaking reaction from the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, who is holding that meeting live in Downing Street right now. He has said that the criminal justice system must respond to the suspected terrorist attack in Golders Green in, quote, a swift, agile and visible way. They are the initial comments coming from that meeting in Downing Street, also being attended by the Home Secretary, the Prime Minister, in those initial comments calling for a swift, agile and visible response by the criminal justice system to the suspected terrorist attack in Golders Green, in which 2 individuals were stabbed. But despite those assurances, the government's independent advisor on anti-Semitism, Lord Manns, told us that members of the Jewish community could still choose to leave the UK.
We're at a breaking point. Not a breaking point where loads will go this week, next week. People aren't just going to come and up and go from where they've made their lives. Countries where, don't forget, everyone in the Jewish community has fled from somewhere. Those who've been here 300 years and tell you the stories of how they've been here, actually, they were fleeing from persecution from Spain or Portugal to get here, or from the pogroms in Russia 150 years ago, or from the Nazis, 100 years ago. Jewish people in this country have always had to flee from somewhere to get here. Fleeing will take time, but it will happen.
Let's bring you some latest images now and comments from the Prime Minister, who's meeting in Downing Street.
Can I just say thank you to you all for coming in at short notice for this really important discussion about criminal justice in the aftermath of an appalling attack last night in Golders Green, a terror attack in Golders Green. It is important that we come together very quickly now to take the necessary action. What we saw last night was people being targeted because they are Jewish, and absolutely clear about that. And of course, our thoughts are with the victims and wishing them a speedy recovery, with their families and loved ones, and of course with the volunteers, the first responders, who were quite incredible in their response yesterday. But there's no getting away from the fact that this was not a one-off. This has been a series of attacks on our Jewish community, particularly in recent weeks. And there is a very deep sense of anxiety, of concern about security, about safety, about identity, frankly. I went to Kenton Synagogue last week and heard firsthand from a son in the synagogue who, of course, had been subject to an attack there. So we have to understand that wider impact and that visceral feeling that many in our Jewish community have. And we have to be really clear that an attack on our Jewish community is an attack on all of us, and we have to approach it in that way. Now, yesterday, as you probably saw, I chaired a COBRA meeting, which some around the table were at. That was dealing predominantly with our immediate response and how we coordinate that response, but also about what enhanced security and other measures need to go in place. And we've already got enhanced funding in place. That's been in for some time, but we're uplifting that, as has been announced this morning. We are fast-tracking legislation to deal with malign state actors, and of course we must absolutely deal with the root causes of both anti-Semitism and extremism. But today is about part of the response, which is really important, which is the criminal justice response, because a number of people have been arrested, a number are going through the criminal justice system, and it's really important that we are able collectively to demonstrate that the response will be swift and visible, and that's why I wanted to get you around the table today. I do recognise and respect the various independence that's carried by people around the table. I understand it, I respect it, and we can operate within that framework, but I do think there's a wider duty on all of us in terms of the confidence in the criminal justice system to be able to deal with appalling attacks like this, to show that it can act in a swift, agile and visible way. And I look forward to a discussion with you as to how we make that happen. I want to make a wider point here, because it's often said after an attack like that, a terror attack, an appalling attack, an anti-Semitic attack last night, it's often said that we stand with our Jewish community. Well, we do stand with our Jewish community, of course we do. But it's our fight as well. It's the fight of everyone in this country, because it's about what sort of a country do we want to live in. So yes, we stand with, we support our Jewish community, of course we do, but we've got to make this a bigger fight. It is a fight for what we believe is the kind of country that we ought to and want to live in. So this is our fight, and it's really important, I think, that we broaden it in that way. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass, I think, now to you, Sarah.
That was the Prime Minister. We're also joined by our political correspondent Alex Rogers in Downing Street, our correspondent Graham Stothard at the scene in northwest London. Alex, to you first. The Prime Minister saying we so often say we stand with the Jewish community, but then finishing that introduction by saying it's our fight as well, previously saying that an attack on Jewish communities is an attack on all of us. What more are we expecting to see from the government? And just remind us as to what's already been announced this morning.
So the Prime Minister is holding that key meeting today, as we've just been seeing, with members of the Crown Prosecution Service, his senior cabinet ministers, members of the judiciary, all trying to respond to what he called was that appalling attack yesterday in Golders Green. We've seen them all arriving today, including the Director of Public Prosecution, Stephen Parkinson, a sign really of how seriously the government is taking it. In terms of what the government has already announced, that £25 million fund to boost security across Jewish communities, schools and synagogues, to provide reassurance for the Jewish community. But whether that will be enough, opposition parties say it isn't. They say it's too little, too late. Same with the fast-tracking of the legislation to prescribe some of those state-backed groups. They've been calling for that for a while. And I think, Gareth, we'll also see a debate around whether we should ban these pro-Palestine marches that have been taking place across the country in recent months. We know that the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, did commission a review into giving the police powers to ban those protests. So maybe I think we will see opposition parties really hammering that call over the next few hours and days.
Live at Downing Street, Alex, good to have you with us. Thank you, Graham. Let's bring you in northwest London. Just bring us up to speed on the latest at the scene.
Hi there. Well, as you can see, the police cordon has now been removed. Earlier on, I spoke to people who were frustrated. They felt that the police presence wasn't really active this morning, but we have started seeing more and more police cars. There is still anger and frustration here that words, like you heard Keir Starmer speaking just a few moments ago, aren't being met by action. And that is still a real feeling felt by those who are talking to us today here. Bear in mind, this was an attack that happened in broad daylight in a very busy place. I know someone who gave us CCTV, and it actually shows the moments during the attack where the alleged attacker was crossing from Highfield Avenue onto the Golders Green Road and across the road. That was in the minutes before he was allegedly tasered. Now, we spoke to the man who gave us the CCTV. They commented it's unnerving at just how calm he seems, considering he appears to be in the middle of an alleged attack. He also told me it doesn't feel much like the Jewish community is being protected.
Look, I don't like to say that these things, because these things shouldn't happen. So I don't expect these things to happen, but we're prepared. We're prepared in some way that mentally that they could happen. We don't feel protected by a government or by the local police or anything like that. So we are prepared that anything may happen.
Now, David, who we just spoke to there, he also runs a synagogue where actually one of the victims goes to pray. He described him as the sweetest man. Ultimately, there is a feeling at the moment that was voiced there by David, this bubbling anti-Semitic rhetoric that we've seen over the last couple of years has come to a head in the last few weeks and is now boiling into violence that we are seeing. And it's been reflected in an uplift of attacks. Just a few weeks ago, 3 ambulances set on fire around here. There is a feeling that words are all well and good, but action needs to happen now, not just to tackle the symptoms, not just with £25 million for security, but to tackle the cause of this, and that is what they say is anti-Semitic rhetoric.
Graham, joining us live in northwest London, thank you so much. Breaking lines and elements to bring you from the situation in Iran now. First and foremost, the Iranian state media reporting that a message from the supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, will be published shortly. Rarely heard from since coming to power following the killing and assassination of his father at the end of February by the United States, supported by Israel. Well, we're hearing that a message from the Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah, due to be made public shortly. There is a power struggle, some might say, within Iran, the IRGC and the military increasingly taking power and taking control of the state apparatus following the changes that leadership following the assassination. Also breaking developments coming to us from Israel. The military telling residents of 8 Lebanese towns outside the buffer zone, quote, to leave homes immediately ahead of strikes. There is supposed to be a ceasefire in force between Lebanon and Israel, or more notably between Israel and Hezbollah, but that has been shaky and often questionable, to say the least. Reports there saying that 8 towns should evacuate ahead of immediate strikes, and also a bit of commentary from the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, saying that Iran must come to the negotiating table and stop playing for time. So the situation militarily in the Middle East may have eased, but the politics continues at a pace. The German Chancellor going on to make other comments regarding the situation in the Middle East and Iran. Well, it all comes as oil prices hit their highest level since 2022, passing $126 a barrel overnight. The surge follows reports suggesting that the Strait of Hormuz will be blocked for the long term. The Bank of England is going to announce its latest interest rate decision in 45 minutes' time, which for now economists expect to be kept on hold at 3.75%. Ahead of the situation in the Middle East, it had been expected the bank would cut interest rates a number of times this year, but rising inflation mean experts have reconsidered those predictions. Wilfred Frost has more.
It's not really a calm move higher in oil prices anymore. We're up 3% today itself, taking us to about $122, $123 a barrel on oil. But just for some context, in the last week alone, we're up 20%. And if we just step back and remind ourselves the scale of this increase throughout the course of the war, from the start of the war, we're up over 75% now. From the start of the year, which of course is so relevant to people as they plan their year ahead for their personal finances or for their business, we're now up more than 100%. We started the year, 1st of January, $60 a barrel for Brent. We're at 122 this morning. So astonishingly big rise, both over the last 4 or 5 months, but also over the last 4 or 5 days. Let's just quickly have a 4-year chart of this oil price, because it does give us a reminder of this scale of this increase. We're up the highest level in 4 years. When was the last time we were up above $120 a barrel? Of course, it was during Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And I think, the big point to note there, we rose so much then because it persisted. It was a war that didn't just last for a week or two or a month or two. And of course, when this war started, people hoped that it would be just a couple of weeks. Clearly now we're into the couple of months phase, and it looks like it might keep going longer. $122 a barrel for Brent this morning. What does it mean for borrowing costs on such an important day? The Bank of England meets today, and we'll be hearing from the Bank of England governor. Well, if we look at the UK 10-year gilt yield, it crossed above 5% yesterday, and that is a pretty sort of stark level to have. If you look in the US 10-year, which is rising this week as well, is only down at 4.4%. Well, somewhat positively, it's all relative, somewhat positively, it's not rising further still today, despite that extra 3% of oil prices we've got today. So it's about steady, just below 5.1% today, but nonetheless still above 5%. There's where we were at the start of the war, down at 4.2%. So very sharp increase there in the UK borrowing costs. And all eyes on the Bank of England today. We don't expect them to change rates, but that press conference will be one to watch, no doubt about it.
Well, we're expecting that latest Bank of Interest rate decision at midday. We'll bring you full coverage of it right here on Sky News. Do join us for that at 12 noon. Shortly after, at 12:30, the Governor of the Bank of England, Andrew Bailey, will be holding a news conference discussing the bank's latest move. We'll bring that to you live, so do join us for that. We can also just remind you of the breaking news in the last 20 minutes or so. Iranian state media saying a message from the Supreme Leader, Murtaza Khamenei, will shortly be published to mark the National Persian Gulf Day. We'll bring you those comments as we get them. And also, still to come on Sky News today, we'll get you the latest from Downing Street as the PM meets officials following yesterday's attack. And could it be the end of the line for Live Golf? Controversial tournament in turmoil after players and staff told that Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund is withdrawing investment. Rob Harris has the details.
With respect, Minister, answer the question. It's you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Cathy Newman.
So could the outcome of these elections be manipulated? New me, new show, new furniture. Hard news needs a hard chair.
I feel like I'm in therapy.
Oh, there's room for two on this one. Do you think people will take me seriously with my feet up?
Sorry, madam, but we're closing now.
Oh, sorry. Sofa sorted. Let's get this show on the road.
As you'll well remember, the golfing world torn apart 4 years ago and the controversial breakaway Live Tour was launched. It attracted many of the sport's top stars with a multi-billion-dollar backing fund by Saudi Arabia. Now, the fund's expected to be pulled at the end of the season, and it throws the whole project into doubt. Let's bring in our sports correspondent, Rob Harris. Rob, it was a storied few years, and the story continues.
Yes, this was a huge soft power play by Saudi Arabia, trying to effectively launch a hostile takeover of the world of golf by investing hundreds of millions of pounds to get players to defect from the established tours. But now, Saudi Arabia is pulling the plug. Sky News understands that the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, PIF, is going to cut its funding for Live Golf, leaving the Rebel Tour to go and try to search for funding on its own to try to survive. And this is about more than golf, more than sport. This is in part about how Saudi Arabia is refocusing its investment, repositioning its global assets and focusing on domestic investments. Just a couple of weeks ago, they announced a new strategy to 2030, and it comes against the backdrop of the war in the Middle East and showing the defensive vulnerabilities of the country. There's a clear need from Saudi Arabia to spend on defence, but also to ensure that their investments are profitable. No more, perhaps, vanity projects like Live Golf. And in many ways, this is a project that has failed. They try to force the established tours, the PGA Tour, the DP World Tours, to the table by attracting so many of the players. Brooks, Koepka, Patrick Reed, they did return to the PGA Tour, but the likes of Bryson DeChambeau, Sergio Garcia, Lee Westwood and Ian Poulter, they went and took the many hundreds of millions on offer to go and play for this series that never attracted the same sorts of audiences, despite attendances growing this year at events in Australia and South Africa. And has tried to become less reliant on the Saudi investment by bringing in sponsors, but it's still been very much tethered to the Saudi sovereign wealth fund and unable to shake off the concerns about human rights. There were Senate hearings in 2023 expressing concern that Live Golf was trying to merge with the PGA Tour, given the human rights violations in Saudi Arabia. Even Donald Trump tried to get involved about a year ago, very early into his second term, bringing the parties to the Oval Office to try to strike a deal. And there's also self-interest, because live events are held at Trump's courses. Next week, one of them will be held at the Trump National in Virginia. And now the golfers are facing an uncertain future. I understand that it was earlier this week that the teams, all the golfers, were informed that PIF was going to withdraw its funding, and they would have to try and go out alone and bring in their own investment into the teams that form the Live series. What does Live stand for? It's the Roman numerals for 54. It's what set it apart from the existing events, the fact there are 54 holes played over 3 days, but they have reverted to the traditional 72-hole, 4-day format in recent times. I'm told they could cut the number of events per year from 14 to 6, become much smaller, maybe even try and strike a merger with the European DP World Tour, because it's hard to see going forward how they'll be able to sustain the finances for such a big tour going forward. But a very notable development, not just in the world of sport, but actually how Saudi Arabia is spending its money and how it's trying to exert that influence around the world, with the plan to announce the complete withdrawal of the Saudi investment from this rebel golf series. We are expecting an announcement coming up later today.
Rob Harris joining us live from the newsroom. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Well, is the weather good for golf? Let's take a look.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
There'll be some warm sunshine over the next few days. It'll turn more unsettled into the bank holiday weekend, though. The UK will be mostly sunny this afternoon. Devon and Cornwall looking cloudy. Outbreaks of rain. Ireland will see rain too. Donegal and the northeast mainly fine. Warm and breezy, cooler over Ireland and near North Sea coast. Cloud and rain will spread across more of southwest Britain and Ireland later. The far west of Northern Ireland may see a little rain too, but elsewhere it's staying dry and sunny. Rain in the west will turn more showery overnight, extending across other western parts of the UK. Elsewhere, mainly dry and clear. Mild in the south and west, chilly for most others. Friday largely fine and calmer than recently, but early showers in the west will develop more widely across central and western Britain. They'll become locally heavy, possibly thundery, very warm and humid in the south. 24 degrees, top temperature on Friday.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News. Gareth Barlow with you. Still to come after the break, all the latest from Downing Street as the PM meets officials following yesterday's attack. We'll hear from the Prime Minister. Let's return now to our top story. The Prime Minister meeting officials in Downing Street following yesterday's stabbing of 2 Jewish men in northwest London. A short time ago, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Mark Rowley, as well as the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, both arrived for discussions which will also involve other members of criminal justice agencies. Let's listen back again to what Sir Keir Starmer had to say at the start of the talks.
Can I just say thank you to you all for coming in at short notice for this really important discussion about criminal justice in the aftermath of an appalling attack last night in Golders Green, a terror attack in Golders Green. It is important that we come together very quickly now to take the necessary action. What we saw last night was people being targeted because they are Jewish, and absolutely clear about that. And of course, our thoughts are with the victims and wishing them a speedy recovery, with their families and loved ones. And of course with the volunteers, the first responders, who were quite incredible in their response yesterday. But there's no getting away from the fact that this was not a one-off. This has been a series of attacks on our Jewish community, particularly in recent weeks. And there is a very deep sense of anxiety, of concern about security, about safety, about identity, frankly. I went to Kenton Synagogue last week and heard firsthand from some in the synagogue who, of course, have been subject to an attack there. So we have to understand that wider impact and that visceral feeling that many in our Jewish community have. And we have to be really clear that an attack on our Jewish community is an attack on all of us, and we have to approach it in that way. Now, yesterday, as you probably saw, I chaired a COBRA meeting, which some around the table were at. That was dealing predominantly with our immediate response and how we coordinate that response, but also about what enhanced security and other measures need to go in place. And we've already got enhanced funding in place. That's been in for some time, but we're uplifting that, as has been announced this morning. We are fast-tracking legislation to deal with malign state actors, and of course we must absolutely deal with the root causes of both antisemitism and extremism. But today is about part of the response which is really important, which is the criminal justice response, because a number of people have been arrested, a number are going through the criminal justice system, and it's really important that we are able collectively to demonstrate that the response will be swift and visible, and that's why I wanted to get you around the table today. I do recognise and respect the various independence that's carried by people around the table. I understand it, I respect it, and we can operate within that framework, but I do think there's a wider duty on all of us in terms of the confidence in the criminal justice system to be able to deal with appalling attacks like this, to show that it can act in a swift, agile and visible way. And I look forward to a discussion with you as to how we make that happen. I want to make a wider point here, because it's often said after an attack like that, a terror attack, an appalling attack, an anti-Semitic attack last night, it's often said that we stand with our Jewish community. Well, we do stand with our Jewish community, of course we do. But it's our fight as well. It's the fight of everyone in this country, because it's about what sort of a country do we want to live in. So yes, we stand with, we support our Jewish community, of course we do, but we've got to make this a bigger fight. It is a fight for what we believe is the kind of country that we ought to and want to live in. So this is our fight, and it's really important, I think, that we broaden it in that way. Thank you very much. I'm going to...
Please say we're joined now by former director of BBC Television, Danny Cohen. Danny, good to have you with us. Your thoughts at the moment?
Well, I think this is a very significant moment for race relations in Britain. It's the most significant moment for race relations for maybe decades, maybe since the 90s. And it's incumbent, as the Prime Minister says, for all in our society to step up and engage with it. I think many in the Jewish community this morning will not be feeling convinced that the government has been doing enough, and it will therefore make them wonder whether they will do enough going forwards. Because, as he said, this is not the first time we get some reaction that day, we get a meeting the next day, But as you can see, over the last few months, nothing has really changed. There have been a series of violent terrorist attacks against Jewish people, ambulances set on fire, synagogues firebombed, men stabbed in the street, men murdered outside a synagogue last October. And yet, these things still happen and people wonder why. And one of the main reasons is that the government and those in leadership positions in our country have simply not done enough to address what Mr. Starmer described as the root causes of anti-Semitism in our country. Now, he mentioned there are root causes, but he didn't start talking about what those are. And I think we need an honest dialogue in this country about what those root causes are, and the government should start that. Mr. Starmer should go further, rather than just saying there are root causes. Well, please spell out to us what they are, because it's no longer acceptable that Jewish people have to live in such a secure environment. There's no other community in Britain who has to have security outside their places of prayer, outside their schools. There is no other community in Britain who are now looking over their shoulder in anxiety about who might be attacking them in the street. The Jewish community lives in a small area of London. It's actually condensed into a very small area of London. We need to see more visible policing, but we also need to see a serious understanding in government and across the corporate world as well, actually, leaders in the corporate world, that this is a significant moment in race relations and they need to step up and things need to change.
You talk there about London, and obviously the focus is on London and Golders Green in particular for this attack, also the arson attack against the Hatzalah ambulances as well. But I'm mindful of the fact that there are then also communities outside of London who perhaps benefit even less from what we've just been hearing about. Communities in Newcastle, for example, or up in Manchester, or even in our tiny towns and villages.
So you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct to raise it. These attacks have been in a very small area of London, but you're right, the last attack was in Manchester, Newcastle, Leeds, Glasgow. We have smaller Jewish communities there who are suffering, who are anxious, who are deeply pained. And they too go to synagogue guarded by security. Their children also go to synagogue with security. And Jewish students at those universities have often found themselves ostracised from their fellow students because they are Jewish. And we must call also, that's why I mentioned not just the government, but our institutional leaders, universities, schools, they must do a much better job of standing up for Jewish people against the racism and abuse they are facing.
With regards to your experience working in the media landscape, to what degree does and has media, both traditional and social media, played a role in the situation we find ourselves in?
I'm afraid to say that both have contributed to an atmosphere in this country in which Jewish people are less safe and feel less safe. I think there's been an obsessive focus on the actions of Israel, treated differently to any other country in the world. And I think the toxicity of social media has also put people, particularly young people, in a position in which they can only see one side of what's happened. They do not understand the complexities of the conflict. They failed to understand that if their country had been attacked like Israel was on October the 7th, their country would have reacted strongly as well. But in the end, this isn't about Israel. This is about anti-Semitism. When a Jewish man last week was accosted in the street and had baby killer screamed in his face, that man isn't a baby killer. That man has nothing to do with war, but he's being treated as if he is simply because he's Jewish. And that must not continue.
Danny Cohen, really good to have you with us. I appreciate you sharing your time and your thoughts with us here on Sky News. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Breaking news, Iranian state TV has just broadcast what it says is a message from the Iranian supreme leader. Let's take a look at some of the comments that were made on Iranian state television. The supreme leader says Tehran shares a common fate with Gulf neighbours and that foreigners who commit evil, quote, have no place in the depths of water. Further comments during that broadcast say that the enemy's abuses of the waterway have continued and that Tehran will secure the Gulf and eliminate the enemy's abuses of the waterway. The Supreme Leader going on to say that the management of the Strait of Hormuz will bring calm and progress as well as economic benefits to all Gulf nations as well. So these are new comments being made, according to Iranian state media, by the Ayatollah Ali Murtaza Khamenei, the son of Ali Khamenei, saying that the Straits of Hormuz will be managed and that will bring calm and progress as well as economic benefits to Gulf nations. Let's bring you some other breaking news now. A 21-year-old man has been found guilty of the preparation of terrorist acts after plotting a shooting at a supermarket. Alfie Coleman was arrested in September 2023 in a supermarket car park for being in possession of a semi-automatic pistol and 200 bullets. Molly Malone has the details.
A teenager intent on terror. Alfie Coleman was 19 when he was arrested in a supermarket car park as part of an undercover operation. He'd just been filmed picking up a deactivated gun from the boot of a car and hundreds of rounds of ammunition, which he'd saved thousands of pounds for from earnings at his part-time job at Tesco. The court heard how he'd branded staff their race traitors for having partners who weren't white, compiling a kill list of former colleagues and customers. He was, said prosecutors, a white supremacist neo-Nazi who believed in extreme right-wing thoughts, idolising Adolf Hitler, and also the man who murdered MP Joe Cox.
Alfie Coleman was planning to carry out a mass casualty attack. He'd been self-radicalised from the age of 14, but in summer 2023 we started to see his behaviour change, and he was actively seeking to purchase firearms.
Investigators said Coleman was brought up in what they described as a normal family with a normal education. But having spent considerable time behind closed doors during COVID, pictures from his bedroom show signs of radicalisation.
We are seeing in our casework younger and younger people that are online, that are being exposed to terrorism-related material and either radicalising, self-radicalising or being influenced by others.
Coleman had admitted trying to obtain a firearm as well as having terrorist material. The makings of a petrol bomb were found in his bedroom, but he denied preparing an attack. His interest in extreme ideology would continue from Coleman's prison cell. He drew weapons and Nazi symbols in notes written while he was inside. He wrote that he remains steadfast to secure the existence of my people and a future for white children, and said, "Long live the Aryan race." Police say it's not clear who Alfie Coleman intended on attacking. He'd researched mosques in France, written about hijacking a plane, and had a kill list for what he thought were traitors working at Tesco. There had been no prior police contact or interaction with the de-radicalisation programme Prevent, nor were his parents said to have had knowledge of his mindset. He was a lone operator, intent on harm. Molly Malone, Sky News.
Plenty more on the developments to that story as we get them here on Sky News. You're watching Sky News today. Still to come, Iranian State Television say they have broadcast that message from the Supreme Leader. We'll discuss the details and the contents with Sean Bell and Tara Kangali.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbours, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days, as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical.
Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history.
The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbours that harbour decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day.
Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate.
It is a source of death, decay, disease, and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimated 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere.
The day those present would never forget.
First question, Sky News.
Do you hate the thought of losing to him?
I hate the thought of losing to anyone.
Historic day here today.
They are pushing forward.
They dash to the water.
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK.
Why don't you go back to your country?
Huge questions to be grappled with.
That is totally unprecedented. Been quite some day.
Let me start with breaking news.
You're watching Sky News. Let's remind you of the breaking news in the last half an hour. Iranian state television's just broadcast what it says is a message from the Iranian supreme leader saying that the management of the Strait of Hormuz will bring calm and progress as well as economic benefits to all Gulf nations. I quote, this is from the supreme leader, according to Iranian state television, saying as well that it shares a common fate with Gulf neighbours and that foreigners who commit evil will have no place but in the depths of water, according to the Ayatollah. And finally, that the enemy's abuses of the waterway will be eliminated and that Tehran will secure the Gulf region and eliminate the enemy's abuses of the waterway. Plenty to get through. Let's discuss it with our military analyst Sean Bell and our Middle East commentator Tara Kangalu. Tara, first and foremost, are we assuming that this is accurate statements, or do we need to take this with a pinch of salt?
I was actually following the new Supreme Leader's channel on Telegram, and that's quite fascinating, by the way. Each one of the Iranian government officials have their own channel on this outlet, and I saw that message coming up there as well. And again, since the start of the war and since the killing of his father, much of his messaging has been printed. We've yet to see him or hear from him, and again, this is part of that messaging. And by the way, Gareth, to that point, though, I think it's worth reminding ourselves and our viewers that the Iranian parliament just a few days ago drafted a new law formalizing new rules of the Strait of Hormuz passage. And in light of this, I can tell you that Iran is now trying to find its own alliances in the region at a time that Gulf countries and the GCC are trying to figure out how, A, they're going to survive this war, and B, how they're going to reevaluate their relationships with one another, but also the United States and other major powers.
Your thoughts on these threats?
Well, I think it's interesting just to situate where we are at the moment. We've entered this sort of fragile ceasefire, started on the 7th of April, 2 weeks, then was extended without any further deadline. And it feels to me that although there's been informal talks going on through Pakistan, the only way, I mean, either you solve this militarily, and there's been suggestions that Trump's getting some briefings about potential military options, but that hasn't worked so far. Threats have undermined the trust with the Iranians. That doesn't seem to... Negotiating feels like it's the only way this is going to end. And I think at the moment, President Trump expected that Iran was just going to capitulate because they were defeated militarily. That's not the way it's played out. And it feels like now President Trump almost doesn't have anywhere else to go. And I think the beauty of what we're seeing, these announcements, is this wasn't a sort of defiant statement. It felt like it was trying to build a community because President Trump now is the one who isn't talking. He's the one who said no to open the Straits of Hormuz. Trump is therefore being painted as the guy responsible for the global energy crisis. And Mujtaba Khamenei is now reaching out and saying, we'll build alliances with everyone in the region to get this opened up. It feels like it's all part of a play to isolate America's position.
The United States, because again, Iran's argument to its neighbors in the Gulf is that, hey, look what the U.S. bases has done for you. Pretty much nothing. They were nothing but a risk, and therefore you need to reevaluate your security partnerships, and therefore it's only natural to think that the Gulf countries are, again, thinking of new security alliances. Of course, we saw the UAE leaving OPEC just a few days ago. Mind you that this is not the first time that one of the GCC countries have left left that bloc. Qatar did so in 2019. But what this tells us is that every single country in that bloc is trying to reevaluate its relationship, and mainly with Iran. And Gareth, again, what happened just a few days ago when the foreign minister of Iran went to Oman. Again, Oman has been a country that has been receiving the hits, Iran's retaliatory hits, but it knows that it needs to be in discussion with Iran, because the Strait of Hormuz is something that both countries want to essentially determine its future, but have a control and say over it. All the while, when it comes to, for instance, Saudi Arabia, Iran has opened its flights, and you have thousands and thousands of pilgrims who are en route to Saudi Arabia, who too was taking the hit. So again, Iran is trying to individually work with the countries in the region at a time that, as Sean said, U.S. seems to be isolated.
But the huge frustration here for President Trump must be, I set off on this military campaign. Iran was in the dark shadows. It had sanctions, it had frozen assets, it had nowhere to go. Bombed it with 13,000 targets. Now, all of a sudden, Iran seems to be in the driving seat. Iran seems to be the one forging those relationships. And it feels like Iran's going to emerge at the end of this in a much stronger position than they were at the start of the war, which raises the question, what was the war all about?
Will, though, those Gulf countries be receptive to the degree that Tehran wants them to be? Because it is still the United States versus Iran, and there will surely be a sense of unease of potentially forming too close a cooperation with Tehran.
Of course. And again, Trump has had an incredibly close relationship specifically with Saudi Arabia and, of course, the UAE. One of his main objectives was to have Saudi Arabia join the Abrahamic Accords. The UAE has, of course, and I think that's why we're seeing the UAE act a bit unilaterally when it comes to its decision making. Of course, we know that it has relations with Israel. We also know that the UAE wants to have closer alliance with India. All the while, we have seen, based on the events of the past few weeks, that China is trying to fill the gap, specifically in Saudi Arabia. So I don't think we will leave the situation. We will see a situation, rather, where the United States is completely eliminated from the security calculus and the investment calculus in the region. But more so, we would see a scenario where these countries would be looking outward elsewhere. And that elsewhere, Gareth, I would guarantee you, would be China at this very moment.
I was just going to add that I think that one of the interesting things is the report widely reported that President Trump's getting briefed on military options, i.e. returning to some military campaign, but also warning this could be an extended blockade. And I do wonder, none of those make sense if you look at it from a purely objective perspective. But part of it feels to be that President Trump's sort of trapped, that he finds himself in a situation. And what's fascinating about this announcement is it sort of puts the initiative back into Iran's hands. And that will be incredibly frustrating, I think, for President Trump.
Is this not also indicative that, certainly from a military perspective, Iran can't compete, so it has to look in alternative directions? Like, it can't fight against the might of the US if the US really wanted to go all guns blazing.
No, but I think we talked before, I've wargamed this very scenario, and there's no doubt Iran would have known that it was going to get literally massacred on a military level, defeated militarily. But also, every war game you play out, it ends up controlling the Strait of Hormuz. And therefore, they've tailored their military capability, their small, fast boats, the missiles, the anti-ship missiles, covertly, to know that Clausewitz, the former Prussian general, don't focus on your enemy's strengths, focus on his weaknesses, and be able to put your hands around the throat of a global artery of energy like Iran is able to do. That was always going to be the way this plays out. And I think what's happened now is that Iran has demonstrated that although America claims it controls the strait because of the blockade, it's actually Iran that's controlling that strait. And there's no military option, really, no palatable one to solve that.
And I think one of the reasons we're in perhaps a worse case scenario than how we started when it came to Iran's imminent danger, when it came to its nuclear program, of course, as said by the Trump administration, is that not only that risk and that danger is still there because we have no idea how Iran is going to deal with its nuclear file, but also the Strait of Hormuz has become another imminent danger that is affecting not just Iran, not just the region, but the global markets, Gareth. I mean, today, Brent rose over 30%. The pumps, when you look in the United States, over 44% price hike. Gasoline is over $4, and it's going to have an impact on the entire world. All the while, the initial issue, which was Iran's nuclear program, has not been solved.
Tara, Sean, good to have you both with us. Thank you so much. Good to have you with us here on Sky News. Just enough time for a look at the weather.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean all clear skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Warm sunshine over the next few days. Unsettled into the bank holiday weekend. Of course, the UK mostly sunny this afternoon. Devon and Cornwall cloudy. Outbreaks of rain there. Ireland seeing some rain too. Donegal and the northeast are mainly fine though. Warm and breezy, cooler over Northern Ireland and North Sea coast though. Cloud and rain spreading across more of southwestern Britain and Ireland later. The far west of Northern Ireland seeing a little rain there too, but elsewhere dry and sunny. Rain in the west, more showery overnight, extending across other western parts of the UK. Elsewhere, mainly dry and clear, mild in the south and west, chilly for most others. Friday, largely fine and calmer than recently, but early showers in the west will develop more widely across central and western Britain.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News, still to come, preparing for breaking news. We're going to get the latest from the Bank of England announcing its interest rate decision at noon in just 3 minutes' time. We'll bring that to you live at the top of the hour. Will rates be held at 3.75%? You're watching Sky News. The Bank of England expected to announce its interest rate decision on whether or not to change the rate of interest in the next few seconds. The current rate, 3.75%. Economists aren't expecting any movement this month. We're joined by our economics and data editor, Ed Conway. And Ed, we're expecting it imminently.
Yep, just looking at the screen, they've held. It's 3.75%, so not a surprise there. But this was, let's not forget, a moment when only kind of a couple of months ago, most economists thought the bank would be cutting interest rates at this point, if not having already cut interest rates down to 3.5%. So, it's worth just taking a step back and remembering how much things have changed. But I think the key thing to note, Gareth, here is obviously they've left interest rates on hold, 3.75%. I'm just getting through the vote split, because what happens here is that it's the Monetary Policy Committee. There's 9 members. Looking at the vote gives you a sense of where things may head in the future. And the vote split was 1 member did vote for a hike for interest rates to go up, and 8 voted to leave rates unchanged, which again is kind of in line with what economists were expecting. But as I say, the shift that we've seen just in recent weeks is kind of extraordinary, which you wouldn't guess from just looking at that chart, looking at the actual number, which is to say that the forces that we're seeing in terms of inflationary forces on petrol, on diesel, on jet fuel, on the other kind of things that are now in short supply from the Strait of Hormuz, mean that all of a sudden the most likely direction is not the next direction is not another cut, but a hike. We're just getting, actually, should I read it out? We've just got the quote from Andrew Bailey, the governor of the Bank of England, who says that the war in the Middle East is causing inflation to rise again this year. We've held bank rate unchanged at 3.75%. We think this is a reasonable place given the situation of the economy and the unpredictability of events in the Middle East. We'll continue to monitor the situation and its impact on the UK economy very closely. Whatever happens, our job is to make sure we get inflation back to the 2% target after the initial impact of the war on energy prices has passed. And that last line is quite interesting, because what that underlines is the Bank of England doesn't always have to keep inflation at 2% if it thinks there's going to be this hump in prices, which everyone is expecting now, 4%, maybe even higher inflation in the next, in the coming months as we see the impact going through. But the bank doesn't necessarily need to immediately react to that if it thinks inflation is coming down. So I don't think there's anything that's enormously surprising about this. The main question that we're going to be kind of trying to get the answer to, and Paul Kelso has been in the lock-in, so he'll very shortly have it to us, is what does this mean for the bank's forecast? What does it mean for its expectation for the UK economy? I'm assuming it cuts its growth forecast. I'm assuming it raises its inflation forecast quite significantly. That is what matters, I think, for households around the country. It's what does this mean? Having just gone through this cost of living crisis for the last few years, but barely feeling like we're out of it, now to see inflation at high levels as the bank is likely to forecast, that is something we're all going to be feeling and already starting to feel. Obviously, if you filled up your petrol tank recently, you have felt that. So we're seeing, I think, not unexpected reaction from the Bank of England, but nonetheless, it is a significant moment, because right now, not long ago, people thought they would be cutting interest rates. And if you have a mortgage, obviously, this has a direct bearing, particularly if you have a floating rate mortgage. They've left them on hold. Most people think that the next move is likely to be an increase in interest rates. And with 8 of the members voting for a hold, but 1 of them voting for a hike, that's one of those little hints that I think economists always look towards in the Kremlinology of what is the bank likely to do next. The fact that not long ago there were members calling for a cut in interest rates and now they're calling for a hike, well, that is significant. So it is one of those moments that's not unexpected given what we've learned recently. But if you looked just only a few weeks ago and at what economists were expecting, they would have mostly said that the bank was going to be cutting interest rates.
Ed Conway joining us live in the studio. Stick with us, because let's also bring in Chief Economist Pamela Nabarum, Simon French. Simon, your thoughts to this announcement?
Good afternoon, Gareth. Look, I would echo Ed's points that this is still a big move from where markets thought the Bank of England would be heading at this point of the year. Expectations of interest rate cuts, which businesses and households were widely expecting, economists were widely expecting, have now left market pricing. And indeed, what is going to be of interest when we go through the details of the monetary policy report is whether they are preparing later in the year, and perhaps even as early as the meeting in 6 to 7 weeks' time, to increase interest rates. The decision today is in line with where I thought, where the market thought, but it's more if inflation, if oil prices persist at these current levels, can the Bank of England hold the line with holding interest rates at 3.75%?
What will you be looking for in the language of the press conference from Andrew Bailey at 12:30?
So it's about whether he continues to stand ready to act, which is the language he has used thus far, or whether he's moving a step closer. Is there a burden of evidence, a burden of market data to say actually this inflation is too hot to handle without it filtering into expectations in the wider economy? Because just very briefly scanning through the minutes in the last couple of seconds, you see that the conditional oil price, the gas price that they were using to make this forecast, was for a fortnight through to the middle of April. Now, that is a long time in Donald Trump world. That is a long time in the Gulf. Energy prices have moved considerably higher. So it will be interesting from Andrew Bailey as whether he says, armed with that new information, there's even more inflation. Actually, he's closer to moving his, and indeed the other 7 members of the Monetary Policy Committee who voted for a hold, whether they would move to an increase next time out.
Simon, really good to have you with us, joining us live here on Sky News. I think we can bring in Paul Kelso, who was in the lock-in. Not quite yet. He's not quite ready, so we'll bring him in a couple of moments' time. But I do have the Chancellor's statement, breaking reaction from the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, saying that the war in the Middle East is not our war, but it's one we have to respond to. Every choice I make will be about keeping costs down for families and businesses without repeating mistakes we've seen in the past that resulted in higher inflation and higher interest rates. We enter this conflict in a stronger position because of the choices this government took to build economic stability. We're going further to take back our energy security, backing British industry and protecting households. Going on to say that they will build Britain that is stronger, more resilient and prepared for the future. I mentioned Paul Kelso, who was in the lock-in at the Bank of England. Let's bring in Paul, who is live in the city for us. Paul, tell us more.
Yes, well, you've seen the bank has held rates, as Ed no doubt has been explaining. For now, 8 members to 1, which was interesting. There was one, Hugh Bill, who believed that a tightening of the monetary position was required, given what he believes the path of this war is going to play out. What was perhaps most interesting in the background briefing in the monetary policy report, we get one quarterly from the Bank of England, is what it expects to happen next, and trying to answer almost the unknowable question. The key question to every economic outcome is how long this war is going to last and how severe is the energy price shock going to be. That's what's determining everything here, the path of energy prices. The bank admits, the MPC in here, that it can't do anything with interest rates. They can't do anything to impact the price of energy. They're focused on what happens in the so-called second round effects, how that sustained energy increase impacts on inflation that gets embedded in the economy here. So what does it do particularly to food price inflation? What does it do to wage demands as a consequence of rising prices? For now, none of that has yet fed through. The direct impact people are feeling, as anyone who has filled up a car recently knows, the direct inflationary impact is confined to petrol and diesel, but rising transport costs through the economy, energy costs in food production, they are working their way through. To try and set their expectations and guide their decisions, the bank has set out 3 scenarios, they're thought experiments as they're described, based effectively on how high energy prices go and how long they stay there. And there's one in particular, the most extreme of those scenarios. They rather blandly call it scenario 3, but it is a worst case scenario in which case oil prices rise above $130 a barrel at their peak and then stay above 120 for the rest of this year. Well, under that scenario, there's potential of inflation reaching 6.2%, with interest rates having to follow it up to above 5%, 5.25%. That would imply 6 rate increases, a 0.25% at a time, from where we are today at 3.75%. Now, there are lots of caveats to that worst case scenario. It's a pretty chilling number, isn't it? 6.2%. That's getting on for halfway to the post-Ukraine inflationary peak. Now, one of the positive, if you like, in that scenario is that it has gas prices at above 200 pence a therm. Now, they are not that high. When I checked last night before heading into a lock-in that I've just been in, they're around 117p a therm, and that is one of the differences between now and the Ukraine price shock, is that gas prices haven't been so vertiginous as they were back then. And of course, they are crucial at informing the price of domestic energy, a crucial input into inflation as the public feel it, and which for now they're protected from by the Ofgem price cap. Now, the bank doesn't say in which of these scenarios, A, which is a little low on where we stand today, B, which looks like the Goldilocks kind of path of where the markets believe various inputs are, and that worst case scenario. The bank doesn't say which one it believes is most likely. Committee members do talk individually about how far it's likely to go, but it does give us a sense of how much is at play here and how damaging a prolonged energy price shock could be. The one thing, if you like, the good news is the bank hasn't said that worst case scenario is likely. The bad news is that under any of the scenarios, inflation rises and interest rates rise to try and temper it. Under even the lowest of those scenarios, the mildest, scenario A, inflation gets up to about 3.7% from the current 3.3% where we stand today. So if under all the scenarios, to wrap up, if rates rise under all those scenarios, this is based on the market's assumption, and the bank has effectively endorsed those assumptions today. If under all those scenarios rates are going to rise, the question is for Andrew Bailey, and we'll be able to put it to him shortly, the governor, why haven't rates gone up today? And his view, as he set out in a brief quote that we've been handed out ahead of his press conference, is that given the uncertainty around energy shocks and given the uncertainty of how the UK economy is going to react, given that we have a weaker labour market, that might help hold down inflation, it is right to pause for now. And 7 of his colleagues agreed with him. But as things stand from here, almost irrespective of how bad things get, inflation is rising and rates are going to follow.
Paul Kelso, good to have you with us. You've got to get back into the bank for the press conference, so we'll let you skedaddle back inside. But we've still got Ed Conway with us. And Ed, kind of think about language. We often hear about inflation as being either transitory pressures or sticky. And sticky was a word that we heard an awful lot during kind of the Ukraine crisis. What are we expecting here?
Well, also, I mean, actually, kind of central bankers at the start of that kind of period, so 2022, the beginning of the cost of living crisis. You might remember, inflation was starting to rise actually before the invasion of Ukraine. And the central bankers at that point were saying, "Oh, don't worry, it's transitory. Things that this is going to pass." And then it turns out it wasn't transitory. It was we experienced very high inflation, the highest we'd had in decades. In this case, it's really tricky. And listening to Paul there, it's striking, isn't it? That first of all, the bank is choosing 3 different scenarios. What does that underline? It underlines the extent to which there is enormous uncertainty about where we're heading in the future. But in each of those scenarios, interest rates, as Paul was saying, interest rates are going up. So that we've gone from a world where that line, and you can see it on the charts, behind here, where that line was coming down and down and down, and now, and it was expected to go down to maybe maybe getting on 3.5%, maybe 3.25%, which has a bearing for all of us. This is our borrowing costs. It's also the savings rates that you experience.
Cash in our pocket at the end of the month.
It's the amount of money that, what the bank is doing. It's the biggest economic lever there in the economy, or one of the biggest economic levers, which just makes it more attractive to spend or less attractive to spend. And when that line goes down, that generally encourages people to spend more. It encourages them to invest more. When the line goes up, things get tougher, although saving gets more attractive. The thing worth noting here, so I'm looking right now at the live market expectations. So the millions of people out there making bets all the time on what they think the bank is actually going to do, as opposed to what we're hearing in this monetary policy report. And they think, just looking at these numbers, that the bank is going to raise rates in August. That's kind of nailed on, and most economists would agree. But they also think that it is likely to continue raising them, and raising them up to getting on towards 4.5% by this time next year. So where are we at the moment? We're 3.75%. If they raise them one time, that's up to 4%. If they raise them up to 4.5% or so, which is what markets are pointing towards,
3 rises.
That's 3 rate rises. And that is priced in at the moment by financial markets. And why is that priced in? It's because they're looking at everything. They're looking at the state of the public finances. They're looking at just how tough the government situation is at the moment. They're looking at the oil price. They're looking at all of the different things that we spend time looking at. And they're saying, we think it's going to be more than that. And that's really significant here, because we've had tough periods, in recent years, but in each case, the Bank of England has kind of stepped in to cut interest rates when it looked like we might be heading towards a recession. In this case, if markets are assuming that the bank is going to have to raise rates, even though as Paul was pointing out, the numbers are pretty grisly for the economy, particularly in those worst case scenarios. I wouldn't say it's the worst case scenario, but it's of all the scenarios it provides. That means it's going to be a tough period. And, one hopes, as how many times have we said it so far, one hopes that things improve in the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz opens, because that does answer so many of our kind of problems right now, bringing oil prices down, bringing gas prices down. But if it doesn't, then this chart kind of turns in the other direction. And I think probably it's already, likely to go up. And that comes back to this kind of broader issue that's not even just about economics, which is, if you're a central bank like the Bank of England, you existentially fret about inflation. Yeah. And you need to show just how serious you are when things get tough and inflation gets high. And so even if it's just about showing your mettle, I know that seems like a kind of non-economic kind of term, but really, the gestures do matter as far as these central bankers are concerned. Then you potentially raise rates just to show people that you're serious. And it's striking that the one member, we mentioned that there were 8 members who voted against and 1 member voted for a hike. The one member who did vote for a hike was the chief economist of the Bank of England, Hugh Pill, who has tended to be hawkish, as economists would call it, so someone more minded to cut interest rates. Yeah. But nonetheless, he's someone from the bank establishment who is the one who's looking at these numbers, just maybe even more closely than anyone else. And he's worried, and he thinks they need higher interest rates now.
Really good to have you with us, Ed. Let's just bring Simon French back in, chief economist. And Simon, my other thought here is we talk an awful lot about, at the moment, in the immediate term, about the increasing price at petrol pumps, for example. Anybody that drives a car, especially a diesel car, will have felt it wholeheartedly. But there's also the delay, isn't there? Because you think of, for example, the airlines. They've been hedging. They've already bought their fuel at lower prices than what it's being traded at now. So there are still trickle-down effects to be felt for months to come, surely.
Yes, it's the delayed transmission of energy prices that go up first order at the petrol pump after a matter of a few weeks, and then into energy tangential prices, obviously airfares, other parts of the energy-intensive manufacturing sector. And I think the thing that the Bank of England worries about most is a third wave of impacts when it starts to impact the services sector and workers start to bid up their wage demands because they want to keep pace with the inflation they're seeing in their weekly shop. I think I would also add to Paul and Ed's excellent commentary by saying the Bank of England is also waiting to see what reaction the government might have in terms of household and business support, because one of the experiences the financial markets needed to absorb back in 2022 with a similar energy price shock is the government came along and said, we'll give household sectors, businesses, big amounts of support, a lot more borrowing to absorb, a big transfer from the government in the form of borrowing to the household sector. Now, that makes, paradoxically, the job of the Bank of England somewhat harder. And so, therefore, some of the pricing that Ed was talking about, seeing 2-3 rate increases, is the city making an assessment that perhaps because of the raw politics, perhaps post the local elections through the summer, will mean that we might have a Labour government that feels it has to step in to support households. And the Bank of England then has to respond by offsetting what is potentially quite an inflationary impact of providing that support by raising interest rates.
Really good to have you with us. Simon, Paul, Ed as well. The trio there for you here on Sky News. There's plenty more on the live page on the Sky News website and the Sky News app. That is the live scene inside the Bank of England. We're going to bring you at 12:30 the Governor of the Bank, Andrew Bailey, along with several of his colleagues, holding a news conference to discuss the move. The details of that will be brought to you live here on Sky News, so do stick with us for that. 12:20, 10 minutes to bring you up to speed on some of the day's other stories. The Prime Minister has told criminal justice agencies they must respond in a swift, agile and visible way to the terror attack which targeted Jewish people in North London yesterday. In response to the double stabbing in Golders Green, the government's pledged an extra £25 million to protect the country's Jewish communities. Speaking to representatives, including the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, in the past hour, Sir Keir Starmer insisted necessary action must be taken.
It's often said after an attack like that, a terror attack, an appalling attack, an anti-Semitic attack last night, it's often said that we stand with our Jewish community. Well, we do stand with our Jewish community, of course we do. But it's our fight as well. It's the fight of everyone in this country, because it's about what sort of a country do we want to live in. So yes, we we support our Jewish community, of course we do, but we've got to make this a bigger fight. It is a fight for what we believe is the kind of country that we ought to and want to live in. So this is our fight, and it's really important, I think, that we broaden it in that way.
Let's take you live to Downing Street and our political correspondent, Alex Rogers. And Alex, just tell us more about the people who are around the table and what the outcomes might be. We've heard already this morning about that extra £25 million. We heard also about the fact the Home Secretary will look to change the law to make it easier to kind of bang groups. What else is on the cards?
So in terms of the people in the meeting, we've had senior representatives from the Crown Prosecution Service, including the Director of Public Prosecutions, Stephen Parkinson. We also saw senior cabinet ministers head into Downing Street, the Attorney General Richard Hermer, the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood and David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, all signs that the government is taking this attack in Golders Green seriously. In terms of what's been announced, Gareth, that 25 million you mentioned, which will see security beefed up around Jewish communities with patrols and extra security around synagogues and community centres, and also, as you mentioned, the legislation to give the government powers to prescribe those state-backed groups like Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. In terms of what else could be on the cards, well, there seems to be a consensus forming around banning pro-Palestine marches that we've seen up and down the country. Tory leader Kemi Badenoch is calling for that. Nigel Farage, I think, is on board with that too, as is the chief rabbi, saying this is how hatred festers against Jewish communities. Now, the Home Secretary did commission a review into giving police the powers to ban those protests. So whether we may see some movement on that if the government is seen to be taking this seriously.
Alex, live in Downing Street for us. Thank you so much. Plenty more on the Politics Hub blog. Plenty more as well with Cathy Newman this evening from 7. Now then, police body cam footage has been released showing the moment the suspect, a 45-year-old British national from Somalia, was confronted by officers.
Get down on the ground! Down on the ground! Down on the ground! Step back! Taser! Taser! Jacket! Taser! Taser! Get on the ground! Detention of power! Detention of power! Drop the knife! 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 Get off! Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Detention of power! Get off! Pull the arm out! Pull the arm out! Mate, pull his arm up! Pull his arm up! Mate, you're under arrest on suspicion of attempted murder. Shouldn't have to send him. Mate, I'm in defence. Do mention when questioned something which you later on in court.
Well, let's get more details from our correspondent, Graham Stothard, who's been at the scene of the attack.
The police cordon has now been removed. Earlier on, I spoke to people who were frustrated. They felt that police presence wasn't really active this morning, but we have started seeing more and more police cars. There is still anger and frustration here that words, like you heard Keir Starmer speaking just a few moments ago, aren't being met by action, and that is still a real feeling felt by those who are talking to us today here. Bear in mind, this was an attack that happened in broad daylight in a very busy place. I know someone who gave us CCTV, and it actually shows the moments during the attack where the alleged attacker was crossing from Highfield Avenue onto the Golders Green Road and across the road. That was in the minutes before he was allegedly tasered. Now, we spoke to the man who gave us the CCTV. They commented it's unnerving at just how calm he seems, considering he appears to be in the middle of an alleged attack. He also told me it doesn't feel much like the Jewish community is being protected.
I don't like to say that these things, because these things shouldn't happen. So I don't expect these things to happen. But we're prepared. We're prepared in some way that mentally that they could happen. We don't feel protected by a government or by the local police or anything like that. So we are prepared that anything may happen.
Now, David, who we just spoke to there, he also runs a synagogue where actually one of the victims goes to pray. He described him as the sweetest man. Ultimately, there is a feeling at the moment that was voiced there by David, this bubbling anti-Semitic rhetoric that we've seen over the last couple of years has come to a head in the last few weeks and is now boiling into violence that we are seeing. And it's been reflected in an uplift of attacks just a few weeks ago. 3 ambulances set on fire around here. There is a feeling that words are all well and good, but action needs to happen now, not just to tackle the symptoms, not just with £25 million for security, but to tackle the cause of this, and that is what they say is anti-Semitic rhetoric.
Details there from Graham Stothard. Well, in the past hour, Iranian state media has broadcast what it says is a message from the Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, saying that Iran will protect its nuclear and missile capabilities. He also said Tehran will secure the Gulf region and eliminate the enemy's abuses of the waterway. Joined now by our military analyst Sean Bell and our Middle East commentator Tara Kangalu. Tara, first and foremost, what's your reaction to the statement? What's your kind of sense of the significance?
Indeed, and I'm actually reading the message that was published on Telegram, the Telegram channel of the Supreme Leader in Farsi. And he starts by talking about the Persian Gulf being a blessing, not just to Iran, but also regional countries. And I think in this message, of course, aside from Garrett, the important point that you pointed out too is the fact that Iran is now taking this moment as an opportunity to build a new alliance with Gulf countries, independent of course, the United States, because let's remember that for the past 60 days, one of Iran's biggest arguments toward the Gulf countries was that, look, the U.S. bases on your soil has brought you nothing but instability and lack of security. And so I think this is an opportunity that the regime in Iran is taking when it comes to the GCC, essentially thinking of its own security alliances in the days to come. But I also think, by the way, it's an interesting history fact that today, for the Iranians, marks the Persian Gulf Day, honoring their reclaiming of the Strait of Hormuz, dating back to 1622, with the support of the Brits from the Portuguese. So this message comes in that day.
History runs long, doesn't it?
Sure,
it does indeed. What do you make of the comments about, well, missile capabilities, but also the nuclear capabilities, because this was all about nuclear capabilities from the outset?
Yeah, I mean, in the same way, we always have to be a little bit careful when President Trump takes to social media, how much we take at face value. Tara is very keen to point out that some of this stuff that comes from, allegedly, from Mojtaba Khamenei may well be for a domestic audience,
Indeed,
rather than necessarily for the international audience. But I think what we're seeing is that, again, we've long said talks will be the only way that this gets resolved. And President Trump's claim that actually Iran's been defeated, that they have no cards, each time these statements come out, it's a clearer definition that Iran does have some influence, does have some cards. And by turning around to the Americans and saying, you said you wanted to destroy our nuclear capability, we're going to preserve it. You said you're going to destroy our ballistic missile capability, we're going to preserve it. And we're going to control the Strait of Hormuz with our allies. All of this seems to be positioning, isolating the American view, which, of course, the global challenge at the moment is the global energy prices. And it's just firmly pushing that on President Trump's lap.
Indeed. And again, 2 months in, Garrett, let's remind our viewers that Donald Trump promised that this would be quick, with very little cost. And 60 days in, it absolutely has not been quick. The war is ongoing. And of course, the cost has been tremendous, of course, to millions of people in Iran, those in the region, in Israel. The economy is quite poor there as well. And also, of course, the global markets. To that point, by the way, today, the Brent oil, the crude, 30% highest level since the start of the war. And the gas prices in the United States, over 44% price hike, over $4 per gallon. So this is having a much harsher impact than what the president promised.
And it's also interesting to see how President Trump, what are his options available on the table at the moment? There's widespread reports that he's looking at military options at the moment. is that really credible? The military action to date hasn't delivered the strategic successes looked for, so it's very difficult to see how that will work, apart from prolonging the whole conflict. He's also preparing the ground for a longer blockade. But again, the more this happens, the more it feels like the Iranians are saying, look, we're prepared to talk, we're prepared to open the strait, it's your problem.
Really good to have you both with us. Sean and Tara, thank you so much. Let's take you live now to the vaults of the Bank of England, where the Governor, Andrew Bailey, will be giving a press conference following the Monetary Policy Committee deciding to hold interest rates at 3.75%, a decision widely expected by economists, a decision backed 8-1 by the 9 members of the committee. Let's take a listen to them.
Welcome to the April Monetary Policy Report press conference. With us today are Claire Lombardelli, Deputy Governor for Monetary Policy, Dave Ramsden, Deputy Governor for Markets and Banking, and the Governor, Andrew Bailey. Andrew will begin with opening remarks, and then we'll turn to questions. Andrew.
Oh, thank you, Katie. Well, today we've held bank rate at 3.75%. The conflict in the Middle East has significantly affected the outlook for UK inflation. The disruption the conflict has caused to energy supplies has led to a sharp rise in global energy prices. CPI inflation increased to 3.3% in March and is likely to be higher later this year. Monetary policy cannot prevent higher global energy prices from affecting the UK economy and inflation. Our job is to set monetary policy to make sure that the effects of the shock do not become embedded into broad-based inflationary pressures so that inflation falls back to the 2% target and stays there. So I'll now set out how we expect higher energy prices to affect consumer price inflation before turning to the appropriate monetary policy response and the scenarios that have informed the Monetary Policy Committee's decision today. As I will explain, where we go from here will depend on the size and duration of the shock to energy prices, itself driven by how the conflict in the Middle East evolves, and how those higher energy prices affect consumer prices in the United Kingdom more broadly. Chart 1, which has just come up, shows 12-month inflation in the Consumer Price Index since the start of 2024, that's the blue line, alongside our updated expectations for the rest of the year, there in the shaded area. Before hostilities broke out in Iran in February, inflation was on track to fall to around the 2% target from April, that's the red line. Recent data releases covering the period immediately before the conflict began suggest this expectation was reasonable. We now project that inflation will rise to a little over 3.5% by the end of the year. This change in the inflation outlook is a direct consequence of the conflict in the Middle East. Chart 2 shows the scale of the increases in global oil and gas prices. Volatility has been high, and the future path of oil and gas prices will depend on how the situation in the Middle East evolves. Uncertainty around any projection of UK inflation is correspondingly high. Higher global oil and gas prices have a direct effect on UK consumer price inflation. Chart 3 shows how these direct effects have changed the outlook for inflation since February. The prices of fuels moved quickly as global oil prices rose, and higher prices for petrol and diesel have already pushed inflation up relative to our expectations before the conflict. That's the green bars. Household utility bills, that's the orange bars, will follow, and will mostly be affected when Ofgem's next energy price cap for the third quarter takes effect. At this horizon, higher energy costs will also feed through indirectly to consumer prices as firms pass higher costs through their supply chains, that's the purple bars. At first, the indirect effects on the inflation are likely to be largest for food prices, since food production and distribution are energy intensive. Further ahead, lower supply and higher prices of fertilisers may also push up on food price inflation through higher costs and lower yields for UK farmers and across the world. There is nothing monetary policy can do to prevent these cost increases from affecting UK businesses and households. The longer the conflict in the Middle East continues, the worse the impact will become. A resolution at the source, reopening the Strait of Hormuz and repairing the damage that has been done to the world's energy infrastructure, can, however, reduce the impact of this negative supply shock to our economy. The task for monetary policy is to ensure that, as the adjustment to the supply shock happens, inflation returns sustainably to the 2% target. The 2% target applies at all times. But the Monetary Policy Committee's remit recognises that attempting to bring inflation back to the target too quickly after a shock like this may cause undesirable volatility in output. Monetary policy must manage a trade-off between the speed with which it brings inflation back to target and the consideration that should be placed on the variability of output. Monetary policy generally looks through the direct effect of energy prices on inflation. It takes time for changes in interest rates to affect the economy and inflation, so the direct effects from an energy price shock may disappear from headline inflation before monetary policy can take effect. In that case, higher interest rates would only push inflation below target once the energy price shock had passed, resulting in undesirable volatility in both inflation and activity. Even if the lags in the effects of interest rate changes were shorter, offsetting the direct effect of an energy price shock would require pushing down core inflation by generating additional slack in the economy. Looking through the direct effects of an energy price shock avoids such output volatility, as the MPC's remit allows for. The remit also indicates that the MPC should manage a trade-off when considering how much to lean against the indirect effects from an energy price shock on inflation. But because they take longer to come through, the argument for looking through the indirect effects is weaker. Monetary policy can look through some of the inflationary impact from indirect effects to avoid undesirable volatility in output. But protracted indirect effects could keep inflation above target for too long unless monetary policy responds. So by leaning against indirect effects, monetary policy may also reduce the risk that higher inflation becomes embedded through higher inflation expectations and second-round effects. Second-round effects could arise, for example, if a rise in inflation expectations leads workers to bargain more strongly for wage increases and firms raise wages to maintain real pay for their employees, which in turn would increase their costs and could lead them to set higher prices. Monetary policy should not look through such effects, but the size of any second-round effects, in addition to the direct and indirect effects, is highly uncertain. On the one hand, the larger and more persistent the energy shock is, and the more inflation expectations respond to current inflation, the more likely it is that second-round effects arise. And inflation expectations have risen sharply in response to the current energy price shock. Repeated high inflation episodes over the past 5 years may have raised people's attentiveness to price increases. On the other hand, the strength of second-round effects will depend on conditions in the labour market and the pricing power of firms given the state of the economy. The UK labour market has loosened, and that trend has continued in recent months. This suggests that workers will be more cautious in wage bargaining. At the same time, firms may find it difficult to pass on cost increases to their customers, given subdued demand. Higher fuel and utility bills will themselves weigh on consumer demand for other goods and services through lower real incomes and weaker consumer sentiment. The uncertainty of the situation is likely to weigh further on firms' investment intentions. In addition to being highly uncertain, second-round effects build more slowly than direct and indirect effects. That leaves monetary policy with a difficult judgment call. Because interest rate changes take time to take their effect, monetary policy cannot wait for conclusive evidence of the strength of second-round effects. But responding too early may generate undesirable volatility in output, and inflation may drop below the 2% target in the medium term if second-round effects turn out to be smaller than anticipated. To inform its policy deliberations, the MPC has considered 3 scenarios for possible outcomes for the UK economy and inflation over the next 3 years. These scenarios illustrate that the path for inflation, conditional on a market-implied path for bank rates in a 15-day window up to the 22nd of April, depends crucially on both the size of the energy shock and the extent of second-round effects. Chart 4 illustrates the assumed paths for oil and gas prices in each of the scenarios. In scenario A, oil and gas prices are assumed to follow markets futures curves based on the 15-day working day average to the 22nd of April over the next 3 years. That's the yellow lines. In scenario B, oil and gas prices follow market futures for 6 months and an average of the futures curve and a constant price thereafter. That's the purple line. This assumption reflects a more cautious view of the duration of the conflict and the time it will take to restore energy supplies through the Strait of Hormuz than implied by current market prices. Scenario C goes further to reflect the risk of a continued substantial disruption to supplies through the Strait, pushing oil prices to $130 a barrel and gas prices to 210 pence per firm, and remaining higher than in scenario A and B for the entire projection period. In scenario A, there are no second-round effects, in part because the energy shock is relatively short-lived, and in part because it is assumed that workers' bargaining power and firms' pricing power are too weak for such effects to occur, given slack in the labour market and subdued demand. Moreover, demand falls disproportionately more than would normally be assumed to reflect weak consumer sentiment after another supply shock.
We're listening to a live press conference from the Bank of England, the Governor Andrew Bailey explaining the decision-making behind holding interest rates at 3.75%. Breaking news to bring you from the Metropolitan Police. This is a statement that's been shared with us here at Sky News, saying that they can confirm that the suspect behind the situation in Golders Green yesterday was known to the Prevent programme and was subject to a Prevent referral in 2020, which was closed in the same year. Given the investigation remains ongoing, we will not be providing any further information in respect of this matter at this time. We remain focused on securing justice for the victims of this attack. This is following the stabbing in Golders Green, 2 individuals stabbed in what's been described as a terrorist incident. Well, the Metropolitan Police providing an update saying that the suspect, who's known to be a 45-year-old British national born in Somalia who moved to the United Kingdom in their childhood, was known to the Prevent programme, which was subject to a Prevent referral in 2020 and was closed in the same year. That is the latest from the Metropolitan Police. Also just seeing an update from the Mayor of London, Sir Sadiq Khan, who says that the Metropolitan Police Commissioner and the Mayor have set out a proposed new approach to the government, which would include growing neighbourhood policing teams in areas with large Jewish populations, creating a new community policing hub near the Jewish community in Barnet, and adding another investigative team to expedite hate crime investigations. It is a lengthy statement, but goes on to say that as Mayor, I will continue to work with the government, the police, the Jewish community and others to take robust action to protect Jewish Londoners. I will not rest until Jewish communities feel safe in our city once again, and I urge all Londoners to join this vital fight and speak up against anti-Semitic hatred. So that statement from the Mayor of Greater London, Sir Sadiq Khan, laying out some future potential operations that he would like to see taking place alongside the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Mark Rowley. That would include growing neighbourhood policing teams in areas with large Jewish populations, creating a new community policing hub near the centre of the Jewish community in Barnet, and adding another investigative team to expedite hate crime investigations. Behind all of that, of course, the announcement today from the government of an additional £25 million to further increase policing in Jewish communities, that boost of police patrols there, and also the news from the Home Secretary that the government looks to expedite a new law that would allow them to ban state-sponsored groups and organisations. All of the details to come as it happens here on Sky News, but let's return you now live to the press conference at the Bank of England. Andrew Bailey is leading that.
Since in February, market pricing was expecting rates to fall by around 40 basis points this year. The chart shows that for scenarios A and B, the illustrative interest rate responses would largely be accommodated by reversing out these assumed cuts without further increasing rates. But this would not be the case in scenario C. Since the end of the 22nd of April, oil prices have risen by more than 20%. Gas prices have risen by 8%, and the market implied path for bank rate has moved higher by up to 35 basis points. But if we think back to early on the 8th of April, we saw similarly sized falls in energy prices and the path for bank rating the day after the announcement of a US-Iran ceasefire. This volatility illustrates the unpredictability of the current situation, as the markets are trying to assess the implications of the events and commentaries as they unfold. And I would just add for noting that the range on the Brent oil price this morning is over $10 a barrel. So that further illustrates the volatility that we're in. Given the sheer unpredictability and drawing on the evidence from scenario B, there's a good case for holding rates now. But we must recognise that a prolonged spike in energy prices, as in scenario C, could lead to a higher bank rate, while also recognising that a prompt end to the conflict and a reopening of the strait can take us to the more benign scenario, as in scenario A. So let me summarise. The MPC's decision to hold bank rate today is based on two key judgments. First, that continued weakness in activity and the labour market is likely to lessen the strength of second-round effects from higher global energy prices. But these effects are likely to be stronger the larger and more persistent is the rise in global energy prices. Second, that uncertainty about the strength of second-round effects means that monetary policy needs to balance the costs of leaning too little against these effects against the costs of responding too much. The right balance is likely to change depending on how events unfold. The situation remains highly uncertain. We will continue to monitor the situation in the Middle East and how it affects the UK economy and inflation very closely. This includes the size and duration of the energy price shock and its direct effects on UK inflation. It includes the state of the UK economy and how higher costs of energy and other inputs to production pass through to consumer prices. And it includes the potential for second-round effects of our wage and price setting, drawing on the full range of sources from economic data over surveys of firms and households and intelligence from our agents. I'm sorry that's taken a bit longer than usual, but as you can see, there are more scenarios and more to explain. So with that, Claire, Dave and I will be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Go to Faisal and then Marine, please.
Thanks, Governor. Faisal Islam, BBC News. Can you just clarify, in scenario A or B, so essentially that the oil price falls from here on in, I get the uncertainty underlying in the geopolitics, but that it may not necessarily require a rate rise? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, so look, obviously, the thing about using policy rules is that there are a whole range of policy rules and you can get a whole range of answers. But as the chart I showed a few minutes ago illustrates, and bearing in mind this point that there was 55 basis points of cuts assumed before, as this set of events started, the conclusion from that analysis is that there is a good deal of room to accommodate the type of tightening that would be needed in A or B within that range of 55 basis points. And of course, the curve has moved to reflect that. So I can't give you a cast-iron assurance that therefore there will be no increase in any scenario, or any of those scenarios, sorry. But what I can say to you is that there is a good deal of space was available to accommodate that.
Marine and then Paul.
Mehreen Khan from The Times. Just on the flip side, it looks like, this week, scenario C, which is your most extreme scenario, severe scenario, looks much closer to where we might be at. There has been a huge swing in oil prices, but we hit the 126 mark today. If in June we are in a world where 126 doesn't look so extreme, do you then have to go into what you say is forceful action? And does that include putting a 50 basis point rate hike on the table?
Well, can I make 3 points on that, Marine? And Claire may want to come in. And the 3 points are these. First of all, scenario C, as I mentioned earlier, is a very persistent scenario. So the oil price remains above $100 a barrel through to the end of next year. So that's a key part of scenario C. It's not just where the price is today. That's the first point. Second point is that gas prices don't respond as much as oil prices. The third point is just to reiterate what I said slightly ad-libbing a few moments ago. I mean, this morning, if we'd had this discussion at 9 o'clock this morning, we were looking at a Brent price well over $120 a barrel. well, I don't know what it is now, but when I walked into the room, it was over, over $10 a barrel, lower than that. So that illustrates, A, the volatility of prices, B, as the MPC, we just cannot, stop the music at a particular point in time and say that's it for all time, because it is so volatile.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd add is just to make explicit that point that we've set out 3 illustrative scenarios. They're not exhaustive. They're there to explain, basically, and show how the economy may evolve and how policy might need to react to those. But it's quite likely that the world won't be like, in any of those precisely. And so this is to give a sense of, as I say, how it will flow through the economy potentially and our reaction function.
Paul and then Sue.
Paul Kelso, Sky News. Governor, a question about scenario C, what we might call the worst case scenario you set out today. Consumers will see potential inflation at 6.2%, interest rates at above 5% again, and they have very recent memories of what that feels like. We've had extraordinarily high inflation from which many households haven't recovered. And I suppose the question many will have is what they're looking for is a sense from you of how likely is that to come to pass?
Well, going back to the point I made in response to Maureen's question, the sheer volatility of what we're looking at makes it, I think, very hard to put probabilities on things. This is the problem, one of the problems we're dealing with. So, we've been very careful not to put probabilities on these scenarios because it moves around too much. I think the point I would make, though, and I think reiterate something I said earlier, this is very important. The longer this general state goes on, the more difficult it becomes. I'm afraid that is something we can sort of fairly easily deduce. So look through the volatility. The longer this problem goes on and the longer the disruption to energy supplies goes on, other things equal, it's likely that therefore energy prices will stay higher and the more difficult the scenario we're in.
But the one thing I would add is the numbers that in that scenario show what happens under the market path. So assume the market path. If we were in a scenario where we saw much higher inflationary pressures like that, we would, of course, have to take policy action to lean against them. And so that would bring inflation down.
Sue in the middle and then Joel up at the top there. She's down here. Yeah.
Thank you. Sue Chan from The Telegraph. Just following on from what Mehreen asked, if we are in a situation where oil prices remain persistently high, what does forceful look like? Are we back in, a 2022 situation where we saw 50, 75 basis point rate hikes? And given your comments just now, when will you have enough info to help you decide that rate hikes might be needed?
Well, I'm not going to put numbers on what forceful looks like, other than to say I think the point was made very deliberately to say that if we see that type of very difficult scenario emerging, then it's important that we obviously do respond quickly to it. But I don't think it's wise to put numbers on it. Your question is a very good question. When will we see it? And it goes back to something I said in my opening remarks. I mean, the challenge for us, and this is the second round effect point, because judging the second rounds is crucial here. Now, of course, the problem is that the second round effects emerge much more slowly. And that's in the nature of it, really, because they're the sort of the follow-on, if you like. And it would be a mistake to wait to see the second round effects before acting, because then it would be too late. So by way of saying it's a judgment that we will have to make at every meeting. And this is why I stressed right at the end of my remarks that we will be looking at a very broad range of evidence. Some of which will be quantitative, but some of which will be qualitative, based particularly on what our agents are telling us as to how it is affecting the economy. And I would say from my visits around the country, and I'll be out and about tomorrow. We do start in a position where firms very typically say to me they have been experiencing difficulty in passing costs on into prices. But obviously, as this shock is a new feature. Then, I mean, that was the sort of the ex ante state, if you like. Obviously, they're now faced with an abrupt energy price shock, and so we will have to then judge carefully how they both can and do respond to it.
And just on that, if I can just add, in terms of one way of thinking of the scenarios, there are two dimensions to them. One, as Andrew's been emphasising, is the persistence of energy prices. And the second dimension is the strength of second round effects. The persistence of energy prices will obviously that will be more and more apparent as time goes past. The extent of second round effects will be much more of a judgment as the evidence emerges over time.
Joel up at the back there, and then Sam.
Joel Hills from ITV News. Given that a key judgment is on higher prices and how they feed through and create second round effects, what exactly will you be watching over the weeks ahead to form that judgment? And with people feeling worse off, isn't it natural that they'll ask for higher pay?
Well, let me take it in two parts. On the first part, I mean, what I did was set out very deliberately a sort of, in a sense, a sequence of things that you look for. So you start, obviously, with the first round effects, which are energy prices themselves. Then we talked about indirect effects, which is how it passes through into the cost of production of other things. And I did put quite an emphasis on food, because I think one of the things we learned 4 years ago...
Governor of the Bank of England, Andrew Bailey, there with the details of the decision-making and also the future forecasts for the UK economy and how the bank will respond to that. The breaking news this hour that interest rates have been held at 3.75%, a decision made with an 8-1 vote in favour of that hold. That follows yesterday the Federal Reserve in the United States doing the same too. A couple of elements of breaking news just to bring you up to speed on a development in the situation at Farringdon Railway Station. This is following reports from the Metropolitan Police of the smell of gas. Hearing from the London ambulance spokesperson saying that they were called to reports of the incident at the junction of Farringdon Road and Clerkenwell Road. Sent resources including ambulance crews, incident response officers, fast response cars and hazardous area response teams. In total, 14 patients were treated and 2 people were taken to hospital and then discharged, the others at the scene. So 14 patients in total, 2 taken to hospital, the remaining 12 discharged at the scene. The other development, just to bring up to speed on, is that statement from the Metropolitan Police regarding the situation in Golders Green yesterday, saying that the 45-year-old suspect was known to have been referred to the Prevent Service back in 2020, and that case closed in the same year. We're going to have all of the details of the day's top stories coming up with Jane Secker in a few moments' time. Plenty more as well on the Sky News website and the Sky News app.
Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 1 o'clock. These are the headlines.
Take the taser! Down the ground! Detention of help! Detention of help! Drop the knife! Drop the...
The Met Police say the suspect in the anti-Semitic stabbing yesterday was known to the Prevent Counter-Extremism programme and was subject to a referral in 2020. It comes as the government pledges an extra £25 million to protect Jewish communities. The Prime Minister meets criminal justice agencies amid warnings that British Jews have hit breaking point. Iran's supreme leader threatens the United States forces in the Gulf and says Tehran will protect its nuclear and missile capabilities. The Bank of England holds interest rates for now as the Iran war weighs on the global economic outlook. A neo-Nazi who drew up a kill list of customers and colleagues at the Tesco where he worked is found guilty of planning a mass gun attack. And en route to freedom, the stranded humpback whale heading back to the ocean via cargo ship. Hello, good afternoon. In the last hour, the Metropolitan Police have confirmed that the suspect involved in yesterday's terror attack in North London was known to their counter-extremism Prevent programme. This is the moment that a 45-year-old British Somalian man was arrested after two Jewish men were stabbed in Golders Green.
Get down on the ground! Down on the ground! Down on the ground! Step back! Take the taser! Jacket! Take the taser! Get on the ground! Detention of help! Detention of help! Drop the knife! 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 Get off! Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Detention of power! Get off! Pull the arm out! Pull the arm out! Mate, pull his arm up! Pull his arm up! Mate, you're under arrest for suspicion of attempted murder. Should have to send him. Mate, I'm in defence. Do mention when questioned something which you later on in court.
Well, our correspondent Graham Stothard has the latest from the scene.
The police cordon has now been removed. Earlier on, I spoke to people who were frustrated. They felt that police presence wasn't really active this morning, but we have started seeing more and more police cars. There is still anger and frustration here that words, like you heard Keir Starmer speaking just a few moments ago, aren't being met by action, and that is still a real feeling felt by those who are talking to us today here. Bear in mind, this was an attack that happened in broad daylight in a very busy place. I know someone who gave us CCTV, and it actually shows the moments during the attack where the alleged attacker was crossing from Highfield Avenue onto the Golders Green Road and across the road. That was in the minutes before he was allegedly tasered. Now, we spoke to the man who gave us the CCTV. They commented it's unnerving at just how calm he seems, considering he appears to be in the middle of an alleged attack. He also told me it doesn't feel much like the Jewish community is being protected.
I don't like to say that these things, because these things shouldn't happen. So I don't expect these things to happen, but we're prepared. We're prepared in some way that mentally that they could happen. We don't feel protected by a government or by the local police or anything like that. So we are prepared that anything may happen.
Now, David, who we just spoke to there, he also runs a synagogue where actually one of the victims goes to pray. He described him as the sweetest man. Ultimately, there is a feeling at the moment that was voiced there by David, this bubbling anti-Semitic rhetoric that we've seen over the last couple of years has come to a head in the last few weeks and is now boiling into violence that we are seeing. And it's been reflected in an uplift of attacks. Just a few weeks ago, 3 ambulances set on fire around here. There is a feeling that words are all well and good, but action needs to happen now, not just to tackle the symptoms, not just with £25 million for security, but to tackle the cause of this, and that is what they say is anti-Semitic rhetoric.
Well, in response to the incident, the government has pledged an extra £25 million to protect the country's Jewish communities. Speaking to representatives of criminal justice agencies, including the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, and the Home Secretary, the Prime Minister said swift, agile and visible action must be taken.
It's often said after an attack like that, a terror attack, an appalling attack, an anti-Semitic attack last night, it's often said that we stand with our Jewish community. But we do stand with our Jewish community, of course we do. But it's our fight as well. It's the fight of everyone in this country, because it's about what sort of a country do we want to live in. So yes, we stand with, we support our Jewish community, of course we do, but we've got to make this a bigger fight. It is a fight for what we believe is the kind of country that we ought to and want to live in. So this is our fight. And it's really important, I think, that we broaden it in that way.
Well, our political correspondent Alexandra Rogers has the latest from Downing Street.
So in terms of the people in the meeting, we've had senior representatives from the Crown Prosecution Service, including the Director of Public Prosecutions, Stephen Parkinson. We also saw senior cabinet ministers head into Downing Street, the Attorney General Richard Hermer, the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood and David Lammy, the Deputy Prime Minister, all signs that the government is taking this attack in Golders Green seriously. In terms of what's been announced, Gareth, that 25 million you mentioned, which will see security beefed up around Jewish communities with patrols and extra security around synagogues and community centres, and also, as you mentioned, the legislation to give the government powers to prescribe those state-backed groups like Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. In terms of what else could be on the cards, well, there seems to be a consensus forming around banning pro-Palestine marches that we've seen up and down the country. Tory leader Kemi Badenoch is calling for that. Nigel Farage, I think, is on board with that too, as is the chief rabbi, saying this is how hatred festers against Jewish communities. Now, the Home Secretary did commission a review into giving police the powers to ban those protests. So whether we may see some movement on that if the government is seen to be taking this seriously.
Alex Rogers there. Well, let's move over now to the situation in Iran. And the Iranian state media has broadcast what it says is a message from the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, in which he says Iran will protect its nuclear and missile capabilities. In a written statement read aloud, he also said the Islamic Republic of Iran is a practical expression of gratitude for the blessing of exercising management over the Strait of Hormuz, will secure the Persian Gulf region and dismantle the hostile enemy's exploitation of this waterway. And in the last couple of moments, we've also just heard from the Iranian president, Pezeshkian, who has been talking to the Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi. Now, he says that Tehran is ready to resume the path of diplomacy once Washington changes its behaviour, and also that Gulf insecurity, he says, is caused by the US and Israel. And he says American piracy against Iranian ships must be stopped and condemned. Well, let's bring in our Middle East commentator, Tara Kangalu. Tara, just your reaction, first of all, to the developments from the Supreme Leader and the President in the last hour.
Indeed, Jane. And by the way, this is a statement that the Iranians are issuing on the National Day to celebrate the Persian Gulf. Historically, they reclaimed the Strait of Hormuz back in 1622 with the help of the Brits from the Portuguese. So this is a day that has long been celebrated in Iran in honor of the Persian Gulf. And the way I read the message, because I also read it in Farsi and Persian, essentially he starts by talking about the Persian Gulf being a gift, not just to the Iranian people, but also the region at large, to the Muslim countries, he said, surrounding the Persian Gulf. And in short, Jane, I can say he's essentially telling the GCC, work with us, not the United States. And that has long been one of the demands of the Islamic regime in response to this this presumed 15-point outline from the United States, telling the Gulf countries that, look what the U.S. basis has done to your safety and security, arguing that the only reason we retaliated was because of the presence of the United States, once again telling their neighbors that their exodus would be not only for the well-being, of course, of Iran, but to the regional safety and security. Of course, it's premature to think that the Gulf countries would immediately eliminate the United States in its relations to each one of those countries. But of course, this is the line that the Iranian regime is pursuing.
Meanwhile, of course, we shouldn't forget that this was a war that Donald Trump promised would be quick and low cost.
Of course, and to the contrary, it's ongoing and the cost is profound, Jane. First we have energy price hike, which would then lead to food price hike and ultimately inflation. And, this is impacting millions of people in Iran, but also the Gulf countries, the region at large, but also those around the world in Europe, UK, Asian countries, as you mentioned, the Iranian president speaking with his Japanese counterpart. A lot of pretty much Japan's energy comes through the Strait of Hormuz. But today, the gas prices in the United States met an all-time high price point at $4 per gallon at a time that Brent crude oil is now at 30% price hike, Jane. This is the highest we've seen since the start of the war. So anything but a quick and low-cost war that only seems to be turning into a protracted war.
And in terms of the message that we're getting out of Tehran, what do you think the Gulf countries' reaction to this will be? Will they be receptive?
Speaking with sources in Iran, but also the region, inevitably we're going to see a reordering of the Middle East the day the dust settles and this war ends, Jane. Countries in the Gulf are looking to new security alliances, new security engagements. We just saw the UAE leaving OPEC 12% rather, of OPEC. UAE produces the OPEC production, 12%. And so them leaving tells us something, that countries in the GCC are trying to act unilaterally. Qatar left in 2019. Of course, Saudi Arabia would try to maintain its control over this. But this is just one example to your question as to what the future will hold for the GCC. And, China has been trying to fill that void in its own investments in Saudi Arabia in particular. And of course, going back to the UAE, we know that they're part of Donald Trump's Abrahamic Accords with close ties to India. So I think we are going to see a reordering of the region where Iran is trying to play a role. And of course, GCC countries are trying to find their own arrangements.
Tara, thank you very much. Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news now about the situation in Golders Green. Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, has been heckled. He went to Golders Green just in the last short while. Chants of Keir Starmer Jew harmer as he visited Golders Green. He was meeting the emergency services who responded to the terrorist attack yesterday that left 2 Jewish men in hospital. And we know that when Sir Mark Rowley and Sarah Sackman, who's the local MP, held a news conference there yesterday, they were both heckled as well. They had shouts of shame on you and resign at them. So Keir Starmer, the chant that he received, Keir Starmer Jew harmer, when he visited Golders Green in the last few minutes. Now, the Bank of England has held interest rates for now as the impact of the Iran war weighs on the economy. The Monetary Policy Committee voted to keep it at the base rate of 3.75%. The Bank of England Governor, Andrew Bailey, has been talking, and our business and economics correspondent, Paul Kelso, is in the room and asked him this question.
Consumers will see potential inflation at 6.2%. Interest rates at above 5% again, and they have very recent memories of what that feels like. We've had extraordinarily high inflation from which many households haven't recovered. And I suppose the question many will have is what they're looking for is a sense from you of how likely is that to come to pass?
Well, going back to the point I made in response to Maureen's question, the sheer volatility of what we're looking at makes it, I think, very hard to put probabilities on things. This is the problem, one of the problems we're dealing with. So, we've been very careful not to put probabilities on these scenarios because it moves around too much. I think the point I would make, though, and I think reiterate something I said earlier, this is very important. The longer this general state goes on, the more difficult it becomes. I'm afraid that is something we can sort of fairly easily deduce. So look through the volatility. The longer this problem goes on and the longer the disruption to energy supplies goes on, other things equal, it's likely that therefore energy prices will stay higher and the more difficult the scenario we're in.
But the one thing I would add is the numbers that in that scenario show what happens under the market path. So assume the market path. If we were in a scenario where we saw much higher inflationary pressures like that, we would of course have to take policy action to lean against them, and so that would bring inflation down.
A 21-year-old man has been found guilty at the Old Bailey of planning a mass gun attack after being snared by MI5 in an undercover sting. Alfie Coleman was arrested in September 2023 in a supermarket car park and found to be in possession of a semi-automatic pistol and 200 bullets. Sky's Molly Malone has the story.
A teenager intent on terror. Alfie Coleman was 19 when he was arrested in a supermarket car park as part of an undercover operation. He'd just been filmed picking up a deactivated gun from the boot of a car and hundreds of rounds of ammunition, which he'd saved thousands of pounds for from earnings at his part-time job at Tesco. The court heard how he'd branded staff there race traitors for having partners who weren't white, compiling a kill list of former colleagues and customers. He was, said prosecutors, a white supremacist neo-Nazi who believed in extreme right-wing thoughts, idolising Adolf Hitler, and also the man who murdered MP Joe Cox.
Alfie Coleman was planning to carry out a mass casualty attack. He'd been self-radicalised from the age of 14, but in summer 2023 we started to see his behaviour change, and he was actively seeking to purchase firearms.
Investigators said Coleman was brought up in what they described as a normal family with a normal education. But having spent considerable time behind closed doors during COVID, pictures from his bedroom show signs of radicalisation.
We are seeing in our casework younger and younger people that are online, that are being exposed to terrorism-related material and either radicalising, self-radicalising or being influenced by others.
Coleman had admitted trying to obtain a firearm as well as having terrorist material. The makings of a petrol bomb were found in his bedroom, but he denied preparing an attack. His interest in extreme ideology would continue from Coleman's prison cell. He drew weapons and Nazi symbols in notes written while he was inside. He wrote that he remains steadfast to secure the existence of my people and a future for white children, and said, "Long live the Aryan race." Police say it's not clear who Alfie Coleman intended on attacking. He researched mosques in France, written about hijacking a plane, and had a kill list for what he thought were traitors working at Tesco. There had been no prior police contact or interaction with the de-radicalisation programme Prevent, nor were his parents said to have had knowledge of his mindset. He was a lone operator, intent on harm. Molly Malone, Sky News.
Let's just re-break that breaking news that we told you a short while ago about Keir Starmer. He has been heckled as he visits North London. This is following the attack yesterday in Golders Green area. He is in the region and demonstrators have shouted at him. A group of around 100 people apparently could be heard chanting Keir Starmer, Jew harmer, and held up posters with the same slogan. They also apparently chanted Keir Starmer is a traitor, as well as show your face. Now that, of course, follows heckling yesterday of the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Mark Rowley, and the local MP, Sarah Sackman, as well. Community tensions running really, really high in this part of London. Many people that we spoke to yesterday on Sky News spoke about the fear that many Jewish people have in their communities, but now this has been heightened by the fact that this attack was in broad daylight on two men just simply walking down the street. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, what future now for Live Golf as Saudi Arabia pulls its funding?
With respect, Minister, answer the question.
It's you.
Hello.
Hello and welcome, I'm Cathy Newman. So could the outcome of these elections be manipulated? New me, new show, new furniture. Hard news needs a hard chair. I feel like I'm in therapy. Oh, there's room for two on this one. Do you think people will take me seriously with my feet up?
Sorry, madam, but we're closing now.
Oh, sorry. Sofa sorted, let's get this show on the road.
Let's just remind you of the breaking news this hour. The Prime Minister has been heckled as he visited North London, close to the scene of yesterday's stabbing attack. Crowds of around 100 people were there. They shouted out, "Keir Starmer, Jew Harmer," and held up posters with the same slogan on them. They also apparently chanted, "Keir Starmer is a traitor," as well as "show your face." The Prime Minister held a meeting a little bit earlier today, and in which he said that there was a duty on the government and criminal justice agencies to respond quickly to appalling attacks like yesterday's stabbing attacks in North London. He held a meeting which included the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, and the Attorney General, Richard Hermer, and Dan Jarvis, the Security Minister, and Sarah Sackman, the Justice Minister, who's a Finchley and Golders Green MP. And interestingly, both Sarah Sackman and Mark Rowley were two of those who were first in front of the cameras up in the Golders Green area yesterday, and they too were both heckled. They both had calls to resign and "shame on you" shouted at them. But the Prime Minister himself has seen the ire of the local community, enormous anger amongst many in the Jewish community across the UK, not just in North London. They say that they have been warning for many months and many weeks that the situation was becoming more and more insecure for Jewish people in the UK, and especially for those who were openly Jewish, who showed their religion through clothes they may wear or jewellery or their behaviour, and that they felt vulnerable and they felt at threat. And they feel, certainly, that the government and that the police services aren't listening to them and perhaps didn't acknowledge the seriousness of the threat that they were feeling. And then yesterday we saw two men stabbed in broad daylight at 11:20 in the morning on a Wednesday morning, one of them just standing at a bus stop, one of them just walking down the street by a man. And it was up to the community groups, the local groups that are there to help protect that community, who stepped forward. The CST, and Shomrim, who stepped forward and were able to detain this man before he was eventually tasered by police and arrested. And today, the police have confirmed that the suspect was known to the PREVENT programme. He was subject to a PREVENT referral in 2020, which was closed in the same year. And given, they say, that this investigation remains ongoing, they say they're not going to provide any further information in respect of the matter, and that they remain focused on securing justice for the victims of the attack. But there is, as I say, real anger, and that is clear. The Prime Minister, if he didn't understand that there was real anger, he will certainly understand it today after having a crowd of around 100 people chanting Keir Starmer due harmer and Keir Starmer is a traitor at him as he visited North London. Another person who has certainly received the ire of many of the protesters is the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. Many Jews in London say that they don't feel he has done enough to help them. He has released a statement today saying, following the horrific terrorist attack yesterday in Golders Green, Jewish Londoners understandably and rightly want to see more action, not words. He points out that the Met has surged the policing presence in Barnet over the last 4 weeks, and there are plans in place to deploy additional policing over the next month. And then he also touches on the fact that this morning the government also announced £25 million to boost police patrols in Jewish communities. He welcomes the announcement. He says he'll be continuing discussions with ministers and the Met about additional national funding required to deliver the long-term step change in the policing presence that Jewish Londoners expect and deserve. But there are many, including Angela Epstein, who's a journalist and broadcaster, who we're going to be talking to in a short while on Sky News. And she has written in the papers today about the fear, the resentment, the despair and fury that nothing is being done by our political leaders to staunch the spread of a toxic ideology dedicated to our destruction. And she says that all of these words from the politicians are never matched by action. We're going to be talking to her in a short while and finding out what she would like to see, what action she would like to see from the politicians, not just words. Right, let's bring you the weather now.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
We can expect some warm sunshine over the next few days, and the brisk winds will ease, but it'll turn more unsettled for the bank holiday weekend. The UK will be mostly sunny this afternoon, but the far southwest looks cloudy with outbreaks of rain. Ireland will see rain too, but Donegal and the far northeast will be mainly fine. It'll be warm and breezy, cooler over Ireland and near North Sea coasts. Cloud and rain will edge northwards across Ireland later, reaching the far west of Northern Ireland. Elsewhere, there'll be little change. Rain in the west will turn more showery overnight, while extending across other western parts of the UK. Most other places will be dry and clear. It'll be mild in the south and west, chilly elsewhere. Friday will be largely fine and calmer than recently, but early showers in the west will develop more widely across central and western Britain. Later, they will become locally heavy and possibly thundery, and it's going to be very warm and humid in the south. Saturday looks cooler and more unsettled.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, we'll be telling you more about the Prime Minister who has been heckled as he arrived at a Jewish community area in the north of London earlier this afternoon. The Prime Minister has been heckled as he arrived at a Jewish community ambulance centre in Golders Green. Sir Keir Starmer is visiting the area after 2 Jewish people were stabbed in a terror attack yesterday. We now know that the main suspect, a 45-year-old British Somalian, was known to the Counter-Extremism Prevent programme. I'm joined now by the journalist and broadcaster Angela Epstein. Angela, really good to talk to you today.
Hi.
How angry are you?
Oh, I'm angry. I'm tired. I'm so tired of this. I mean, it's like, I said this in the piece in the Mail today. It's like a bingo card. You can tick off all the performative statements that we know we're going to hear after each new outrage occurs. We stand with the Jewish community. We'll fight anti-Semitism. We won't tolerate it in this country. Words, words, words. And we've seen, certainly tracking back from the last 6 months, circling back to the outrage at the Heaton Park Synagogue, which was actually where I got married and is very close to where I live. All this was promised then, and what we've seen in the subsequent months are arson attacks, the firebombing of a community ambulance service run by Jewish volunteers but open to all faiths and none. And now this hideous, hideous atrocity that occurred on a road I know very well, and many people will know that travel through North London, Golders Green Road. I mean, it's just utterly, utterly repugnant. And as the Jewish community, we're tired of hearing all the the bleating words of weak-limbed politicians telling us that, we can't have this. Well, we are having it because it keeps continuing.
Why do you think Jewish people haven't been listened to, that their concerns haven't been heeded?
Well, the cynical part of me would say that we are less than 0.5% of the population. So if you do the calculations from a political perspective, our words and our concerns for a politician potentially fighting for electoral favour or even survival in the case of our Prime Minister, then there are other quarters where the noise and clamour from those particular corners of the electorate, where it will be much more effective to sort of side with their concerns. I don't think, it's been enough. And while I privately get lots and lots of messages from ordinary, decent people who I still maintain make up the majority in this country, the problem about the silent majority is, unfortunately, they stay silent. Meanwhile, a very vocal demographic just fill that space with their hatred, their Jew hatred, and occupy platforms which haven't been dealt with in an unflinching and robust way by our politicians and even at times by the police.
So what practical and concrete steps would you like to see happen?
Well, I think there's a twofold approach. On the one hand, there's no point just chucking more money at security. Our walls are already very high. Our children go to school behind barbed wire. The high streets where the kosher shops were one of the last bastions, places where we thought we could walk around freely. But even if you put a guard on every street corner, there's always scope for extremists to do their heinous work. So the police and the government have to take an unflinching approach, first of all, to stopping the platforms where anti-Semitism, Jew hatred, naked Jew hatred can flourish. So there are the protest marches, protests with a small p. They're not protest marches, they're hate marches that call for globalising the Intifada and from the river to the sea, which is basically the eradication of Israel and therefore the Jewish people that live there. We've heard the hate that proliferates on these marches. They need to be banned. I absolutely agree with the right to peaceful protest. As you can see from the rallies about anti-Semitism that have taken place, those have been peaceful gatherings, but the marches have been an opportunity for hatred to flourish, and politicians and the police often do nothing. So
Can I just ask you, sorry to cut in, Angela, but we've just got a statement from pro-Palestine campaigners. They've hit back at suggestions that their marches incubate anti-Semitism and should be banned. Stop the War Coalition is planning a major demonstration in London on May the 16th. It says attempts to link recent horrific anti-Semitic attacks in the capital with marches in solidarity of Palestine are false. What would you say to that?
I would say that while there may be those who have the noble cause that they feel they need to stand up and fight against, that's quite different from marches where there have been calls for basically death to the Jews. That is not peaceful protest. And what's more, these marches, because of the nature of them, they are intimidating, they are frightening. They have basically turned areas of our cities in this country into no-go areas for Jewish people. We are loyal, law-abiding citizens of this country. We are no different to anybody else. And the very idea that we live here, we pay our taxes, we want to integrate, I believe in multiculturalism, and there are parts of this country that are dangerous to me because I am Jewish, is utterly, utterly unacceptable. And I think the other thing, in answer to your question about what can be done, apart from taking an unflinching approach to the hate marches, prescribing the IRGC so that we can't allow places for Islamist extremism to flourish in various places we know around the country. There needs to be an approach in terms of education. So alongside taking a robust attitude to quick prosecutions and making sure the process acts quickly so that those who are guilty of anti-Semitism are adequately remonstrated, we need education. The police need to recognise what is anti-Semitism. We need to go into schools. We need to go into places where hatred we know festers and make people understand that legitimate criticism of, say, Israel and their political policies is just not a get out of jail card for unleashing horrific activity and atrocities towards the Jewish people.
Angela, one final thing to get you to comment on. Sorry for throwing all this breaking news at you. But we've just heard from Reform, from Zia Youssef. He has called to deport the suspect if he's found guilty. He says the suspect in the Golders Green attack was born in Somalia and granted British citizenship. If found guilty, I would use the Home Secretary's existing powers under the British Nationality Act 1981 to strip him of his citizenship and deport him from our shores. What do you think to that? Does that seem like a sensible idea?
I think it's a very sensible idea. What right does somebody have to be a citizen of this country if they behave in a way which is the complete antithesis of everything that represents morality, values, law-abiding behaviour? These people are dangerous. And though it starts with the Jews, it never finishes with the Jews. We are less than 300,000 people in this country. Extremism will find somewhere else. It will find somewhere else to go once it's finished with the Jewish people, because people are packing up and leaving. And while I won't be driven out of this country, there's a very strong case for feeling that Britain is becoming so hostile. Why would we live here anymore?
Angela Epstein, really good to talk to you today and get your thoughts. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, let's get more now on the Prime Minister being heckled in the last half an hour or so. Our correspondent Graham Stothard joins us now on the phone near where the Prime Minister is. And Graham, talk us through what reception that he got there.
Well, a very bad reception, and it was to be expected. There's maybe between 100, 200 protesters here. The length of time the Prime Minister has been here, we saw him arrive and we haven't seen him since. And there is a deep sense of frustration from the people here and anger that he isn't coming to talk to them. They feel like he's hiding from his responsibilities. When he arrived, there were shouts of coward. There have been sporadic chants calling him a coward. There have been chants as he arrived and going on through the morning into the afternoon of Keir Starmer, Jew harmer. And there are people leaning out of windows. There are posters in windows as well with exactly the same slogan. There are dozens of police officers trying to keep people out of the way of traffic. There are armed police officers as well on standby. And there's been frustration here, actually, interestingly, at the number of police officers here. They feel like the police having... the words I've heard are, where were they yesterday? There's a feeling that you can send lots and lots of police to protect the Prime Minister, but where are they when they're protecting the Jewish community? Those are the sentiments I've been hearing here from the 100 to 200 protesters, from those in the crowd that I've spoken to. It is quite tense, and you actually might be able to hear in the background now that there is some chants kicking off again. At times the traffic has been drowned out by the full voice of the crowd here. As I said, increasingly frustrated now that he appears to have come to meet who he is going to meet and not the people in the community who feel like this really affects them. When he arrived as well as the heckling, a man appeared to try and jump in front of the motorcade. He was dragged away by police, but there was a momentary stall of the motorcade as it looked like he was trying to reach it. Now, obviously, as I say, a very tense atmosphere. a lot of interest as well from people passing by about who's here, why he's here, and obviously when they hear Keir Starmer, there's kind of a typical eye roll that I've been noticing. The people here, as I say, very angry, very frustrated. They want him to come and talk to them, address the problems, and address the problems that they see as fundamental to why Jews are being attacked, why synagogues are being attacked, and they feel ultimately, in their words, that he's just being a coward. A very tense atmosphere here.
And Graham, it's interesting, isn't it? Keir Starmer's wife is Jewish, and they observe many Jewish traditions in their family. Were you able to see Keir Starmer's reaction to these chants of Jew hater? It's a strong chant to throw at somebody who is married to somebody who is Jewish.
Incredibly strong, and there have been people in the crowd who have been saying, Jewish people in the crowd who have been saying, I don't think this is helpful, it's not going to get him on our side, if you like. It was impossible to see his reaction. The cars, there were a number of them, they had tinted windows, so it was impossible to see which one exactly he was in. There are people who have been noticing these posters, who have been hearing the chants. You can hear their honks of support from a passing car for the protesters here. There are people who have been here. They've been seeing the posters, seeing the chants, and just saying this is too much. This feels like too much of an attack. But obviously, the majority of people here feel that it's absolutely justified. Even the people who have been seeing the posters and saying, that's a bit much, have been saying they feel like he's failing to protect them. So there's no. And then actually, another young chap shouted out from a wall saying, is anyone here supporting Keir Starmer? To which there was just a round kind of sigh of boos or silence. So it was impossible to see how he reacted. I imagine as he's on his way in, he is just focusing on kind of the meeting at hand. But yeah, not everybody in the crowd approves of that message, approves of those chants of traitor as well. Not everyone approves in the way of the way this protest is being handled by the police. They feel like it's slightly too many police here, but obviously they feel that actually the protection is needed, and the ongoing chants and the people jostling may suggest that it is necessary. But not a universal opinion here on whether this protest should be taking place in the way that it is. There's definitely a majority of them, and you can actually start to be able to hear that chant now. Shame on you, just behind me there, if I hold each other. Yeah. Shame on you, and show your face as well. An angry group of people here, that's definitely true.
And Graham, how would you describe the group in terms of demographically? Is it mainly young people? Is it older people, or is it a mixture?
It's a real mixture. Obviously, it's a majority Jewish area. I would say the majority of them are Jewish, and they're visibly Jewish as well, but all different ages, all different sexes. And there are the old Iranian flags showing support of the former Shah as well, which are flying interestingly. They've just arrived maybe in the last 10 or 20 minutes, and in nearby restaurants there are signs up which say stand with the Iranian people, stop the massacre by the Islamic regime. So there is a real mix of people here. You might be able to hear that chanting again. Keir Starmer's a coward. There is a real mix of people here. Obviously the majority of them have gathered here because they've heard about his visit. The majority of them are Jewish. But all different ages, all different and genders, and people from, Orthodox community as well.
Graham, thank you very much. Graham Stothard for us there, down up in there in North London. Thank you. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, the criminal shops taking over the high street.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbors, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical.
Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history.
The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbors that harbor decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day.
Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate.
It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimated 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere.
The day those present would never forget.
First question, Sky News.
Do you hate the thought of losing to him?
I hate the thought of losing to anyone.
Historic day here today.
They are pushing forward.
They dash to the water.
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK.
Why don't you go back to your country?
Huge questions to be grappled with.
That is totally unprecedented. Been quite some day.
Let me start with breaking news. Let's bring you more on the breaking news this hour. The Prime Minister being heckled in North London. He's visited the area where the attacks happened yesterday on the street in northwest London. Our correspondent Graham Stothard joins us now on the phone. And Graham, just talk us through really from the beginning. What kind of chance has the Prime Minister faced? How angry is the crowd where he is?
So the crowd is now starting to disperse. He has gone as quickly as he arrived. There was an hour-long hiatus where he was doing this visit. The people outside were frustrated that he wasn't willing to show his face to them, and they were calling him a coward, and they thought that he wouldn't talk to them, and they were proved right. I mean, as soon as he arrived, there was quite a tense atmosphere. There were shouts of coward, there were shouts of Keir Starmer, Jew harmer, there were posters printed off, which were being hung from windows, people filming out of windows as well. I'd say 100, maybe 200 protesters, dozens of police officers as well. A man, when Keir Starmer's motorcade was on its way in, tried to block the motorcade. He had to be wrestled away by police officers. Incredibly tense when he arrived. And as the visit went on, some people did start to drift
Graham,
away.
I'm just going to pause you there for a moment. Sorry to cut across you, because we can now show you the footage of the Prime Minister arriving at this ambulance centre in North London. Well, Graham, that's the first time we've been able to see the images that you can see down there on the ground of the Prime Minister's car sweeping in to this ambulance centre. And we couldn't quite make out the chants, but you could certainly make out the boos very, very clearly. So these were people who were assembled outside. And just remind us again, what were they shouting at him?
So the chants were multiple. Chants of shame on you, shouts of coward, and perhaps the most cutting, if you want to use that word, is the chance of Keir Starmer, Jew harmer. Obviously, real strength of feeling from the people gathered here, the 100, maybe 200 people. Someone at one point tried to throw themselves in front of the motorcade, tried to block the motorcade as it entered. He had to be wrestled away by police officers. there are dozens and dozens of police officers. I think also seen some armed police officers as well. So they're obviously taking it very, very, very seriously, this visit. And actually, interestingly, there was frustration in the crowd at the number of police officers. They felt like they weren't being protected, or they aren't being protected as completely by the Metropolitan Police as Sir Keir Starmer is. And they felt like Keir Starmer wouldn't talk to them after his meeting. They felt like it was a public relations stunt, like he was just here for the cameras, and they made that strength of feeling known to me. There were people in the crowd who were upset by the shouts of coward, by the shouts of Keir Starmer Jewhammer. They felt like that was too strong. There were also shouts of traitor. There were people in the crowd that were expressing distaste at that. They felt like that wouldn't help the situation. They felt like there was hate building on both sides. It wasn't one solid group of people, but definitely the majority of them were incredibly angry about what they see as a lack of inaction from the government.
And do we know anything at all of Keir Starmer's reaction? I mean, obviously, given that you're outside and he's gone inside into a closed meeting.
It's almost impossible to know, and it's very hard to know why that that decision was made. As you saw, he swept in a motorcade which formed of a number of vehicles. I'm sure that was deliberate to obfuscate which car he was in. There's obviously the threat to him, I guess, was being taken very seriously by police. There was a safety element as well. Obviously, people were kind of spilling over onto the roads. It was impossible to know what his reaction would be. But, I mean, faced with that kind of chant, I mean, as you've heard, faced with that kind of poster, Keir Starmer Jewhammer, when, as you mentioned, his own wife is Jewish, must be a very troubling thing for him to see, and not a pleasant experience at all. But that is the strength of feeling that the people here are feeling today. They feel like under his watch, anti-Semitic rhetoric has got out of hand, and they feel that it has now bubbled over into violence. A lot of people I spoke to were expressing the feeling that the pro-Palestinian protest marches were actually hate marches, and that it was that kind of weekly occurrence that has actually spurred these kind of incidents on. So a lot of anger and a lot of blame being placed at the feet of Sir Keir Starmer, at the feet of the Labour government, and impossible to know his reaction. You saw how quickly he was driven into the venue, and he was gone in seconds as he drove out. Police clearing the road for him to make his way out. So just a few seconds of him going past, but I mean, I'm sure he got the message on his way in and on the way out. Loud boos.
You mentioned the way out, Graham. We can now bring you footage of the Prime Minister leaving this meeting, this round table with first responders and leaders. Yeah, there you can hear very, very similar levels of boos and shouts at the Prime Minister. Graham, thank you so much for now. Graham Stothard there for us up in Golders Green. The Prime Minister up there to hold a round table with first responders and leaders from Hatzalah, as well as Shomrim, the volunteer Jewish security group, along with the Home Secretary and the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley. Well, let's now talk to the former chairman of the Jewish Leadership Council, Jonathan Goldstein. Jonathan, we spoke to you about this time yesterday, didn't we? How are you feeling 24 hours on?
Well, I think, people are very nervous. People are concerned. They're scared for their own safety. They're scared for their family's safety. I woke up this morning to have been joined into a WhatsApp group of parents who were worried about their children going to school and, whether they should travel on the tube or whether they should travel on the bus. And, the concern amongst the Jewish community has become much heightened and with good reason. And whilst I actually have some sympathy for Keir, for the reaction that he's receiving in Golders Green today, I think this is just a reflection of the concern within the Jewish community. And I think if one looks forward, one has to say that This is a time for both words and action, so that people have to be careful with the words that they use, and we have to see action being taken to ensure that these events stop. Because this is a recurrence over very many weeks, very many months. And the Jewish community has been warning about this for some time. And now, hopefully, action will be taken. But I have to say, and we also need to make sure with the words that we use that we're careful. And I've got to point out at this point in time that one of the issues the Jewish community has been talking about has been the marches that have been going on from the river to the sea, globalize the Intifada. That is what is happening. But it's also been the liberal use of the word genocide in relation to Israel, which has meant that all of us have had targets on our backs if we sympathize with Israel. And I think Keir Starmer and his cabinet have been very, very studious in avoiding that, in ensuring that doesn't happen. And we need to respect and admire that in that regard. But there are very senior members of the Labour Party that have gone around, in particular, the Mayor of London, using the genocide word, which has put targets on the Jewish community's back. So it's a time for words, it's a time for action, but it's a time to be careful with our words, and that stems from the very top.
We spoke to Angela Epstein a short while ago, and she talked about how every time there is an attack on the Jewish community, we get the same old platitudes, and it is essentially the same old, and that nothing ever really seems to change. Do you have any confidence that anything will change after this?
Well, I have no doubt that Keir and the rest of the cabinet take this very seriously, and I have a lot of confidence in the Home Secretary. She's a very good woman, and she understands the issues. And bearing in mind what we're talking about is we're talking about here a coalition between the radical left and a minority in the Muslim community who seek to do harm to the Jewish community. The Home Secretary is in a very good spot to be able to identify and deal with this. I've said for some time that the only way one solves a problem is by identifying it, being honest about it, and then you can deal with the problem. What we've seen over the course of the last 6 to 9 months has been a succession of attacks against the Jewish community from a small minority of the British community. We need to identify them, and we need those communities to work together with the authorities to help identify them and to root out radicalism from British society.
And very briefly, we only have 30 seconds left, Jonathan, but the Stop the War Coalition says that suggestions their marches incubate anti-Semitism is absolutely rubbish. They have another demonstration planned on May the 16th. Should it go ahead?
Well, they would say that, wouldn't they? Frankly, the Stop the War Coalition, they only march about Israel. They only march about Gaza. I have never seen them take up the issue of Iran. I've never seen them take up the issue of any other situations. They're an organization that has anti-Semitism deeply embedded with it from the very top down. And I'm afraid to say they're not people that I think I need to respond to.
Jonathan Goldstein, the former chairman of the Jewish Leadership Council, thank you very much for your thoughts today.
Thank you.
It's 2 o'clock. You're watching Sky News and our breaking coverage of the Prime Minister being heckled during a visit to Golders Green in North London. Sir Keir Starmer's been meeting emergency services who responded to yesterday's terrorist attack, which left 2 Jewish men in hospital. This was him arriving. Well, you can certainly hear the boos, John Craig. We're bringing in our chief political correspondent now, but you could also hear Keir Starmer Jew-harmer. How do you think the Prime Minister will have responded to this reception?
Well, he will be quite distressed because it was pretty loud, that. And as you were saying, Jane, there was a lot of booing there. Shame on you was one chant, and Keir Starmer Jew-harmer. When you consider all the things he has said about tackling anti-Semitism, he will no doubt regard that as unfair. But these sort of visits are always very difficult. Whenever a Prime Minister or any senior minister goes where there's been a dreadful incident like this, one thinks back to Southport a couple of years ago, and other terrorist attacks and all sorts of really serious crimes. People like to vent their anger on senior politicians, and the Prime Minister clearly no doubt he was warned that he might face this sort of a reception. We saw yesterday Sarah Sackman, who is the MP for Golders Green, and she obviously is also a minister in the Justice Department of the government, and Sir Mark Rowley, the Met Commissioner. They got a hostile reception, and there must have been advice to the Prime Minister from his political aides, as well as possibly the police. Oh, Prime Minister, it's a bit risky. Are you sure you want to go? And no doubt he will have said, yes, I want to go. Now, the purpose of his visit was to talk to the Jewish ambulance organisation, that's Hatzolah, who came to the aid of the people who were stabbed yesterday, the 2 men who were stabbed, and of course who had their ambulances torched a few weeks ago. He also met up with a Jewish security group, also involved in what happened yesterday. Behind closed doors, and as we've seen from those pictures, he didn't go anywhere near any members of the public. There was no walkabout. He will have been advised by the police not to do that. But this just shows how difficult this issue is for the Prime Minister. Here is a Prime Minister who has talked time and time again about how he has tackled anti-Semitism since he became leader. And here we have him being getting a really hostile reception in one of the most Jewish areas of the UK. Now, there will be those critics of the Prime Minister and the Labour government who say, in fact, we've just heard one such critic you just interviewed, Jane, who take the view that the problem is that senior Labour politicians, the Mayor of London was mentioned, they are... the criticism is that they talk a lot about Muslims and Gaza and so on, and perhaps the Jewish community feels it's all a bit one-sided. I mean, we've seen calls for much tougher action to ban what Suella Braverman, who was on Sky News today, called hate marches. And yet, of course, there are many in the Jewish community feel that the government is, because perhaps it fears pro-Gaza election candidates, whether it's the Green Party or independents. Perhaps they're worried about that, and perhaps the criticism goes that they're not as sympathetic and protective of the Jewish community as perhaps they should be. I mean, the Jewish community clearly is very angry today after what happened yesterday. And I should mention, of course, the damning disclosure today that the suspect was on a prevent programme. How many times have we heard in recent years that somebody accused of this sort of crime has been on the prevent programme and it has clearly failed? There will be plenty of politicians who say this prevent programme is not fit for purpose, it's not doing its job. People who have been on the programme have been released or stood down from it and gone on to commit or be accused of very serious crimes. So the political pressure is building on the Prime Minister massively in the last 24 hours or so. Questions about the prevent programme, questions about the government's pledges to protect the Jewish community. £25 million was promised this morning. The Prime Minister promised, following the Cobra meeting yesterday, we need to increase the security for the Jewish community, and he's also talked about speeding up some legislation to protect the Jewish community. But obviously, it's not doing him any good with not getting any thanks for it on that visit. I wouldn't say it's all gone horribly wrong. He will say that the talks that he's had behind closed doors have been very useful, but it is a very, very, very hostile reception.
John, thanks very much. Let's just remind our viewers of that reception that the Prime Minister received when he arrived up at Golders Green a short while ago. Well, as well as the boos, you could also hear their Keir Starmer Jew Harmer, and this is him leaving. Well, let's bring in now Jonathan Cohen, He was down there at the scene. He's a barrister and member of the Jewish community down there when the Prime Minister was heckled. Jonathan, first of all, what did you go down there for today? What were you hoping to achieve?
Well, I think it's important that the Prime Minister understands just how strongly the Jewish community feel about events over the last 2.5 years. Since the terrorist attacks in Israel in 2023, things have got worse and worse and worse and worse to a point where we aren't safe walking down the street. And as far as the Jewish community is concerned, I can't speak for all members of that community, but I do understand the strength of feeling in it. We have been entirely abandoned.
The Prime Minister's wife is Jewish. Do you not think that gives him at least an insight into what the Jewish community feels?
I think he understands perfectly well what that community feels, but I think we are 250,000 people and our voices do not count. We are a tiny minority in this country. We're not particularly valuable as voters, and we have been abandoned.
Were you shouting down there today? What did you say?
I was holding a poster. The poster said, Keir Starmer, Jew harmer. Those posters were distributed. I don't think Keir Starmer wants to cause any harm to Jews. I think, on the contrary, his goal
on your poster.
I think his goal is to protect Jews, but I think that he lacks the ability or the will to really practically do anything about it. Offering £25 million to increase our level of security is a drop in the ocean. And the solution to all of this is not building the walls higher. It's taking action in the first place that stops attacks on this community. And he has shown himself to be completely incapable of doing that or unwilling to do so.
Jonathan, I can sense your anger. It's coming across really clearly. What do you think needs to change and needs to change now?
There are immediate steps that the government could take. One of them is to stop the hate marches that are taking place throughout the big cities of this country. They are absolutely dreadful. If you have people walking through city centres chanting to globalise the Intifada, what does the government think will happen? Of course, people are going to globalise that Intifada, and that results in dead Jews. Purge the health system and the education system of anti-Semites. Stop teaching people to hate Jews. Allow Jews to use the NHS without being frightened of ill treatment. Fast-track prosecutions for anti-Semitism and make people understand that there are consequences if you cause harm to Jews. Prescribe the IRGC. Stop people walking around with posters of the Ayatollah, a man who said that Jews were bacteria and should be wiped out. These are simple, straightforward steps that could be taken now. And the question is, why haven't they been taken?
Why do you think they haven't?
Because we are, as I said before, a tiny number of people. Our votes do not count. No one is willing to take the necessary steps to protect us.
What do you make of what Zach Polanski says? Polanski, the leader of the Green Party, the only Jewish leader of a political party in the UK.
I think that what he said about Jews having a perception or a fear of harm rather than being an actual risk was utterly despicable. I don't think it makes any difference whatsoever that he is himself Jewish. I think we should judge him in respect of his views, and his views are repugnant to this community.
There's been lots spoken about people feeling more unsafe than they ever have, Jewish people feeling more unsafe than they ever have in their own country. Have you considered whether or not you would stay in the UK, or have you actually even toyed with the idea of potentially leaving?
I think it is probably the case that in the vast majority of Jewish homes in this country, there is some discussion taking place about where ultimately we go when it becomes absolutely impossible to live here any longer. And in my view, and I think in the view of many members of this community, that point is not very far away. I think that there will be, or at least there is a real risk that there will very soon be a mass emigration of Jews from this country. And I think that this government, that the government before it, and very probably any government to come, will have that on its collective conscience.
Do you have any confidence that any of our political leaders have the willpower to do anything about this?
I think it's very difficult to know. It's easy to trot out honeyed words. It's as the Prime Minister did today, it's easy to go to Golders Green and shake a few hands, offer some money, suggest that you're going to give increased protection to the community. But the question is whether anybody will actually do it. And as we stand, I am doubtful that things are likely to change.
Angela Epstein, who we spoke to earlier, wrote a piece today in the Mail, and she talked about having friends who live in Israel, and they say they feel safer in Israel than they would in London. Can you understand that?
I entirely agree with that sentiment. As things stand in this country, I would rather take the risk of walking down the road and a missile emerging in the sky in a country that would choose to do its best to protect me than be somewhere where I feel as if I am a victim of discrimination on a daily basis. My name is Cohen. I am obviously Jewish by virtue of that name. I fear that whenever I use the health service, that my children, when they go to university, when they're old enough to do that, and many other examples of contact with general life will result in my mistreatment.
How difficult is that to navigate? Having children and living in a community that you previously, presumably until the last few years, did not feel unsafe in, suddenly now feeling, well, not suddenly, drip, drip, drip over the last few years, feeling unsafe and feeling that you're bringing children up in an area that is unsafe?
I think it is an absolutely dreadful situation. I have never in my life felt as if I was a victim of discrimination before recent years. I have taken every advantage that this country has given to me, and I have loved living here. It is a feature of any sort of Jewish event, whether that be some kind of charitable dinner or a wedding or a bar mitzvah, that they always conclude with everybody singing the national anthem. That is the extent to which the Jews of this country are integrated into it and see themselves as British in every way. But I fear that that moment is really coming to an end. And I cannot, in good conscience, allow my children to grow up in an environment of this kind, because a point will come where I can no longer protect them. I hope that things change. I hope that they improve. But as it stands, I'm very doubtful that that will happen.
Are you still proud to be British?
I find that an extremely difficult question to answer, not least because I no longer understand what it means to be British. I don't think there is a coherent analysis that anybody can provide of what Britishness is.
Jonathan Cohen, a barrister and member of the Jewish community, one of those who went down when the Prime Minister arrived and was heckled a little earlier today. Really interesting to talk to you, and thank you very much for sharing your thoughts today.
Thank you.
Well, as you've been hearing, it has emerged that the suspect involved in yesterday's terror attack in North London was known to the Prevent programme. The Metropolitan Police say a referral made to their counter-extremism strategy in 2020 was closed in the same year. Well, this is the moment that a 45-year-old British Somalian was arrested after two Jewish men were stabbed in Golders Green.
Get down on the ground! Down on the ground! Down on the ground! Step back! Take the taser! Jacket! Take the taser! Get on the ground! Detention of power! Detention of power! Drop the knife! 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 Get off! Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Detention of power! Get off! On the hand! Pull the arm out! Pull the arm out! Pull his arm up! Pull his arm up! Mate, you're under arrest on suspicion of attempted murder. Should have presented in harming defence. Do mention when questioned something which you later on in court.
Well, in response to the incident, the government's pledged an extra £25 million to protect the country's Jewish communities. Speaking to representatives of criminal justice agencies a little earlier, including the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, and the Home Secretary, the Prime Minister said swift, agile and visible action must be taken.
It's often said after an attack like that, a terror attack, an appalling attack, an anti-Semitic attack last night, it's often said that we stand with our Jewish community. But we do stand with our Jewish community, of course we do. But it's our fight as well. It's the fight of everyone in this country, because it's about what sort of a country do we want to live in. So yes, we stand with, we support our Jewish community, of course we do, but we've got to make this a bigger fight. It is a fight for what we believe is the kind of country that we ought to and want to live in. So this is our fight, and it's really important, I think, that we broaden it in that way.
The Prime Minister there. Well, let's go live now to the scene in northwest London, and our correspondent Graham Stothard, who is there as the Prime Minister arrived and then left again. And Graham, we spoke to Jonathan Cohen, who was down there, had gone down there to make his voice heard as the Prime Minister arrived, and he was joined by well over 100 people, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And you picked up on the anger in Jonathan's voice and the frustration, and that was mirrored, magnified by the people here. More than 100, maybe 150 people here, dozens of police officers as well. And you've shown the footage, and I think viewers can see for themselves just how angry the people gathered here were. I've been here since this morning, and people have been approaching me, telling me about their frustrations, telling me about their fear as well. But I think Keir Starmer's visit really brought that to the surface. As he was driven in for this roundtable meeting, there were chants of Keir Starmer Jew harmer, there were chants of traitor, there were chants of coward as well. At one point, a man tried to jump in front of the motorcade. He was wrestled away by police. And throughout the meeting, as it went on, people outside did start to drift off. But as I was talking to them, there was a real sense that they wanted him to come and speak to them. They wanted him to come and address them. Yes, it was a crowd. Yes, they understood that it might be intimidating, but they wanted him to address the community that feels left behind. They wanted him to talk to them, not just behind locked gates, not just speaking to people behind locked gates. Obviously, he was in a round-table meeting with the first responders of that incident yesterday. The first responders from Hatzola, that's the Jewish Community Ambulance Service, and Shomrim as well. He was joined by Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood. He was joined by the Metropolitan Commissioner as well, Mark Rowley. Now, Mark Rowley was heckled when he came here yesterday. The heckling compared to Keir Starmer's entrance, I mean, it was a cakewalk in comparison. As I said, chants of Keir Starmer Jew harmer. There were posters up in windows. There were people filming out of windows. A really tense atmosphere here. There were impromptu chants of coward when people getting frustrated that they felt like he was hiding away behind locked gates. Dozens of police officers, as I mentioned, some of them were armed as well, and there was frustration at the number of police officers, feelings that, well, they weren't here yesterday, so why are they here to protect the Prime Minister when they weren't here to protect the Jewish community? That's how they see it. Real frustration, a very tense atmosphere, and a feeling that he wasn't facing up to his words with appropriate action. Lots of similar messages that you were just speaking to with Jonathan Cohen, it has to be said.
OK. Graham, thank you very much. Well, I think we might be able to show you some aerial footage of the area. Are we able to bring those images now? Yes, we are. This is the ambulance centre where Keir Starmer was just a short while ago. This is the location where the crowds had gathered outside. This is, of course, the place where those ambulances were burnt just a few weeks ago, replaced very, very quickly. And these are ambulances that service the community in northwest London. Jewish and non-Jewish patients are treated by them. And this is where the Prime Minister has been and where he got a particularly difficult reception this afternoon with that chanting with those hecklers. And he, if he was in any doubt of the strength, the feeling of the strength of anger within the Jewish community in parts of the UK, he can be left in no doubt of it whatsoever after this visit in the last hour. You're watching Sky News Today.
With respect, Minister, answer the question. It's you.
Hello and welcome. I'm Cathy Newman.
So could the outcome of these elections be manipulated? New me, new show, new furniture. Hard news needs a hard chair. I feel like I'm in therapy. Oh, there's room for two on this one. Do you think people will take me seriously with my feet up?
Sorry, madam, but we're closing now.
Oh, sorry. Sofa sorted. Let's get this show on the road.
Iranian state media has broadcast what it says is a message from the Supreme Leader in which he says Iran will protect its nuclear and missile capabilities. In a written statement read aloud, he also said the Islamic Republic of Iran, as a practical expression of gratitude for the blessing of exercising management over the Strait of Hormuz, will secure the Persian Gulf region and dismantle the hostile enemy's exploitation of this waterway. Well, I'm joined now by our Middle East commentator, Tara Kangalu. And Tara, what is your reaction to this statement? And what is the Supreme Leader trying to say here?
Indeed, Jane, that was also a message that was echoed just moments ago by the country's foreign minister and also the Speaker of the Parliament, who took to X and essentially reiterate what the Supreme Leader said in this written message. And the way I read it, because I also read the Persian, the Farsi letter as well, he is projecting the sovereignty of the Strait of Hormuz, mainly telling the Gulf countries that this is a new era when it comes to the control and management of the strait, and we are stronger together. And by that, he's referencing the malign existence, as he put it, of the United States and foreign forces in the Strait of Hormuz and the region. Also, let's remember that one of the points that Iran raised during this war, mainly again to the Gulf countries and the GCC neighbors, is that the existence of U.S. bases and forces on their soil is the main reason for for their lack of security, and that the only reason they're retaliating on these countries is precisely because of that. And the day should come when Gulf countries are free, and again, the words of the Iranian regime, of U.S. forces. All the while, Jane, I think it's important to note that the Iranian parliament just a few days ago drafted a law formalizing new rules on the Strait of Hormuz. And mind you that the foreign minister who was in Oman just over the weekend, he had conversations on a potential new mechanism through which both Oman and Iran will manage and monitor the passing through the strait.
None of this was certainly in the plan when Donald Trump started this war, was it?
No, not at all. And of course, he promised a quick and easy war, a low-cost war. And yesterday, Pentagon said that the war has cost the United States $25 billion. And that is the budget of NASA, just to put things in perspective. All the while, we see the impact, again, not just in Iran or people in the Gulf region or the Middle East, but around the world, Jane. Yesterday, crude oil, Brent rose over $120 per barrel, and in an all-time high in the past 4 years. Gas prices in the United States are over $4. So this is having a direct impact on the voters that took to the polls voting for Donald Trump. So this is not looking good for him on the home front as well. And of course, if you look back at how this war has evolved in the past 2 months, there have been little achievements, let alone, what Donald Trump was intending to curtail Iran's nuclear program. But now we have also this issue of the Strait of Hormuz.
And in terms of the Gulf allies, the Gulf countries and Iran's allies, how receptive do you think they will be to this message from the Supreme Leader today?
I think it's undoubtedly we're looking at some new arrangements and rearrangements, rather, of the Middle East. And first, Iran wants to have a say in this new reblocking. And also Gulf countries themselves are looking to new security alliances. Of course, we know the UAE, for instance, has relationships with Israel and close alliance with India. They are part of the Abrahamic Accords as well. By the way, that's the Sultan of Oman with the Iranian foreign minister who was there over the weekend. All the while, we know that Saudi Arabia has long had close ties to the United States. And I think Iran is trying to take advantage of this moment to realign itself mainly with Saudi Arabia. Also, mind you, that China has been looking into the instability in the region and trying to redefine its own relations with Gulf countries. So, Jane, a day will come when the dust is going to settle in the region, and each country in the GCC and the Gulf region is going to find new alliances and new security arrangements. All the while, we saw the UAE leaving OPEC. 12% of OPEC production comes from the UAE, and Qatar left OPEC in 2019. So again, a lot of change, a lot of movement. And going back to what the Iranian Supreme Leader said, again in a written message, by the way, we haven't yet seen him or heard from him, is that they want to be part of this rearrangement and they want to have a big say in it all.
Tara, thank you very much. You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, the Prime Minister is heckled during a visit to Golders Green. Welcome back to Sky News. We're just showing you these live pictures from our helicopter over northwest London. This is the ambulance centre that the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, visited just a short while ago, the Hatzola Ambulance Centre. That was, of course, the place that was attacked by arsonists just a few weeks ago. Those ambulances were replaced and the Prime Minister there visiting this part of Golders Green, very close to where the attack happened yesterday, to sit down and talk to community leaders, those who were involved in yesterday's arresting of this man, and also the Metropolitan Police and the local MP. But when he arrived to come to this meeting, the road outside is now clear and empty, but it was filled with hundreds of protesters, well over 100 people, very, very visibly and audibly angry, shouting at the Prime Minister, shouting shame on you, that he was a Jew hater, that he was a traitor, and saying show your face, because they were angry that he had come here and he had gone into a closed meeting and not spoken to those in the local community who were out there on the streets. Many there say they feel angry at the protection he's being afforded, that they don't feel it's protection that they have. Let's bring in our home editor, Jason Farrell, who is down there for us as well today. Jason, just talk to us about the anger that there is down there and what people down there are telling you about how they are feeling today. Oh, I don't think we've got communications with Jason yet. My apologies. But perhaps what we can show you is the reception that the Prime Minister received when he arrived at this ambulance centre in northwest London a short while ago. He was very, very loudly heckled by those on the streets. Let's see if we can play that to you now. Well, before the Prime Minister's visit, I spoke to the journalist and broadcaster Angela Epstein, who gave her reaction to the latest attack on the Jewish community.
I'm angry. I'm tired. I'm so tired of this. I mean, it's like, I said this in the piece in the Mail today. It's like a bingo card. You can tick off all the performative statements that we know we're going to hear after each new outrage occurs. We stand with the Jewish community. We'll fight antisemitism. We won't tolerate it in this country. Words, words, words. And we've seen, certainly tracking back from the last 6 months, circling back to the outrage at the Heaton Park Synagogue, which was actually where I got married and is very close to where I live. All this was promised then, and what we've seen in the subsequent months are arson attacks, the firebombing of a community ambulance service run by Jewish volunteers but open to all faiths and none. And now this hideous, hideous atrocity that occurred on a road I know very well, and many people will know that travel through North London, Golders Green Road. I mean, it's just utterly, utterly repugnant. And as the Jewish community, we're tired of hearing all the bleating words of weak-limbed politicians telling us that, we can't have this. Well, we are having it because it keeps continuing.
While we're talking to Angela, we're looking at some of that footage of what happened yesterday. And let's remind you of what happened yesterday. It was just after 11:20. Two men, one in his 70s and one in his 30s, were both stabbed with a knife while they were simply on the street. The elderly man was standing at a bus stop. The younger man was just walking along the street. They were both stabbed by a man in his 40s with a knife who ran down the street. Now, it meant that local community groups, the CST in Shomrim, were the first on the scene, who tried to arrest and stop this man. We can show you some of the body cam footage now.
Get down on the ground! Down on the ground! Down on the ground! Step back! Taser! Jacket! Taser! Get on the ground! Detention of power! Detention of power! Drop the knife! 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 Get off! Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Detention of power! Get off! Pull the arm out! Pull the arm out! Mate, pull his arm up! Pull his arm up! Mate, you're under arrest on suspicion of attempted murder. Should have to send him late harming defence. Do mention when questioned something which you later on in court.
Well, it's been revealed today that that man that the police arrested was known to the Prevent programme and was subject to a Prevent referral in 2020, which was closed in the same year. The police have said, though, that given that the investigation remains ongoing, they're not going to provide any further information in respect of the matter and that they remain focused on securing justice for the victims of the attack. Well, before he went up to North London to this ambulance centre a little earlier, Keir Starmer held a meeting at Downing Street with the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, the Home Secretary, the Attorney General and a number of others, where he talked about the duty on government and criminal justice agencies to respond quickly to these attacks on Wednesday that he has described as appalling. He said today is about part of the response, which is really important, which is the criminal justice response, because a number of people have been arrested, a number are going through the criminal justice system, and it's really important that we're able collectively to demonstrate that the response will be swift and visible. So after that meeting in Downing Street this morning, he then travelled up to Golders Green, did not perhaps get the reception that he was expecting. Hundreds of people outside shouting, "Shame on you, Keir Starmer, Jew harmer." But inside the meeting, this is what happened when he got inside the Hatzola Ambulance Centre. Let's have a listen in.
Good afternoon, Stephen Beck, Trumpy. Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you. Thank you. All appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you very much. I'm the CEO from Starmer. We've had some meetings actually yesterday morning.
Yes, I know my officials are actually updating me, and then we had this attack before PMQ. So
we really want to see you.
Yes, we want to do more with you as well. We've already made some changes.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming down. And I appreciate it. I know it's been difficult this morning, so I appreciate it.
Can you stand back a little bit? Sorry, stand back a bit. Okay, all right. Good to
I
think we're very lucky that.
Thank you very much for everything you're doing.
Because we really want to see the situation. It's so difficult. This is all very good. As well, he's having a back home. We don't know what's in there. We don't know what he has in there. So it's very difficult under the pressure because you're trying to thinking about them, especially me. Make sure people are safe. Make sure we can tackle them down. But whatever your training.
Hello, hi. I don't know if you're coming.
So move to come a bit just down there.
Down step.
Pardon?
Can you move down this way?
Guys, Paul, just come with me. We're going to move to the next bit. I just need a bit from here.
One more, please.
Cool. Guys, Paul to me. Step up. No, it's really
Okay, Paul, you can try and do a bit of it.
Paul, you need to move to me now.
Well, that was the scene inside the Hatzola Ambulance Centre, and this was what was happening outside. And you could really hear the shouts and the protests whilst the Prime Minister was talking to those emergency responders. Those were members of the CST, that is the UK's Jewish Security's leading organisation on antisemitism, extremism and anti-Jewish terrorism, and also people from Shomrim, which is a charity that operates a mobile neighbourhood watch service, and also Hatzola, of course, the ambulance centre itself. I recognised two of the people who were there talking to the Prime Minister, were two of the people we spoke to on Sky News yesterday, who were the two who were first on the scene. They talked about how, they told our cameras how it was about a minute and 20 seconds, I think they said, before when the first call came through, before they got down there on the scene, and that they were able to chase the man down the street. So the Prime Minister hearing firsthand from those who were there yesterday how it was, how stressful it is. And I heard a little bit of his conversation there. They were talking about their instinct and what just kicks in when an emergency like this happens. And remember that so many of these people who are taking part in this are volunteers. These are charity-funded organisations run by volunteers who are helping their local community. And that was the purpose of the Prime Minister's visit today, to thank these people. And then also, after this, he went inside and held a round table meeting again with these organisations to find out what more they need, and also with the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Mark Rowley. Well, this is was happening a little earlier inside the ambulance centre. Outside, our home editor, Jason Farrell, is also at Golders Green. Jason, just talk to us a little bit about the mood there today and what people are telling you there about how they feel.
Well, I actually went in with the Prime Minister and the camera that was filming him there. And when we got here to start with, there was nobody here. And somehow word got out, because really Number 10 didn't want people to know that he was coming here. Obviously, it is quite sensitive. They didn't really want to see lots of protesters outside and people knowing that he was here. We were told not to feed the pictures back until he left the scene. But word got out somehow, and you saw those people come down with the banners. Keir Starmer, Jew harmer is what they all said, and that's what they were shouting as well as his convoy arrived here and he came inside. And yeah, he could hear that when he got out of the car for sure. As he got out of the car, he was met by one of the community leaders who kind of said, look, sorry about that, sorry about the noise outside. But we're so glad you've come. We're so pleased to hear from you here in the community and see you here with your presence. And as he went round, I was listening in on the conversations, earwigging in on him and the Home Secretary, who were talking to the first responders, as was Mark Rowley, who was here as well as representative of the Met Police. And as well as talking about what they'd experienced and what they'd seen, there were people saying, look, you know, we appreciate we've got these extra police on the streets, but also don't feel the government's getting the tone right. You know, we do want to see more action around what they described as anti-Jewish marches through the streets of London. And what I heard Keir Starmer say to them was, yes, we were talking about that this morning in the roundtable meeting that you were referring to earlier. That is something we are talking about. And, you know, I couldn't hear everything he was saying, but it sounded like they were looking to take advances on that. And I heard one of the responders saying, well, that would be really appreciated. I also spoke to some of the first responders and afterwards, and what they had to say was just really interesting. I mean, a lot of things you were speaking to them about yesterday, about trying to pin this guy down. Also, some of the people who dealt with some of the injuries of the two victims. I spoke to Stephen Barrack and Jonathan Ukby, who were there when this man was pinned down, and they tried to, get the knife off him for quite a while. And what was also interesting was one of the medics here then treated him. So treated the attacker, the perpetrator. The first person to treat the perpetrator after he'd been knocked down and obviously had been quite badly injured by the tasering and the being held. The first person to treat that person was Jewish, was from the Jewish community, and did the vitals. Didn't want to appear on camera, didn't want to talk about it, but clearly helped with the medical work on the perpetrator after he had attacked the Jewish community. So it was a Jewish response to his injuries as well. And I think that's a really important message to get out there. I've also just come off the phone to Shami Rand, who is one of the victims, the 34-year-old. And he has told me that he is better today. He feels like he is recovering, that he will make a full recovery, but he has been stabbed in the chest. And there was an injury to his lung, and he feels like he's getting good attention. He was very well served when it happened. He only got stabbed once because he was able to run away. And he actually told me he hadn't realised he'd been stabbed until he got to safety, and then he realised how badly injured he was. And he too had this message for the government, really. He feels that the tone that has come from the government around international affairs, around the protests, he says translated directly to the injuries that he received yesterday. So that's from the bedside of one of the injured people in this horrific event yesterday.
Jason, you're our Home Affairs editor. It's your job to measure the mood of the country for a large part of what you do. Do you feel that we've reached some kind of pivot, some kind of tipping point in violence against Jewish communities in the UK?
I think we have. I think we've seen a growing problem that's particularly in this area and particularly around the Golders Green area in North London. But everyone's seen it happening and everyone's seen it growing, the anti-Semitic attacks on synagogues, the burning of the ambulances, and now this horrific attack here on the streets of Golders Green. But I don't feel like the Jewish community is feeling it yet. When I spoke to people, I said, what do you feel about the way the British public has responded to this? And I'm sure you've heard it as well. They say, well, we don't just want people from the Jewish community coming out and condemning this. We'd like to see more of the British public, the silent majority, who are no doubt appalled by this, just speaking up a little bit more for the Jewish community. That's what I'm hearing here.
Jason, thank you very much. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, warnings about a significant rise in the number of organised crime groups operating on our high streets.
A lifeline for millions of people living on both sides of one of the most volatile international borders.
It's dams like these that have become inflection points between the two nuclear-armed neighbours, which could potentially lead to water wars in the future. A terror attack has shattered the peace and tranquility of Kashmir. At least 26 people have been killed and as many injured when militants fired upon them. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
The old and young, all weary after being trapped for days as the worst floods have hit Kerala in a century.
3 days we are on a rooftop. They have no food, nothing.
The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. There have been reported deaths and many injuries, several critical.
Many families will grapple with the unimaginable loss of one of the worst disasters in India's aviation history.
The spiraling violence between two nuclear-armed neighbours that harbour decades of hostility just seems to be getting worse by the day.
Garbage dumps like this not only threaten the lives of millions of people, but also pose a deadly consequence on the environment and climate.
It is a source of death, decay, disease and pollution for hundreds of thousands of people living in its shadows.
There is so much disease because of this garbage. Sometimes it's so difficult to just breathe.
Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Over the next 45 days, an estimated 400 million Hindu pilgrims are expected to converge here in Prayagraj on the banks of the holy river Ganga and Yamuna. It's a real kaleidoscope of people from all walks of life.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere.
The day those present would never forget.
First question, Sky News.
Do you hate the thought of losing to him?
I hate the thought of losing to anyone.
Historic day here today.
They are pushing forward.
They dash to the water.
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK.
Why don't you go back to your country?
Huge questions to be grappled with.
That is totally unprecedented. Been quite some day.
Let me start with breaking news. The state of Britain's high streets has long been a national concern. Now there's warnings about a significant rise in the number of organised crime groups operating out of shops and vape retailers across the UK. A new report suggests up to 1 in 3 American-style sweet stores are operating as fronts for criminals, with Birmingham, Liverpool and London all considered hotspots. I'm joined now by John Herriman, who's the Chief Executive of the Chartered Trading Standards Institute. John, just tell us a little bit more about how bad you think the situation currently is and what impact it's having.
So the reason we've written the report is because we're just very, very concerned about the rise in activity by serious and organised crime groups. And we see that it's now prevalent across the UK, across the sort of 6,500 sort of high streets. And the scale and impact of serious and organised crime nationally across all areas and outside of the high street and things like road trade and doorstep crime is around £47 billion. So there's a huge impact to the economy. But also you've got that sort of local impact. So it rips the heart out of the high street. It means to say there isn't a level playing field for local legitimate businesses. Consumers are more at risk because they're able to get hold of effectively dodgy goods and things like tobacco and vapes that have dangerous chemicals in them. And it just means to say that that the high street is no longer as safe as it used to be. And around about a third of the public are saying, because of antisocial behaviour and because of local crime rates, that they feel sometimes that their local high street is becoming more lawless. And that's not good for local high streets. It's not good for the local community. And we're also seeing increased threats of intimidation and violence against trading standards officers themselves, who are just trying to protect local communities and make sure a local high street can thrive.
And that was my next question, really. I mean, when we think of trading standards, we think of the people who are meant to go in and find out whether a toy shop is selling dodgy toys so that the eyes might come off and a baby might swallow them, would be in my head what a trading standard officer is meant to be doing. You're not meant to be dealing with organised crime, are you? I mean, that seems to me to entirely change the job of the people doing what you do.
Yes, and that's exactly the reason that we're raising the profile of this. And it's not the job of trading standards to tackle serious and organised crime. But what serious and organised crime does is make the job of trading standards far, far more difficult. And what we're finding is because of the number of shops that now may be fronts for money laundering and other criminal activity, that trading standards officers may be thinking they're going into what is a normal, legitimate business to do their normal activity, as you've just described. But actually then finding that actually serious and organised crime are behind it. And serious and organised crime groups don't abide by the same sort of moral obligations and laws that the rest of us abide by, and therefore that's why you get those increased risks of threats and intimidation. And now about 3/4 of trading standards officers have highlighted that they've had those sort of really nasty threats of intimidation and violence, including threats of sexual violence against female trading standards officers. And we need to raise awareness of that as well, because all trading standards officers are doing is really trying to support their local community and support their local high street.
What do we need to do to change this? What powers, what resources do you think you need?
Well, one of the things that we're saying is that there needs to be an increased investment in trading standards officers locally. And there's been a decline over about the last 10 to 15 years, around about 50%. And we think that means to say there isn't enough, or there aren't enough boots on the ground, essentially, to make sure that we can support the local high street. And that also means to say that when you don't have that presence, that serious and organised crime see that as an opportunity and are able to step in. And we think over that period, they've not just got then a toehold, but they've now got a foothold. And so we think there needs to be more trading standards officers, and we've asked for a £100 million investment, which relative to the £47 billion is not a lot at all. And what we're also saying is there needs to be more partnership working and sustained partnership working with organisations like the National Crime Agency and police, because one, we need to identify where this is happening, then we need to make sure it's removed from the high street, and then we need to make sure that it never comes back again, and that's the critical element. And a key part of that is we're also asking for increased powers, because at the moment we can only close premises for around about 3 months. We'd like to be able to do that for up to 12 months and potentially indefinitely, where we see those sort of really nasty elements of serious and organised crime, and that will mean to say that the high street can be much safer.
John, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much. John Herriman from Trading Standards Institute. Thank you. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we're going to bring you more on the Prime Minister being heckled as he visits Golders Green a day after a terrorist attack on the street. Hello, you're watching Sky News Today. With me, Jane Secker. It's 3 o'clock. These are the headlines. The Prime Minister's heckled as he visits Golders Green a day after a terrorist attack leaves 2 Jewish men in hospital.
Take the taser! Get the ground! Detention of help! Detention of help! Drop the knife!
It follows the Metropolitan Police saying the suspect in the double stabbing was known to prevent counter-terror extremism programme and was referred back in 2020. The government pledges an extra £25 million to protect Jewish communities. We will have all the very latest developments live from the scene of yesterday's attack. Also ahead, Iran's supreme leader threatens US Gulf forces in the Gulf and says Tehran will protect its nuclear and missile capabilities. The Bank of England holds interest rates for now as the Iran war weighs on the global economic outlook. Plus, a neo-Nazi who drew up a kill list of customers and colleagues at the Tesco where he worked is found guilty of planning a mass gun attack. Been heckled during a visit to Golders Green in North London. It happened when Sir Keir Starmer arrived to meet emergency services who responded to yesterday's terrorist attack, which left 2 Jewish men in hospital.
Good afternoon, Stephen Beck-on-Chum. Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you. Thank you. All appreciate it. Thank you. Thank
Well, this was the reception that the Prime Minister got when he arrived by car earlier. Sky's Olivia Guthrie is live for us now in Golders Green. And Olivia, you were there yesterday and today. We heard those protesters outside booing and also shouts of Keir Starmer, Jew harmer. Keir Starmer is a traitor. Shame on you. Would you say that these shouts, this angry crowd, reflects the mood of that area where you've been for the last couple of days?
Well, certainly it does, and there has been an enormous amount of anger levelled at the government in the wake of this terror attack. When the Prime Minister arrived just before 12:30 here this lunchtime, there were dozens of protesters angrily shouting, as you say, Keir Starmer, Jew harmer, coward and traitor. There were armed officers with the Prime Minister, and they were angry that they were there to protect the Prime Minister, but that they weren't there yesterday to protect the Jewish community from the attack that took place here in Golders Green. Now, one man tried to jump in front of the Prime Minister's motorcade. He was wrestled to the ground by those police and moved out of the way, and the Prime Minister went in here to the Hatzola headquarters, that Jewish ambulance service that was firebombed last month. He had a roundtable meeting with local Jewish volunteers, and he was joined by the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, by the Justice Minister and local MP Sarah Sackman, and with the Met Commissioner Sir Mark Rowley. Now, Sir Mark Rowley and Sarah Sackman were themselves heckled here yesterday, and with chants of shame on you when we were here in the wake of that attack, but that was as nothing to the anger that the Prime Minister was subjected to this afternoon, and he left very much in a hurry afterwards, with the protesters saying that he was a coward, that he hadn't come out to see them face to face. Now, this afternoon we are learning a little more about this suspect who was taken into custody on suspicion of attempted murder yesterday. The 45-year-old British national who was born in Somalia had been He'd come to the UK in the 1990s, and in 2020 he had been referred to the government's Prevent programme, that counter-extremism programme, but he left that programme in the same year, and it's not clear at the moment as to why he left that programme, whether he excused himself from it or whether his case was closed. Now, he remains in custody this afternoon, not charged yet. He is under suspicion of attempted murder. Police would have had 24 hours to question him, and it's not clear whether they have officially extended those hours. We wait to hear from the Metropolitan Police, but that is the situation as we find it. The victims from yesterday also remain in hospital this afternoon, Jane.
Olivia, thank you very much. Well, in the last few moments, we've just had this from the Prime Minister on X. He's put out a statement saying yesterday's terror attack wasn't an isolated incident. It was the latest attack on the Jewish community for being Jewish. Today, I spoke with volunteers, first responders from Shomrim and Hatzolah to thank them for their bravery. He doesn't talk about the jeering and the boos, but he says, I know that this is a deeply worrying time for the whole community. My government is taking immediate action. We've increased enhanced funding for police patrols and protective security, and we're fast-tracking legislation to deal with malign state actors. My message to Jewish people is this: you belong here, and we will do everything we can to keep you safe. So that the latest message from Keir Starmer, including a couple of images from the ambulance visit that he made just a short while ago. Well, as Olivia was just saying, it's emerged that the suspect involved in yesterday's terror attack in North London was known to the Prevent programme. The Metropolitan Police says it made a referral to the counter-extremism strategy in 2020, and it was closed in the same year. This is the moment that the 45-year-old British Somalian man was arrested.
Get down on the ground! Down on the ground! Down on the ground! Step back! Take the taser! Jacket! Take the taser! Get on the ground! Detention of power! Detention of power! Drop the knife! 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 Get off! Drop the knife! Drop the knife! Detention of power! Get off! Pull the arm out! Pull the arm out! Mate, pull his arm up! Pull his arm up! Mate, you're under arrest on suspicion of attempted murder. Should have to send him mate harming defence. Do mention when questioned, something which you later on in court.
Well, as we've been telling you, in response to this incident, the government has pledged an extra £25 million to protect the country's Jewish communities. Talking to representatives of criminal justice agencies earlier, including the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, and the Home Secretary, the Prime Minister said swift, agile and visible action must be taken.
It's often said after an attack like that, a terror attack, an appalling attack, an anti-Semitic attack last night, it's often said that we stand with our Jewish community. But we do stand with our Jewish community, of course we do. But it's our fight as well. It's the fight of everyone in this country, because it's about what sort of a country do we want to live in. So yes, we stand with, we support our Jewish community, of course we do, but we've got to make this a bigger fight. It is a fight for what we believe is the kind of country that we ought to and want to live in. So this is our fight, and it's really important, I think, that we broaden it in that way.
Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who joins us now from Westminster. And John, the charge being laid at the Prime Minister is every time there is an attack on the Jewish community, there are warm words from the Prime Minister, the promise of more money, but that isn't necessarily always followed up with actual action.
And former Prime Minister Theresa May has joined in that criticism, Jane, in the last few minutes, just minutes, in fact, after the Prime Minister's message on X that you read out. Theresa May has said, I agree with the chief rabbi, that is Sir Ephraim Mervis, who said, and she says, words of condemnation are no longer sufficient. That was his words, and that's backed now by Theresa May. She says yesterday's attack and the escalating attacks have shown beyond doubt we must do more to protect our Jewish community. Without its Jews, Britain would not be Britain. In the first instance, we must now see better policing of marches, which have created a dangerous atmosphere of intimidation and violence. So that's from a former Prime Minister, Theresa May, and indeed a former Home Secretary, of course, who had responsibility for protest marches and so on. So she's talking about better policing of marches. Now, going back to what the Prime Minister has announced today, he talked about two things. One was more money to protect the Jewish community. Well, that's £25 million announced this morning. And as he put it, fast-tracking legislation to deal with malign state actors. That's what he said at that meeting in Downing Street earlier. So what does that mean? Well, what it means is prescribing, for example, a body known as the IRGC, that is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Now, this is something that's been recommended by the government's chief terrorism advisor, Jonathan Hall, and about a year ago, going back to when Yvette Cooper was Home Secretary, nothing has happened. To be fair, the Tories didn't do it either when they were in government, but now it looks as though finally that's going to happen. The King's speech, as we know, is on the 13th of May, and the PM's talking about fast-tracking that legislation. Normally, what that normally means is a one-day process in Parliament when a bill is absolutely rushed through all its stages, and one would imagine that the Conservatives and other opposition parties would back that. There has been a suggestion of a connection between this incident and the suspects with an Iranian group. And so that is presumably what has prompted that. But as Theresa May has said, words of condemnation are no longer sufficient. So the Prime Minister has learned a very painful lesson on his visit to Golders Green about the frustration, not just frustration, but hostility, fury even. We saw in those pictures where he was talking to what the government calls first responders. You could hear the noise of the heckles, the booing, the chanting from outside the yard where he was speaking to both security staff and medical staff. The two organisations he went to visit today were Shomrin, that is a Jewish security organisation. That means Shomrin is the Hebrew word for guard, and Hatzolah, the medical teams, that's the Hebrew for rescue or relief. So he met both of those. There were actually, I believe, some NHS medical staff there as well. There you can see the Prime Minister talking, and you can hear the noise. It is very, very audible. The Prime Minister will no doubt have said to his staff who said, "Oh, Prime Minister, you might get a bad reception when you go to Golders Green." He's almost certainly said, no, I want to go and meet the people there. I want to go and show my support. At his meeting in Downing Street this morning, he spoke about how last week he went to the Kenton synagogue and heard first hand from some of us in the synagogue who had been subject to an attack. I think that was last week or the week before. So the Prime Minister has gone to Golders Green to meet people very much involved in dealing with yesterday's attack. He's got a very hostile reception. His critics will say he's been behind closed doors. He hasn't met any of the members of the community who are angry and protesting. But as we've just heard in that tweet or X he's just put out, I know this is a deeply worrying time for the whole community. Well, there's not just worry, there's anger, as we've heard all too graphically. And he has stressed that the government's taking immediate action. I mean, that is a response to those critics who say, a lot of talk, not enough action. Well, he says they are taking action, enhanced funding for police patrols and protective security, and fast-tracking that legislation. But this has become a very painful visit for the Prime Minister, and it's become an enormous problem now, the security of the Jewish community. And obviously other politicians of other parties are having their say, and the Prime Minister does appear to be rather on the defensive, although he has insisted he is taking action. It's not just words, he's taking action as well.
OK, John, thank you very much. Let's just bring you some news coming to us from the courts, and this is from Wood Green Crown Court. The former Spandau Ballet frontman Ross Davidson has been jailed for 14 years after being found guilty of a series of rapes and sexual assaults against 6 women. It dates back to August 2013 to December 2019. He used Ross Wilde as his stage name, and he sang with the band in 2018, as well as starring in the Queen-themed West End musical We Will Rock You. He is from Finchley, 37-year-old. He'd pleaded not guilty to the charges, but back in January, jurors found him guilty of all of the charges. He was described following the charges as a prolific offender who carried out cowardly and opportunist assaults against his victims. During the trial, the court heard that he'd met the 2 women that he'd raped on the dating app Tinder and claimed that all of the sexual activity was consensual. The women said that that was not the case. So he was found guilty in January and has now been jailed for 14 years for a series of rapes and sexual assaults against 6 different women. To the Iran war now, and Iranian state media has broadcast what it says is a message from the supreme leader in which it says Iran will protect its nuclear and missile capabilities. In a written statement read aloud, the leader also said the Islamic Republic of Iran, as a practical expression of gratitude for the blessing of exercising management over the Strait of Hormuz, will secure the Persian Gulf region and dismantle the hostile enemy's exploitation of this waterway. We got reaction from our Middle East commentator Tara Kangalu a short while ago.
The way I read it, because I also read the Persian, the Farsi letter as well, he is projecting the sovereignty of the Strait of Hormuz, mainly telling the Gulf countries that this is a new era when it comes to the control and management of the strait, and we are stronger together. And by that, he's referencing the malign existence, as he put it, of the United States and foreign forces in the Strait of Hormuz and the region. Also, let's remember that one of the points that Iran raised during this war, mainly again to the Gulf countries and the GCC neighbors, is that the existence of U.S. bases and forces on their soil is the main reason for their lack of security, and that the only reason they're retaliating on these countries is precisely because of that. And the day should come when Gulf countries are free, and again, the words of the Iranian regime, of U.S. forces. All the while, Jane, I think it's important to note that the Iranian parliament just a few days ago drafted a law formalizing new rules on the Strait of Hormuz. And mind you that the foreign minister who was in Oman just over the weekend, he had conversations on a potential new mechanism through which both Oman and Iran will manage and monitor the passing through the strait.
None of this was certainly in the plan when Donald Trump started this war, was it?
No, not at all. And of course, he promised a quick and easy war, a low-cost war. And yesterday, Pentagon said that the war has cost the United States $25 billion. And that is the budget of NASA, just to put things in perspective. All the while, we see the impact, again, not just in Iran or people in the Gulf region or the Middle East, but around the world, Jane. Yesterday, crude oil, Brent rose over $120 per barrel, and in an all-time high in the past 4 years. Gas prices in the United States are over $4. So this is having a direct impact on the voters that took to the polls voting for Donald Trump. So this is not looking good for him on the home front as well. And of course, if you look back at how this war has evolved in the past 2 months, there have been little achievements, let alone, what Donald Trump was intending to curtail Iran's nuclear program. But now we have also this issue of the Strait of Hormuz.
And in terms of the Gulf allies, the Gulf countries and Iran's allies, how receptive do you think they will be to this message from the Supreme Leader today?
I think it's undoubtedly we're looking at some new arrangements and rearrangements, rather, of the Middle East. And first, Iran wants to have a say in this new reblocking. And also Gulf countries themselves are looking to new security alliances. Of course, we know the UAE, for instance, has relationships with Israel and and close alliance with India. They are part of the Abrahamic Accords as well. By the way, that's the Sultan of Oman with the Iranian foreign minister who was there over the weekend. All the while, we know that Saudi Arabia has long had close ties to the United States. And I think Iran is trying to take advantage of this moment to realign itself mainly with Saudi Arabia. Also, mind you, that China has been looking into the instability in the region and trying to redefine its own relations with Gulf countries. So, Jane, a day will come when the dust is going to settle in the region, and each country in the GCC and the Gulf region is going to find new alliances and new security arrangements. All the while, we saw the UAE leaving OPEC. 12% of OPEC production comes from the UAE, and Qatar left OPEC in 2019. So again, a lot of change, a lot of movement. And going back to what the Iranian Supreme Leader said, again in a written message, by the way, we haven't yet seen him or heard from him, is that they want to be part of this rearrangement and they want to have a big say in it all.
Tara Kangali there. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, a neo-Nazi who drew up a kill list of customers and colleagues at the Tesco where he worked is found guilty of planning a mass gun attack.
With respect, Minister, answer the question. It's you. Hello and welcome. I'm Cathy Newman. So could the outcome of these elections be manipulated? New me, new show, new furniture. Hard news needs a hard chair. I feel like I'm in therapy. Oh, there's room for two on this one. Do you think people will take me seriously with my feet up?
Sorry, madam, but we're closing now.
Oh, sorry. Sofa sorted. Let's get this show on the road.
A 21-year-old man has been found guilty at the Old Bailey of planning a mass gun attack after being snared by MI5 in an undercover sting. Alfie Coleman was arrested in September 2023 in a supermarket car park and found to be in possession of a semi-automatic pistol and 200 bullets. Sky's Molly Malone has the story.
A teenager intent on terror. Alfie Coleman was 19 when he was arrested in a supermarket car park as part of an undercover operation. He'd just been filmed picking up a deactivated gun from the boot of a car and hundreds of rounds of ammunition, which he'd saved thousands of pounds for from earnings at his part-time job at Tesco. The court heard how he'd branded staff there race traitors for having partners who weren't white, compiling a kill list of former colleagues and customers. He was, said prosecutors, a white supremacist neo-Nazi who believed in extreme right-wing thoughts, idolising Adolf Hitler and also the man who murdered MP Joe Cox.
Alfie Coleman was planning to carry out a mass casualty attack. He'd been self-radicalised from the age of 14, but in summer 2023 we started to see his behaviour change, and he was actively seeking to purchase firearms.
Investigators said Coleman was brought up in what they described as a normal family with a normal education. But having spent considerable time behind closed doors during COVID, pictures from his bedroom show signs of radicalisation.
We are seeing in our casework younger and younger people that are online, that are being exposed to terrorism-related material and either radicalising, self-radicalising or being influenced by others.
Coleman had admitted trying to obtain a firearm as well as having terrorist material. The makings of a petrol bomb were found in his bedroom, but he denied preparing an attack. His interest in extreme ideology would continue from Coleman's prison cell. He drew weapons and Nazi symbols in notes written while he was inside. He wrote that he remains steadfast to secure the existence of my people and a future for white children, and said, "Long live the Aryan race." Police say it's not clear who Alfie Coleman intended on attacking. He researched mosques in France, written about hijacking a plane, and had a kill list for what he thought were traitors working at Tesco. There had been no prior police contact or interaction with the de-radicalisation programme Prevent, nor were his parents said to have had knowledge of his mindset. He was a lone operator, intent on harm. Molly Malone, Sky News.
Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news about the Golders Green attack. And Sky News now understands the name of the 45-year-old man who was arrested by police yesterday on suspicion of attempted murder in Golders Green is Essa Suleiman. That's Essa Suleiman is the name that Sky News understands to be this man, a man seen walking along the road in Golders Green yesterday. You can see a knife, what appears to be a knife in his hand there. That is the latest that we have on that police investigation. Let's bring you now the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Tomorrow will bring more warm sunshine, but there'll be some showers around as well, some of them thundery. The bank holiday weekend will be cooler and more widely unsettled. Most places look dry, sunny and breezy to end the afternoon, but Ireland and the far southwest of Britain will see outbreaks of rain. That rain is going to turn showery overnight while moving across other western parts. Further east, we can expect dry and clear conditions. It'll be mild in the south and west, chilly elsewhere, and the wind will finally ease. Plenty of sunshine tomorrow morning, but Northern Ireland and Western Britain look cloudier with a few showers.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, protesters vent their anger at the Prime Minister as he visits the Golders Green terror attack site. Welcome back. Let's just tell you a little bit more about the name of the person that is involved in the Golders Green terror attack. As we understand it, the suspect, Sky News understands, is Essa Suleiman. That is the name of the 45-year-old man arrested on suspicion of attempted murder in Golders Green yesterday. Any more information on that and we will bring it to you. Now, the Prime Minister was heckled this afternoon as he visited the site of the attack in Golders Green in northwest London. He was meeting emergency services who responded to the attack, which left 2 Jewish men in hospital. This is the moment that he was jeered. Posting on X, Sir Keir Starmer was keen to reassure the UK's Jewish community, saying yesterday's terror attack wasn't an isolated incident. It was the latest attack on the Jewish community for being Jewish. Today, I spoke with volunteers, first responders from Shomrim and Hatzolah, to thank them for their bravery. I know that this is a deeply worrying time for the whole community. My government is taking immediate action. We've increased enhanced funding for police patrols and protective security, and we're fast-tracking legislation to deal with malign state actors. My message to Jewish people is this: you belong here, and we will do everything we can to keep you safe. Well, earlier, I spoke to Jonathan Cohen, who went down and saw the Prime Minister and was one of those heckling. He explained why he joined the demonstrations as Sir Keir Starmer arrived.
I think his goal is to protect Jews, but I think that he lacks the ability or the will to really practically do anything about it. Offering £25 million to increase our level of security is a drop in the ocean. And the solution to all of this is not building the walls higher. It's taking action in the first place that stops attacks on this community. And he has shown himself to be completely incapable of doing that or unwilling to do so.
Jonathan, I can sense your anger. It's coming across really clearly. What do you think needs to change and needs to change now?
There are immediate steps that the government could take. One of them is to stop the hate marches that are taking place throughout the big cities of this country. They are absolutely dreadful. If you have people walking through city centres chanting to globalise the Intifada, what does the government think will happen? Of course, people are going to globalise that Intifada, and that results in dead Jews. Purge the health system and the education system of anti-Semites. Stop teaching people to hate Jews. Allow Jews to use the NHS without being frightened of ill treatment. Fast-track prosecutions for anti-Semitism and make people understand that there are consequences if you cause harm to Jews. Prescribe the IRGC. Stop people walking around with posters of the Ayatollah, a man who said that Jews were bacteria and should be wiped out. These are simple, straightforward steps that could be taken now. And the question is, why haven't they been taken?
Why do you think they haven't?
Because we are, as I said before, a tiny number of people. Our votes do not count. No one is willing to take the necessary steps to protect us.
Well, our correspondent Graham Stothard is in Golders Green and gave this update.
I've been here since this morning and people have been approaching me, telling me about their frustrations, telling me about their fear as well. But I think Keir Starmer's visit really brought that to the surface. As he was driven in for this roundtable meeting, there were chants of Keir Starmer Jew harmer, there were chants of traitor, there were chants of coward as well. At one point, a man tried to jump in front of the motorcade. He was wrestled away by police. And throughout the meeting, as it went on, people outside did start to drift off. But as I was talking to them, there was a real sense that they wanted him to come and speak to them. They wanted him to come and address them. Yes, it was a crowd. Yes, they understood that it might be intimidating, but they wanted him to address the community that feels left behind. They wanted him to talk to them, not just behind locked gates, not just speaking to people behind locked gates. Obviously, he was in a round-table meeting with the first responders of that incident yesterday. The first responders from Hatzola, that's the Jewish Community Ambulance Service, and Shomrim as well. He was joined by Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood. He was joined by the Metropolitan Commissioner as well, Mark Rowley. Now, Mark Rowley was heckled when he came here yesterday. The heckling compared to Keir Starmer's entrance, I mean, it was a cakewalk in comparison. As I said, chants of Keir Starmer Duharma. There were posters up in windows. There were people filming out of windows. A really tense atmosphere here. There were impromptu chants of coward when people getting frustrated that they felt like he was hiding away behind locked gates. Dozens of police officers, as I mentioned, some of them were armed as well, and there was frustration at the number of police officers, feelings that, well, they weren't here yesterday, so why are they here to protect the Prime Minister when they weren't here to protect the Jewish community? That's how they see it. Real frustration, a very tense atmosphere, and a feeling that he wasn't facing up to his words with appropriate action.
Well, we can tell you that in the next 10 to 15 minutes, the Prime Minister is going to make a statement on camera about the attack in Golders Green from number 10, and we will bring that to you live. A little earlier, I spoke to the journalist and broadcaster Angela Epstein. She gave her reaction to the latest attack.
I'm angry. I'm tired. I'm so tired of this. I mean, it's like I said this in the piece in the Mail today. It's like a bingo card. You can tick off all the performative statements that we know we're going to hear after each new outrage occurs. We stand with the Jewish community. We'll fight antisemitism. We won't tolerate it in this country. Words, words, words. And we've seen, certainly tracking back from the last 6 months, circling back to the outrage at the Heaton Park Synagogue, which was actually where I got married and is very close to where I live. All this was promised then, and what we've seen in the subsequent months are arson attacks, the firebombing of a community ambulance service run by Jewish volunteers but open to all faiths and none. And now this hideous, hideous atrocity that occurred on a road I know very well, and many people will know that travel through North London, Golders Green Road. I mean, it's just utterly, utterly repugnant. And as the Jewish community, we're tired of hearing all the bleating words of weak-limbed politicians telling us that, we can't have this. Well, we are having it because it keeps continuing.
Why do you think Jewish people haven't been listened to, that their concerns haven't been heeded?
Well, the cynical part of me would say that we are less than 0.5% of the population. So if you do the calculations from a political perspective, our words and our concerns for a politician potentially fighting for electoral favour or even survival in the case of our Prime Minister, then there are other quarters where the noise and clamour from those particular corners of the electorate, where it will be much more effective to sort of side with their concerns.
And just a reminder, the Prime Minister is expected to make a statement on camera in the next 10 minutes or so about the attack in Golders Green, and we will bring that to you live on Sky. Now, the Bank of England has held interest rates as the impact of the Iran war weighs on the economy. The Monetary Policy Committee voted to keep the base rate at 3.75%. Our business and economics correspondent Paul Kelso spoke to the Governor, Andrew Bailey, a little earlier.
Consumers will see potential inflation at 6.2%, interest rates at above 5% again, and they have very recent memories of what that feels like. We've had extraordinarily high inflation from which many households haven't recovered. And I suppose the question many will have is what they're looking for is a sense from you of how likely is that to come to pass?
Well, going back to the point I made in response to Maureen's question, the sheer volatility of what we're looking at makes it, I think, very hard to put probabilities on things. This is the problem, one of the problems we're dealing with. So, we've been very careful not to put probabilities on these scenarios because it moves around too much. I think the point I would make, though, and I think reiterate something I said earlier, this is very important. The longer this general state goes on, the more difficult it becomes. I'm afraid that is something we can sort of fairly easily deduce. So look through the volatility. the longer this problem goes on and the longer the disruption to energy supplies goes on, other things equal, it's likely that therefore energy prices will stay higher and the more difficult the scenario we're in.
But the one thing I would add is the numbers that in that scenario show what happens under the market path. So assume the market path. If we were in a scenario where we saw much higher inflationary pressures like that, we would of course have to take policy action to lean against them, and so that would bring inflation down.
Now, the state of Britain's high streets has long been a national concern. Now there's a warning about a significant rise in the number of organised crime groups operating out of shops and vape retailers across the UK. The new report suggests that up to 1 in 3 American-style sweet stores are operating as fronts for criminals, with Birmingham, Liverpool and London all considered hotspots. Our North of England correspondent Shingi Marariki reports on the retailers that aren't quite what they seem.
You may have noticed the changing shape of Britain's high streets.
Used to be nice shops, could shop safely, you can't now.
I can't see any recovery in the high streets in the imminent future whatsoever.
We've lost our high streets, they've been hijacked.
A new report by the Chartered Trading Standards Institute has revealed many of the shops replacing some of the country's most recognisable brands aren't what they seem, and are cover-ups for serious organised crime groups, illegal activity hiding in plain sight. In some areas, as many as half of convenience stores and vape shops, up to a third of American candy stores, and a quarter of fast food takeaways are estimated to have links with organised crime.
The main thing from our report is the scale of the problem. It's endemic across the UK. These aren't legitimate law-abiding businesses. They are not paying tax. They're not sticking to the standards, so they're really undermining the level playing field for business. The challenge is trading standards lacks the resources right now. We've seen a decade and a half of cuts to the trading standards workforce. We need more boots on the ground.
Since the COVID pandemic, the high street has been struggling. As shops have closed, criminal gangs have moved in, with some of those businesses linked to money laundering, modern slavery, and the sale of counterfeit goods. Birmingham is one of the country's hotspots for organised crime groups operating on the high street. So I just walked down this street and went to a kind of cluster of shops in the corner, and in 10 minutes managed to get 3 items. This Arsenal shirt, which was £20, this Dolce & Gabbana wallet, which was £8, a Louis Vuitton bag, which was £5. Are you surprised that you're able to get this amount of items this quickly?
Unfortunately not. What might appear to just be a one-off shop that's selling knockoff goods, a one-off market stall, it's actually a lot more insidious. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes. We're seeing links to really serious organised criminality, things like modern slavery, human trafficking. But also what we're seeing is that the counterfeiters, they really see counterfeiting as a low-risk, high-profit form of crime.
The government say they are working with police and trading standards to take the strongest possible action against these criminal businesses. But those dealing with the issue every day say it needs to be addressed urgently, not just to keep consumers safe, but to protect national security. Shingi Marike, Sky News, Birmingham.
The golfing world was torn apart 4 years ago when the controversial breakaway Live Tour was launched, attracting many of the sport's top stars with its multi-billion-dollar backing by Saudi Arabia. Now it's been revealed that the funding is being pulled at the end of the season, throwing the whole project into doubt. Live have announced that they're now focusing on securing long-term financial partners. To do this, they've appointed a new independent board. The chairman of that board, Gene Davis, says Live Golf has built something truly differentiated, a global league with passionate fans, world-class talent and demonstrated commercial momentum. The executive leadership team see a clear opportunity to help the league formalise its structure, attract and secure long-term capital and position the business for growth. We're going to take you to Keir Starmer, talking at number 10 right now.
Suffered yet another vile terrorist attack. 2 men stabbed in broad daylight on the streets of Golders Green because they were Jews. I've just come back from Golders Green, where I expressed my sadness and solidarity with that community, but also my determination to act. Because the truth is, this attack is not a one-off. There have been a series of attacks, including an arson attack in Hendon, an attack on the Jewish ambulance service, Hatzolah, the firebombing of Kenton United Synagogue, which I visited last week. And on top of all this, Heaton Park in Manchester last October, where 2 Jewish men were killed in a vile Islamist attack on their synagogue. And so people are scared to show who they are in their community, scared to go to synagogue and practice their religion, scared to go to university as a Jew, to send their children to school as a Jew, to tell their colleagues that they are Jewish, even to use our NHS. Nobody should live like that in Britain, but Jews do. And so yesterday, this anxiety that is always there went to another place, to terror, frankly. That is the right word. I want to thank the Jewish security services who wrestle with this every day and who, alongside the police, prevented a much greater tragedy yesterday. I met some of the first responders today, and on behalf of the country, I thank them for their bravery. We will strengthen the visible police presence in our Jewish communities. We will increase our investment in those Jewish security services. We will introduce much stronger powers to shut down charities that promote anti-Semitic extremism. We will prevent hate preachers from entering our country, bar them from our campuses, our streets, our communities. Work with our justice system to speed up sentencing on anti-Semitic attacks, so there is a stronger deterrence factor, as we do with riots. And we need stronger powers to tackle the malign threat posed by states like Iran, because we know for a fact that they want to harm British Jews, which is why we will fast-track the necessary legislation. And yet, the truth is, while we can and we will bring the full power of the state to bear on this, this is about society every bit as much as it is about security. At moments like this, we often say, this is not Britain, that these attacks are an affront to British values, to British tolerance, British decency. But they keep happening, don't they? And so today, instead, I will simply say that our values are not a gift handed down generation to generation. They are something we earn each day through action. They come from us. Anti-Semitism is an old hatred. History shows that the roots are deep. And if you turn away, it grows back. Yet far too many people in this country diminish it. They either don't see it or they don't want to see it. Take the marches that happen regularly across Britain. Of course, we protect freedom of speech and peaceful protest in this country. But if you are marching with people wearing pictures of paragliders without calling it out, you are venerating the murder of Jews. if you stand alongside people who say globalise the intifada, you are calling for terrorism against Jews. And people who use that phrase should be prosecuted. It is racism, extreme racism. And it has left a minority community in this country scared, intimidated, wondering if they belong. So I say again, this government will do everything in our power to stamp this hatred out. We will strengthen our security and protect our Jewish community. But I also call on everyone decent in this country to open their eyes to Jewish pain, Jewish suffering, and Jewish fear. I call on everyone to come together and fight anti-Semitism. And I call on everyone to fight for the decent, respectful, tolerant Britain that I and millions of people love, so that our freedom and our values can still speak loud and true to a community that can no longer take it on faith. Thank you. I will now take a couple of questions. I think first from Paul.
Prime Minister, you've just been heckled on a visit to Golders Green. One of the victims of this attack says he feels let down and the government isn't doing its job to make Jewish people feel safe. Can you say hand on heart that you have done everything you can, and do you owe the Jewish community in the UK an apology?
Well, can I start by saying I absolutely understand the high levels of anxiety and concern that there are, reflected in the various reactions over the last day or two. I completely understand. That anxiety has been there for a very long time, and the appalling terrorist attack yesterday made it worse. In terms of what we've done, we have called an emergency COBRA yesterday to make sure that we're coordinating the response and putting the necessary security in place. I pulled together the various criminal justice agencies this morning to make sure that together we can show that justice will be swift, effective and visible to give confidence to people. We had already put in enhanced funding for security, and we'll put more funding in now. We're looking at what further measures we can take on protests, particularly in relation to chants, to banners, and the repeated nature of protests. We're, of course, looking at what more needs to be done in health and education. And we will fast-track powers to deal with malign state actors. So there is a lot that is being done. Of course, we need to do everything we can. But we do also need to ensure that this is something the whole country is prepared to call out, to see, and to fight against. Thank you. I'll take PA.
Prime Minister, the police have said that the suspect in this case had previously been referred to Prevent. This looks like another failure for that programme. Can we trust that Prevent can keep us safe from extremism?
The investigation is obviously still ongoing, and so we haven't got all the facts yet. But Prevent was reviewed, and we made changes after the Southport attack. We need to be open to learning any further lessons that may come out of this investigation, but we're at a very early stage at this point. Thank you very much.
Well, that there, Keir Starmer making a statement about what happened yesterday in Golders Green, talking about how the Jewish community in the UK now feel. He says Jewish people are scared. They're scared at synagogue. They're scared to go to university. They're scared at school. They're scared to tell their colleagues they're Jewish. And he even talked about the NHS. He said they're scared to use our NHS. No one should live like that in Britain, he said, but Jews do. He also talked about what more the rest of Britain needs to do. It is an affront to British tolerance, values and decency, he said. And he talked about the marches that we've seen on our streets, especially through the capital. And he says if you're marching with people who have got paragliders on them, that is venerating terrorism. If you are chanting globalise the intifada, you are glorifying terrorism. So quite strong words from the Prime Minister. He says everyone needs to open their eyes to Jewish suffering, pain and fear. This community can no longer take it on their own. Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig, in Westminster. That was quite powerful, I think, wasn't it, John, from the Prime Minister? His wife is Jewish. He's obviously speaking from the heart here, but there will be his critics who will say that what they want to see is absolute action. He's not talking about banning these marches, is he?
No, not banning them, but he did talk his answer to the second question there about the protests, and talked about speeches and banners there. So perhaps they are considering some sort of tougher laws on those protests, those marches. The second question was about the Prevent programme, which clearly failed here, and that is clearly something the government needs to look at. Going back to his words before the questions, you mentioned, Jane, where he said if you stand alongside people who say globalise the intifada, he did say people who use that phrase should be prosecuted. It's racism, extreme racism. It's left a minority community scared, intimidated, wondering if they belong. The first question was about the heckling that he faced. He said, I absolutely understand the high level of anxiety. Clearly, there are a lot of worries, and people reflect the fears of the Jewish community. What he seems to be talking about in terms of action, he's announced more cash for security and so on, better policing. But he's talked a phrase he used just now, like he did this morning when he was meeting the criminal justice people, judges and so on, the prosecutors, fast-tracking legislation. Now, where we are with legislation, obviously Parliament prorogued yesterday. There's a King's speech coming on the 13th of May. And if he's going to fast-track legislation, well, he needs some simple bills that he can get through Parliament quickly, ones that are going to get the support from the opposition parties. We've seen this with anti-terror laws before, where a government brings them in, emergency measures at short notice. They go through all their parliamentary stages in 1 or possibly 2 days, one for the Commons or one for the Lords. Clearly, he's hoping they can do that. He was talking about, in terms of one of the other measures, he's talking about, he mentioned just now, speeding up sentencing on anti-Jewish attacks, a bit like the government has already done for riots, but moves that came in after the Southport riots. So he's mentioned a few proposals there, but clearly the mood is very raw, as he acknowledged in answer to that first question. And clearly he's felt he's got to respond and be seen to be on the front foot. There will be those who say he's on defensive. Theresa May is amongst those who's criticised him this afternoon, saying words are not enough. But he did seem to accept the fear. I mean, early on in that speech, he was talking about people being scared to show who they are in the community, scared to go to the synagogue, practice their religion, scared to go to university as a Jew, send their children to school as a Jew, tell their colleagues they're Jewish, even to use our NHS. So clearly, I think the hostile reception that he got, and obviously the conversations he's had in Golders Green, have had an impact on him. He is promising action, but critics will no doubt say more needs to be done.
John, thank you. Good afternoon. It is 4 o'clock. We begin the hour with breaking news. And in the last few minutes, the Prime Minister has been speaking from Downing Street in response to yesterday's Golders Green terror attack, which left 2 Jewish men in hospital. Let's just listen back to what he's just had to say.
Yesterday, Britain's Jewish community suffered yet another vile terrorist attack. 2 men stabbed in broad daylight on the streets of Golders Green because they were Jews. I've just come back from Golders Green, where I expressed my sadness and solidarity with that community, but also my determination to act. Because the truth is, this attack is not a one-off, there have been a series of attacks, including an arson attack in Hendon, an attack on the Jewish ambulance service, Hatzolah, the firebombing of Kenton United Synagogue, which I visited last week. And on top of all this, Heaton Park in Manchester last October, where 2 Jewish men were killed in a vile Islamist attack on their synagogue. And so people are scared to show who they are in their community, scared to go to synagogue and practice their religion, scared to go to university as a Jew, to send their children to school as a Jew, to tell their colleagues that they are Jewish, even to use our NHS. Nobody should live like that in Britain, but Jews do. And so yesterday, this anxiety that is always there went to another place, to terror, frankly. That is the right word. I want to thank the Jewish security services who wrestle with this every day and who, alongside the police, prevented a much greater tragedy yesterday. I met some of the first responders today, and on behalf of the country, I thank them for their bravery. We will strengthen the visible police presence in our Jewish communities. We will increase our investment in those Jewish security services. We will introduce much stronger powers to shut down charities that promote anti-Semitic extremism. We will prevent hate preachers from entering our country, bar them from our campuses, our streets, our communities. Work with our justice system to speed up sentencing on anti-Semitic attacks, so there is a stronger deterrence factor, as we do with riots. And we need stronger powers to tackle the malign threat posed by states like Iran, because we know for a fact that they want to harm British Jews, which is why we will fast-track the necessary legislation. And yet, the truth is, while we can and we will bring the full power of the state to bear on this, this is about society every bit as much as it is about security. At moments like this, we often say, this is not Britain, that these attacks are an affront to British values, to British tolerance, British decency. But they keep happening, don't they? And so today, instead, I will simply say that our values are not a gift handed down generation to generation. They are something we earn each day through action. They come from us. Anti-Semitism is an old hatred. History shows that the roots are deep. And if you turn away, it grows back. Yet far too many people in this country diminish it. They either don't see it or they don't want to see it. Take the marches that happen regularly across Britain. Of course, we protect freedom of speech and peaceful protest in this country. But if you are marching with people wearing pictures of paragliders without calling it out, you are venerating the murder of Jews. If you stand alongside people who say globalize the Intifada, you are calling for terrorism against Jews. And people who use that phrase should be prosecuted. It is racism, extreme racism. And it has left a minority community in this country scared, intimidated, wondering if they belong. So I say again, this government will do everything in our power to stamp this hatred out. We will strengthen our security and protect our Jewish community. But I also call on everyone decent in this country to open their eyes to Jewish pain, Jewish suffering, and Jewish fear. I call on everyone to come together and fight antisemitism. And I call on everyone to fight for the decent, respectful, tolerant Britain that I and millions of people love, so that our freedom and our values can still speak loud and true to a community that can no longer take it on faith.
Keir Starmer there. Well, we're now beginning to get a bigger picture of the suspect involved in the terror attack in North London yesterday. Sky News understands the name of the man arrested on suspicion is 45-year-old British Somali Essa Suleiman. Earlier this afternoon, the Metropolitan Police confirmed that the suspect was already known to their counter-terrorism extremism prevent programme and was referred there in 2020. Well, our Home Editor, Jason Farrell, has spoken on the phone to one of the victims of the attack, Shlomi Rand, who is still recovering in hospital. This is his conversation.
Hello, it's Jason. Is that Shlomi?
Yes. Hi, Jason. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yes, I'm recovering. I'm doing better than I did yesterday. Thanks God. Hopefully I'll be better soon.
And what are your injuries?
Stabbed in my chest. Touched my lungs, and my lungs have to recover. As an oxygen was reduced now.
Just talk me through what happened from what you can remember.
Basically, I was walking the street. I'm sure you saw the footage. It's been all around. Everyone's seen it. I was walking the street, regular, comfortably. I was on the phone, and this fellow came towards me, running towards me, and he just stabbed me in my chest. Most probably, as you saw in the footage, I've jumped back and I've managed to escape, so it was only one stab. Thanks God, he could have taken my life, but thanks God I'm here. I had major miracles. I'm here today and I could talk to you.
Did he say anything?
He didn't say anything, no, nothing.
And how long did you have any warning whatsoever of what he was about to do?
Yeah, I didn't have any warning, no warning at all.
Yeah. So you managed to get away with your injury.
I didn't see his knife. I didn't know at the moment that I was stabbed. I just ran. I saw that he was chasing me, and I ran to a nearby synagogue to take shelter. That way, I noticed that I'm bleeding.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then who helped you?
Then the local Atzola, I don't know if you have heard of Atzola, they came down, they were the first members on scene.
Yes.
We had the Metropolitan Police and the London Ambulance, and the HEMS came right after.
Yeah.
And they've taken me to the hospital.
Well, we're actually standing in Hazola's first aid room as we speak with all their kit. They've just been meeting the Prime Minister. First of all, your message to the people who helped you, the medics from this unit.
The medics from the unit, they were fabulous. Calmed me down on scene.
Yeah.
Gave me the necessary treatment, covering up the wounds and gave me the oxygen, and they made sure my health was taken care of. And
And the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's just been down here. What would you say to the Prime Minister?
What I'd say to the Prime Minister, I'd say that it's time to stop to ignore what's happening in the streets of London and take charge.
And what do you think he needs to do?
First of all, change the tone, the way he speaks about our people. Obviously, what gets discussed in government and Downing and in Parliament, the tone of what's going on there gets reflected, obviously, in the media, and especially what's going on now with Middle East, in the Middle East with Israel and Iran. Obviously, most of the Jewish people living in England are not Israeli citizens whatsoever, but he kind of links what's going on in the Middle East to the Jewish people, and obviously the results get reflected with the London streets not being safe.
So do you see a direct link between the language used by government and what happened to you?
Definitely.
And do you feel that they should take more legislative action in terms of stopping protests and things?
Stopping protesting. Obviously, freedom of speech has got a limit. Set the proper limits and take care of potential threats.
Yeah.
I must say the counter-terrorism officers, they came to visit me. They've done a fabulous job. They've been very professional and very thoughtful. Yeah, but if work would have been done, prior to this incident, and this incident might have been prevented. That's basically what I've got to say.
Jason Farrell in conversation there with one of the victims of yesterday's attack in Golders Green. Well, earlier today, the Prime Minister visited the scene. He was heckled during his visit. He arrived to meet emergency services who responded to yesterday's terrorist attack, which left the two men in hospital.
Good afternoon, Stephen Beckman from Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you. All appreciated. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, this was the reception that the Prime Minister got when he arrived by car a little earlier. Scenes from Golders Green a little earlier today, really reflecting the clear anger that there is amongst the community in London, the Jewish community in London and elsewhere across the UK. Now, the King and Queen are on the final day of their US state visit today and have just been waved off from the White House by President Trump and the First Lady. Our royal commentator, Alistair Bruce, is watching across those images and he can talk us through them now. Alistair, take it away.
Well, it's been a very successful tour, and I think for the King to have the chance to just end it with a farewell with the President and First Lady in the diplomatic reception room of the White House. They've got on obviously very well, and it has been a chance for the King on behalf of the United Kingdom to make that relationship better. And this is when they arrived. They were met by the President and the First Lady, who took them into the diplomatic reception room, which is just through the door from the South Lawn. But first of all, there was a photograph for the many press who are here to watch the end of what has been a very successful tour. Obviously, the usual ceremonial has been enforced throughout. The President has made sure that the very best has been laid on for the King. The King is wearing his medals and his neck decoration because his next task is to go to the Arlington National Cemetery, where on behalf of the United Kingdom he will lay his wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. But it has been a tremendously successful visit for the King. He's had 4 days, one up in New York yesterday. He had that first day of being welcomed by the President, and that was informal, but it was here at the South Door again. And then on the second day, the formal reception, when a parade was laid on for the King at this very point. And all the very best parading was laid on for the King, and it's been a busy day for him. The King is now arriving at the Arlington National Cemetery, where he will lay his wreath. And that is taking place now as the cars arrive for the King to do this really special marking of the association between British forces and American forces. He'll also be going to visit the Cross of Sacrifice, representing those United States service personnel who died in their service with the Canadian forces, to underscore again, as King of Canada, all those links that exist between the United States and with Canada and with the United Kingdom. The King and Queen are being welcomed by Major General Antoinette Gant. She is the Commanding General of the Joint Task Force of the National Capital Region and is responsible for making sure that when any state visitor comes to the tomb of the unknown warrior, all the proper respect is given. Also in the background, in the white dress, you can see there is Ambassador Monica Crawley, well, she's there, I think she's somewhere in the background there. Also, the Ambassador of the United Kingdom is in the party, and the Foreign Secretary. But the King will be told exactly what's happening on this board, which has been placed there, so he understands what his role is as he goes up what is, you will see, the most beautiful avenue up towards the tomb itself. The idea of an unknown warrior started in the United Kingdom and in France after the First World War, and America decided to choose one of its own, and 4 unknown soldiers from the 4 main battlefields of the First World War were brought to the town hall in Marne in France, where a young sergeant was chosen to go in with a wreath of white roses and to choose which of the 4 coffins to select. He had no idea where or which battlefield they'd come from, and when he left the room, that chosen unknown warrior was brought back in state. He lay under the rotunda of the Capitol building and then was brought for a state funeral here, with the President of the United States at the time acting as the chief mourner. Very similar in style to the unknown warrior of the United Kingdom and of all other countries who represent all those who did not come home. So the King will pass up this path, which is to the right-hand side as he approaches the stairs to where the unknown warrior lies, in a tomb which has the very moving words inscribed, "Here rests in honored glory an American soldier known but to God." And as the King comes, he passes by the colors and standards of today's United States service people, the 6 parts of the armed forces of the United States Army, United States Marine Corps, United States Navy, United States Air Force, the United States Space Force, and the United States Coast Guard. For the King and the Queen, who will lay a wreath to honor the unknown warrior, there will also be 3 other tombs just beside the unknown warrior, which contain unknown warriors from the Second World War, from the Korean War, and from Vietnam. It's felt now that in battles that take place, unknown warriors are less likely to be found because so much science has made it possible to identify and recognize who former soldiers were. Major General Antoinette Gant, who will lead the King up the central path now to the stairs. And again, a very beautiful sward of turf. And this whole area of the Arlington National Cemetery is so beautifully maintained. A moment of silence.
Present! Present!
In 1957, Elizabeth II came and laid her wreath here when she visited President Eisenhower, who had been the supreme Allied commander in Europe during D-Day and the successful defeat of Germany. For the King today, a chance to ponder and reflect on all those from the United States who gave their lives alongside those servicemen and women from the United Kingdom, from Canada, and from all the other Commonwealth and former imperial countries. His wreath, which he designed at the start of his reign, placed at the foot of the tomb. And ruffles and flourishes will be given, and then taps, the sound of the trumpet, known as Butterfield's Lament. The Queen is to lay her own posy of flowers as the gun salute begins from the presidential saluting battery. 21 guns.
Right shoulder!
Hard!
They will pass by the trumpeter and drummer who played those muffled ruffles and the taps. It was Brigadier Butterfield who chose his lullaby rather than the firing of shots over those who had died in the Civil War in 1861, as the King now makes his way into the main hall, where included in the exhibition that he will see is the Victoria Cross that was given to the unknown warrior, just as the President of the United States and its Congress gave the Congressional Medal of Honor to the unknown warrior in the United Kingdom. Followed by the United States flag and all the other guests who are with the King and his suite. They will spend a short time in the Arlington display room. And this act of reflection and memorial by the King concludes this part of the state visit to the United States of America. And later on, after they've spent a bit of time in this incredibly peaceful place, it is an enormous estate that once belonged to the Custis family. And the Custis family had a private house here, but the grandson-in-law was Robert E. Lee, who became a Confederate general. And when the Unionist Army took over Arlington Park as a training base, they decided they were so angry that the owner hadn't paid his taxes and had also gone off to command the rebels that they would bury their troops who died in his garden. And therefore the tradition began. And it is now seen as the greatest place of honor and respect in the United States to be buried. And there's nothing quite like Plot 60, where now, in a field of reflection, are buried all those from more recent campaigns who have lost their lives. And again, the King has throughout this state visit made reflection upon the way in which the United Kingdom's troops and armed forces have stood side by side with the United States, along with those of other nations in the Commonwealth, in order to reflect the tremendous loss of wars before. That great tomb of the unknown warrior at the top of this escalation of steps surrounded by the armed forces of today is just part of this enormous estate. But even now, if you come, the place is full of the most fascinating stories of famous Americans, including the Kennedys. President Kennedy and his brothers and his wife are also buried here. And if you walk around, you get the whole history of the United States since the Civil War. The troops now marching away, the Navy, the United States Marines, the Army, and all the others heading back to their duties. Closest to us, the infantry. They're all part here of the Old Guard, the 3rd Infantry Regiment of the United States Army. And those carrying the standards and colours of the many units and organisations that come. This is a rare occasion when a visiting head of state lays a wreath, but every Memorial Day there is a tremendous tradition where all those in the 3rd Infantry Regiment come out with their combat kit on, armed with United States flags, and they place a flag in front of every single gravestone in the whole estate of the Arlington National Memorial. You can see just there the 3 extra tombs beyond the large tomb itself of the unknown warriors from the Second World War, from the Korean War, and of course from the horrific War of Vietnam. Meanwhile, inside, the King and Queen are looking around the visitor attractions. There are all these honours. There's the story of Arlington itself, the story of the estate, the story of how literally there are 15 funerals a day of United States servicemen and women. The caisson is brought, which is the gun carriage, led by 6 white horses, also beautifully organised by the Old Guard. And the Honour Guard, who are based here, keep a vigil 24 hours of 7 days a week. And anybody can come and witness what they do in keeping respect. Their barracks I've been to visit is literally just below this building here. And it's one of the only parts of the United States Army where you can't actually dress yourself. You can put the clothing on, but somebody else comes to check every single detail of the turnout that's available, to make sure that when they come out, they do the greatest honour to the unknown warrior who represents so many. After this, the King and Queen are going to go and have a look at the Cross of Sacrifice, which we will recognise well in the United Kingdom, because it is the Cross of Sacrifice that the Commonwealth War Graves Commission has at any cemetery where more than about 20 Commonwealth war graves exist. There is this great tomb with the 3 wreaths on either side, and just at the end, looking out towards the view, is again that inscription: "Here rests, in honoured glory, an American soldier known but to God." These drummers and the trumpeter who we heard playing the taps earlier on will take part, as I say, in any number of the 15 funerals a day that take place in the Arlington National Cemetery. And it is overwhelming, the respect that is shown to this unknown warrior. The King's wreath and the flowers laid by the Queen will be left there and respected and maintained. They will keep the wreath in the archive. Everything here is done in silence. The Honour Guard, who keep vigil, they march 21 steps in each direction, and before they turn, they wait 21 seconds. It is all to reflect upon the 21-gun salute. At the end of a military funeral, the pallbearers wrap up the United States flag that has rested over the casket, and after they've folded it into a triangle, each of those who were the bearers pass it one to another until the non-commissioned officer walks over to the next of kin, very often a mother or a wife or a husband or a daughter, kneels down and hands the flag to the next of kin and says, "On behalf of the President, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, or whoever, and a grateful nation, we give you this as a matter of respect for the life of your son or daughter." Arlington, as it is just across the Memorial Bridge from Washington, District of Columbia itself, is as much a part of the Capitol as those great buildings of the White House and the Capitol itself represent to Americans. Of course, Arlington is in Virginia, and Virginia as a state takes its name from the original settlers from England who decided to name the state after Queen Elizabeth I, the Tudor Queen, who was known as the Virgin Queen. So Virginia reflects the virginity of Elizabeth I, the Tudor Queen, who died in 1603. Again, a reminder of the interaction between the United Kingdom and the United States, how the histories have been entwined, and how at this state visit, the King has chosen to unwrap and retwine those two stories and to deliver from his own position a reflection on the moral responsibilities of leadership, of government, and of the nations to their duties and to their treaties. And one can only imagine how an impact may have been left by all those thoughts and words, and certainly by the images of returning here to remember those who have given their lives for the protection of that freedom. The other side of the building we're looking at is a huge amphitheatre. And in that amphitheatre on Memorial Day, people come from all over the United States, particularly the families of those who are fallen and buried here. And they very often have the president or the vice president or someone senior from the government comes to be with them, and all the chiefs are there to underscore that those who have given their lives will never be forgotten. The little group that you see gathered there will be guests who have been asked, but some of them will just be people who were here that day. Here in front of us again, the Honour Guard have taken their duties up. 21 seconds as he turns, and then he will march back 21 paces. Constantly, 24 hours of 7 days a week.
Yeah, but it wasn't 21. It wasn't 21, no. And he wasn't.
The King and Queen are expected to be here for about 50 minutes overall. That depends how long they'll spend inside for the moment before they come out to visit the Canadian Cross of Sacrifice. And then the King has further engagements, although he's taken leave of the President. And then the King will be going on to Bermuda on a visit, and the Queen will be returning to the United Kingdom. Watch the precision of that Honour Guard. I would imagine those tourists who have happened to visit Arlington, it's one of the most visited parts of Washington's environs, quite surprised to find themselves witnessing the wreath laying by the King on his state visit. The King brought a very special present for the President. He brought the bell of His Majesty's submarine Trump. Launched in the Second World War and involved in the battle against Japan, it sank several Japanese ships. The submarine was decommissioned back in the early 60s, and the bell found its way into a private collection. Now, the name Trump had been given to the submarine by Winston Churchill. Churchill took a great deal of interest in naming warships. Of course, it was the King's privilege, but the King, George VI, was always very happy to allow Winston Churchill to have his influence. And I think the intention was that HMS Trump was to trump the enemy. But how ironic that the King managed to locate that bell and brought it, and in a final flourish of his state banquet speech, which itself carried many very serious thoughts about the importance of the relationship between the United Kingdom and the United States, he did say with a flourish, if you want to get in touch with us, here is this wonderful bell, give us a ring. And I wonder whether it'll be kept in the Oval Office, or whether it might be taken to Mar-a-Lago when the President completes his term. It could be a very good doorbell, I would imagine. But again, you've got to remember that this ship, or at least the boat, the submarine itself, that bell will have had great importance to those sailors who served in HMS Trump. If there is a child born to anybody serving on board a warship, they use the ship's bell, turn it upside down and fill it with water if there is a request for a Christian christening. And so here we leave this great scene and the King and Queen inside.
We're going to leave there because we're going to cross to our royal correspondent Laura Bundock, who's in Front Royal. This is a small town in Virginia, and it's where the King and Queen are headed to next for a block party. Laura, I think that means a street party, does it? And how do you think the trip has gone so far?
Let me translate. It's definitely a street party, a big community event here in the very appropriately named Front Royal town in the heart of Virginia here. A very different vibe, obviously, from Arlington Cemetery when the King and Queen get here. This is a community celebration. It's a party, basically a great big birthday party, a 250th birthday party for America. The people here have been queuing up, as you can imagine, for a very, very long time. Normally, I'd go over the road and we'll try and catch up with them. But let me just give you a sense of the scale of the security here. The Secret Service are everywhere. We cannot even walk past this fence. So apologies for that. But the people I have spoken to, as I say, up at the crack of dawn to come and get a glimpse of the King and Queen, saying, you know, it's a great moment. They're massive fans of the monarchy. It's lovely that they've chosen to come here to help celebrate independence, and they're looking forward to getting their eyes on them. I did point out the irony of having a big birthday, celebrating getting rid of the British monarchy and inviting a British monarch to join. But I think, you know, as one guy said to me, well, it's like being a married couple. Sometimes you get on, sometimes you don't get on. And here we are still celebrating together. So I think, you know, this will be, the mad thing, I think, for me is that we're day 4 on this huge, significant state visit, and this is going to be the first moment that the King and Queen are going to come face to face with the general public. I'm not even entirely sure the Secret Service is going to let them do the traditional kind of royal walkabout here. I mean, following, I think, events at the weekend, but even before that, in the weeks of the security planning of this on both sides of the Atlantic, there was a sense that, you know, this was going to have to be very, very tightly controlled, and it certainly is. I mean, there's all sorts of screens and scans for anyone who wants to come along here. I think if we take a big step back from what will be a pretty picture here and we ask ourselves, really, what has this state visit all been about? We were saying over the weekend and on Monday when the King and Queen arrived, this was a very demanding diplomatic mission for the King, coming at a time when relations between the US and the UK were so strained, with so much vitriol in many ways from the President directed at the Prime Minister. The hope being, by deploying the King here and using Trump's huge, long-standing admiration of the British royalty, the King's presence would help sort of soften the stance of the President. Has that been achieved? That's the really big question here, because I think when you saw the pictures at the White House saying goodbye to each other, you were in no doubt that Trump has really cherished this moment of hosting royalty. I think if we're going to ask ourselves, what does it achieve for Britain, then that is a much harder one perhaps to answer. The King's speech certainly landed very well in Congress. It went down really well. There's huge applauses. The 12 standing ovations that I was in the room and saw, I think, took everyone by surprise. They were very pleased with that speech, and it certainly sent home the message they wanted to send home. Will it do any more, though? I think, for me, one of the things it has achieved is, after headline after headline, criticism after criticism following the Epstein scandal, Andrew Mountbatten's Windsor's association there, and lots of questions, difficult questions facing the King regarding that. This has been a big publicity boost for the palace, for the King, for the British monarchy. Whether or not politically it moves any mountains, that I think is a harder question to answer and will take longer to find out. But anyway, here in Front Royal, everything is set for the King and Queen, who will be here soon, Jane.
Laura, thanks very much. They have got a gorgeous day for it. Thanks a lot. Then we're going to return to Alistair Bruce and the latest images that we have there at Arlington National Cemetery. Alistair.
Well, we're still looking at the building where the King and Queen went to have a look at the exhibition about this extraordinarily moving place where the unknown soldier of the United States lies in a tomb that looks out over the glorious countryside here, close and at the heart of the great Arlington National Cemetery, where so many soldiers are laid to rest. The Canadian Cross of Sacrifice is the other side of the building. It is possible that the King and Queen have passed on to have a look at that. There may not be the cameras that we hope for there, so we'll find out what's happening in due course. But it really has been wonderful to watch the King and Queen coming up from Roosevelt Drive all the way through the lining on either side of today's armed service men and women and coming up to lay their wreath earlier on today. It's a tradition that visiting heads of state to the United States, just as they do coming to the United Kingdom, go and pay their respects by laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown warrior. And the King was shown to take his traditional wreath and place it at the base of the great tomb of the First World War unknown soldier. The commander of the Honour Guard then went back to collect the posies, the posy of flowers for the Queen to place her respects at the foot of this tomb. You'll notice the care and the different drill with which they move, and all members of the Honour Guard use this drill when they take part. And it is that drill that they're taught by this officer and his non-commissioned officers. And then we had, which I think is the most moving, as the gun salute is fired in the background, we had the muffled ruffles for rolls on the drum, and then the playing of taps by the trumpet. And I was saying also that funerals take place here in Arlington Cemetery, about 15 service funerals a day, which is an incredible number. They're often people who served some time ago who have asked to be buried here. And if you served in the reserve, you qualify. If you served in the regular armed forces, you can apply. They are worried that they're running out of space now in this extraordinary Arlington estate. But for the King and Queen, on behalf of the United Kingdom, they laid their wreath and posy of flowers as the colours and banners were let fly.
And Alistair, as we just wait to see the King and Queen reappear, I just wondered, for your reflections really about how the last 3 days have gone. There were high expectations about this trip, weren't there? What have been the highlights as far as you're concerned?
Well, I think there was a great deal of concern from a lot of people about how the King would be received, about the situation of a President of the United States who was not being entirely courteous about the British Armed Forces, about their role in events that had taken place, particularly when they had served side by side with United States service personnel in great danger and shed blood. So I think there was a great deal of concern. What we have witnessed is the King's ease, his gentleness, his sense of humour and his courtesy. And he has, almost like a school teacher speaking to a classroom, he has given 2 speeches in which he has, as it were, reminded people of their duties. It was earlier on today that the King and Queen were meeting up again with, this is going back through the 4 days, when the King and Queen came for the ceremonial welcome, and the King met members of President Trump's cabinet. Not all of them have been giving the United Kingdom the benefit of the doubt. And so I think that the King has navigated all of that very deftly. I think his intent was to come here and leave a mark and an impression. And I would imagine that that is precisely what he has done. When he went with the Queen to the British Embassy for a garden party, which was really to interact, along with the new ambassador and his wife, with people from both the American and the expat British community who do their best for the interests of the United Kingdom. This was a tremendous use of a building and its very small garden. And, you know, all the links that are in history between the United Kingdom and the United States are worthy of celebration. And the King has done that by unpicking that history and stitching it together again in the context of the challenges of today. And he's done it with charm, knowing that, above all, President Trump, recalling his beloved mother, is determined to make the best of having the King of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the person who is the son of Elizabeth II, who his mother was so fascinated by. And it has worked. You know, the King has left a mark, particularly in Congress, where he spoke to both houses, to the Senate and to the House of Representatives, after shaking hands with the two speakers, the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives there. And he had the chance to basically leave a mark on all those politicians' minds. Whether they change their minds, they won't ever forget what he said. And then he went on to the 9/11 Memorial in New York, which, of course, was so profound. But I would imagine that the visit was not just because of the immense sacrifice 25 years ago of both United States and British people, and so many other nations too. But everywhere he was, you'll see that he had the Foreign Secretary with him to give him advice. And then there was the state banquet, which, of course, was a glittering event in the East Room of the White House. And there was great determination to make sure that I think everything went well. For the King, it has been an enormous success. And for the President will never forget it. It will have left its mark, and it's the best for the United Kingdom.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We're in an area that's just been reclaimed. Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting. The whole neighborhood is rallied around her.
It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan.
I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming.
It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking,
thank you so much,
trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Mark Austin. This is the News Hour. Our top stories so far this evening. We hear from one of the victims of yesterday's terror attack who says Keir Starmer should be doing more.
He could have taken my life, but thanks God I'm here. I had major miracles. I'm here today and I can talk to you.
The Prime Minister is called a Jew harmer when he visits the scene in Golders Green. He's calling on the whole country to call out antisemitism.
So call on everyone decent in this country to open their eyes to Jewish pain, Jewish suffering, and Jewish fear.
Good evening. As anger in the Jewish community grows over the Golders Green stabbing, Sky News has spoken to one of the victims of yesterday's anti-Semitic attack. Our home editor, Jason Farrell, joins me now. Jason, what did the victim have to say to you?
Well, this is Shlomi Rand. He's a 34-year-old who was stabbed once in the chest. I spoke to him over the telephone. Obviously, he's in his hospital bed. He's still recovering. He says he is recovering well. But perhaps, Mark, let's just have a listen to some of the conversation.
Hello, it's Jason. Is that Shlomi?
Yes. Hi, Jason. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yes, I'm recovering. I'm doing better than I did yesterday. Thanks God. Hopefully I'll be better soon.
And what are your injuries?
Stabbed in my chest. Touched my lungs, and my lungs have to recover. As an oxygen was reduced now.
Just talk me through what happened from what you can remember.
Basically, I was walking the street. I'm sure you saw the footage. It's been all around. Everyone's seen it. I was walking the street, regular, comfortably. I was on the phone, and this fellow came running towards me, and he just stabbed me in my chest. Most probably, as you saw in the footage, I've jumped back and I've managed to escape, so it was only one stab. Thanks God, he could have taken my life, but thanks God I'm here. I had major miracles. I'm here today and I can talk to you.
Did he say anything?
He didn't say anything, no, nothing.
And how long did you have any warning whatsoever of what he was about to do?
Yeah, I didn't have any warning, no warning at all.
Yeah. So you managed to get away with your injury.
I didn't see his knife. I didn't know at the moment that I was stabbed. I just ran. I saw he was chasing me, and I ran to a nearby synagogue to take shelter. That way, I noticed that I'm bleeding.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then who helped you?
Then the local Atzola, I don't know if you have heard of Atzola, they came down, they were the first members on the scene.
Yes.
We had the Metropolitan Police and the London Ambulance, and the HEMS came right after.
Yeah.
And they've taken me to the hospital.
Well, we're actually standing in Hazola's first aid room as we speak with all their kit. They've just been meeting the Prime Minister. First of all, your message to the people who helped you, the medics from this unit.
The medics from the unit, they were fabulous. Calmed me down on scene.
Yeah.
Gave me the necessary treatment, covering up the wounds, and giving me the oxygen, and they made sure my health was taken care of. And yeah.
And the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's just been down here. What would you say to the Prime Minister?
What I'd say to the Prime Minister, I'd say that it's time to stop to ignore what's happening in the streets of London and take charge.
And what do you think he needs to do?
First of all, then change the tone, the way he speaks about our people. And obviously, what gets discussed in government and Downing and in Parliament, the tone of what's going on there gets reflected, obviously, in the media, and especially what's going on now with in the Middle East with Israel and Iran. Obviously, most of the Jewish people living in England are not Israeli citizens. whatsoever. But he kind of links what's going on in the Middle East to the Jewish people, and obviously the results got reflected with the London streets not being safe.
So do you see a direct link between the language used by government and what happened to you?
Definitely.
And do you feel that they should take more legislative action in terms of stopping protests and things?
Stopping protesting. Obviously, freedom of speech has got a limit. Set the proper limits and take care of potential threats.
Yeah.
I must say the counter-terrorism officers, they came to visit me. They've done a fabulous job. They've been very professional and very thoughtful. Yeah, but this, if work would have been done, prior to this incident, and this incident might have been prevented. That's basically what I've got to say.
Jason, where are we with the broader investigation here?
Well, this afternoon, the police have named 45-year-old Essa Suleiman as the person who is the suspect in this case, and he obviously is still in custody. He's been questioned by anti-terrorism police, and they've got a little while yet before they have to charge him or release him. And, they will be going through the usual procedures that anti-terrorism police do, seizing the equipment that this man may have to find out whether he has been radicalised in any way. We've heard that he was referred to the Prevent programme in 2020 and was released from it in the same year. We've also heard from the Met Police Commissioner, quite unusually actually, saying that he was someone who had a history of serious violence and mental health problems. So we have quite a bit of information about the suspect, but obviously it's early stages of this investigation, and they will be looking into the circumstances, obviously, that led to it. And as you heard from the victim there, counter-terrorism police have come to speak to him to get his recollection of exactly what happened.
OK, Jason, thank you very much indeed. Well, as we were saying a little earlier, the Prime Minister was heckled and he was called a Jew harmer when he visited the scene of the attack in Golders Green today.
Good afternoon, Stephen Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you. All appreciated. Thank you.
It's really
Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig. Good evening, John. I mean, always difficult, these sorts of visits. And he later called on the whole country to call out anti-Semitism.
Yes, he also announced a number of proposals. As for the visit itself, well, when he was asked this evening about the reception he got there, he said that I said, I absolutely understand the high levels of anxiety and concern that are reflected in the various reactions over the last day or two. Of course, there was a warning he was going to get that sort of reception yesterday because the Met chief, Mark Rowley, and the local MP, Sarah Sackman, got a hostile response. Nothing like as bad as that, but that was a warning. No doubt he will have said to his people, look, I want to go ahead and do it if they advised him not to. And he did meet, he met some of the medical people from the Hatzola medical teams, the Jewish people teams, and the Shumrin security people there, Jewish security guards. In terms of these announcements that he made when he addressed the cameras in Downing Street later He talked about, for example, he said we'll strengthen the visible police presence in our Jewish communities, increase our investment in those Jewish security services, stronger powers to shut down charities that promote anti-Semitic extremism, prevent hate preachers from entering our country, bar them from our campuses, streets, communities, work with the justice system to speed up sentencing on anti-Semitic attacks. And then he later on talked about he said, if you stand alongside people who say globalise the Intifada, you're calling for terrorism against Jews. People who use that phrase should be prosecuted. So a series of measures, and then towards the end of his opening remarks, he had this to say.
I also call on everyone decent in this country to open their eyes to Jewish pain, Jewish suffering, and Jewish fear. I call on everyone to come together and fight anti-Semitism. And I call on everyone to fight for the decent, respectful, tolerant Britain that I and millions of people love.
But he has faced criticism, not least from Theresa May, the former Prime Minister, who said she backed the chief rabbi by saying a lot of more action is needed. Now, he will say he's responded to those calls with the announcements that I've just mentioned. But clearly the Prime Minister is under a lot of pressure here. There are suspicions that the Labour government is perhaps has not, up to now anyway, taken the sort of action he's talking about today, because, of course, fears of Labour losing votes to pro-Gaza independence or even the Green Party. That was described as an abhorrent suggestion by the Home Secretary. But the Prime Minister clearly has been stung into some action, announced quite a lot of proposals. They will no doubt want to rush some legislation through when they get back for the King's speech on the 13th of May. But clearly some urgent action is needed. The Prime Minister, clearly it was a painful experience for him today. But he has at least announced some proposals following his very painful visit.
Yeah, OK, John, thank you very much indeed. Let's get the very latest now from our correspondent, Olivia Guthrie, who is in Golders Green for us, and clearly real anger in what is a fearful community.
Absolutely, Mark. I am on the corner of Highfield Avenue where the first stabbing took place yesterday, and just in front of the bus stop where the second stabbing happened. But it's very much business as usual here. The Jewish community demonstrating their famous resilience. But there is, as you say, a lot of anger here as well. When the Prime Minister visited here this lunchtime, there was an angry crowd outside where he was meeting those first responders from the Jewish community who tended to the victims on the scene and who helped to bring down that attacker. They shouted at him, Keir Starmer, Jew harmer. They said he was a traitor, and they called him a coward. And the protesters were also extremely angry that he didn't then stop, they told me, to speak to them face to face. Among those who I also have spoken to here on the streets is a local rabbi who says that he was with teenagers, Jewish teenagers in Auschwitz yesterday when the news broke, and he had to sit those youngsters down and tell them that they needed to check in with their families to make sure that they were safe in the wake of this attack. He told me that the conversations he's having to have in the community here they are likely to have been the same sorts of conversations that were happening in the 1930s with the rise of Nazism. So as well as an awful lot of anger here on the streets at the government for what they see to be their failure to tackle anti-Semitism, there is, of course, an awful lot of fear from a community who have been repeatedly targeted and who fear that they may be targeted again, Mark.
OK, Olivia, thank you very much indeed. And by the way, later in the programme, I'll be joined by Neil Basu, former national lead for counter-terrorism policing at the Met Police. That's at around 5:30 here on the NewsHour. To the Middle East now, where there are reports Donald Trump is weighing up his options when it comes to the war with Iran. Iranian state media has broadcast what it says is a message from the country's supreme leader saying that Iran will protect its nuclear and missile capabilities. He also said Tehran will secure the Gulf region and eliminate what he called the enemy's abuses of the waterway, referring to the Strait of Hormuz.
The hollow American bases are not even capable of securing their own safety, let alone providing any hope of securing the region's affiliates and America worshippers.
US correspondent David Blevins joins me now. So it is beginning to look that President Trump is going to have a decision to make. Is he thinking, do you think, of restarting the war with Iran?
I think that is a distinct possibility, Mark. We understand from White House sources that the President and his team are about to receive a briefing from Admiral Brad Cooper. He's the man who heads up Central Command. He will update them on their own naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, but we're being told he will also give them options for a fresh wave of military strikes on Iran as the President, I suppose, seeks to break the deadlock. We know the negotiations have stalled because Donald Trump chose not to send his envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, to Islamabad last weekend. He felt there wasn't enough to talk about. And of course, all of this takes place against the backdrop of Brent crude having hit its highest level since the war began, $126 per barrel. That has slipped back down to $113. And against the backdrop of this very strong statement from the new Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, who is telling the Americans their only place in the Persian Gulf is at the bottom of its waters, that they should get out and let the Iranians sort out any difficulty that exists there. So I think we are moving to the place where the President is going to have to make a tough decision. Does he leave the naval blockade in place, hoping that will bring the Iranians back to the negotiating table and towards a deal, or does he mount a fresh wave of strikes on Iran in the coming days?
OK, David, thank you very much. You are watching the News Hour. Coming up, we'll cross to the US, back to the US, where the King and Queen are wrapping up their state visit.
With respect, Minister, answer the question. It's you. Hello and welcome. I'm Cathy Newman. So could the outcome of these elections be manipulated? New me, new show, new furniture. Hard news needs a hard chair. I feel like I'm in therapy. Oh, there's room for two on this one. Do you think people will take me seriously with my feet up?
Sorry, madam, but we're closing now.
Oh, sorry. Sofa sorted. Let's get this show on the road.
I urge you not to look away. If Hamas hands the hostages over, they will end this conflict.
The world has been watching. Good to see you again. How are you?
Did she say how he was?
The conditions are awful.
The jets were ordered to come back.
Historic day here today.
How will you respond if India does launch airstrikes?
They will be all out to war.
I'm just going to put some body armor on.
I'm Gelda Hakim.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist... My darling.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
Is being a Sky News journalist. You said to people, I'm not coming back for more, but you have come back for more.
Well, let's kick off.
And make a statement. What can our Prime Minister say to you to not impose tariffs?
He's coming out! What more do you need?
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We're in an area that's just been reclaimed.
Mr. Zuma, Sky News.
People are directly protesting.
The whole neighborhood has rallied around her. It's been impenetrable to journalists over the last 2 years of war in Sudan.
I've been waiting for this for 2 years. It doesn't feel like a big homecoming.
It was never going to be pretty. War isn't pretty.
Now, the state of Britain's high streets has long been a national concern. Now there's a warning about a significant rise in the number of organised crime groups operating out of shops and vape retailers across the UK. A new report suggests that up to 1 in 3 American-style sweet stores is operating as a front for criminals, with Birmingham, Liverpool and London all considered hotspots. Our North of England correspondent Shingi Mariiki reports on the retailers who aren't quite what they seem.
You may have noticed the changing shape of Britain's high streets.
Used to be nice shops, could shop safely, you can't now.
I can't see any recovery in the high streets in the imminent future whatsoever.
We've lost our high streets, they've been hijacked.
A new report by the Chartered Trading Standards Institute has revealed many of the shops replacing some of the country's most recognisable brands aren't what they seem, and are cover-ups for serious organised crime groups, illegal activity hiding in plain sight. In some areas, as many as half of convenience stores and vape shops, up to a third of American candy stores, and a quarter of fast food takeaways are estimated to have links with organised crime.
The main thing from our report is the scale of the problem. It's endemic across the UK. These aren't legitimate law-abiding businesses. They are not paying tax, they're not sticking to the standards, so they're really undermining the level playing field for business. The challenge is trading standards lacks the resources right now. We've seen a decade and a half of cuts to the trading standards workforce. We need more boots on the ground.
Since the COVID pandemic, the high street has been struggling. As shops have closed, criminal gangs have moved in, with some of those businesses linked to money laundering, modern slavery, and the sale of counterfeit goods. Birmingham is one of the country's hotspots for organised crime groups operating on the high street. So I just walked down this street and went to a kind of cluster of shops in the corner, and in 10 minutes managed to get 3 items. This Arsenal shirt, which was £20, this Dolce & Gabbana wallet, which was £8, a Louis Vuitton bag, which was £5. Are you surprised that you're able to get this amount of items this quickly?
Unfortunately not. What might appear to just be a one-off shop that's selling knockoff goods, a one-off market stall, it's actually a lot more insidious. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes. We're seeing links to really serious organised criminality, things like modern slavery, human trafficking. But also what we're seeing is that the counterfeiters, they really see counterfeiting as a low-risk, high-profit form of crime.
The government say they are working with police and trading standards to take the strongest possible action against these criminal businesses. But those dealing with the issue every day say it needs to be addressed urgently, not just to keep consumers safe, but to protect national security. Chingi Marike, Sky News, Birmingham.
It's the final day of the King and Queen's state visit to the US before they head next to Bermuda. Earlier, they were waved off by the US President and the First Lady at the White House. The royals then attended a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington National Cemetery. After that, they'll spend a few hours in Virginia before then departing for Bermuda this evening. Our royal correspondent, Laura Bundock, is there and joins me now. So a day in Virginia to wrap up what is generally considered to have been a successful visit.
Yes, welcome to Front Royal, a rather aptly named town in Virginia. This is day 4 of this state visit, and hard to believe, but this will be the first time that the King and Queen will have seen actual crowds of real people, not just people invited to the events at various official locations. So in Front Royal, people queuing up right from the early hours. One woman told me she was in position at 7 o'clock this morning because she really wanted to catch a glimpse of the King and Queen, who are due here to attend Front Royal's block party, a street party, like a big birthday party celebrating 250 years of independence from the British monarchy. And of course, who better to invite to a party celebrating that than the King? So anyway, the King will be here. It's a potluck party where you bring a plate, and the King and Queen will be adding their plate to the potluck meal that people here have been bringing food to. Look, this is, I think, one of the most colourful, one of the most kind of engaging, certainly in terms of how it looks, engagements that we've had on this state visit, which has so far felt so controlled. I mean, both sides wanting this to go really well, both sides wanting it to work. And I know that the British side have obviously been dealing with the Secret Service here. We might not even get that traditional royal walkabout later. But a lot was riding on this trip. I think diplomatically, the mission was very clear. The government wanted the King to come here to try and help that relationship, which has felt so fractured, hasn't it? I think the real question is, has it actually achieved that? Because when you look at that departure shot at the White House, you saw a president, you saw a king, you saw a very special relationship when it comes to how much Trump admires the King. Whether or not it has shifted the dial on Trump's views or on the Prime Minister, on the politics, on the government of Britain, that is a much harder one to answer. I think one thing we can say for certain is that this has been positive PR for the palace after all the negativity, the headlines, the scandal following the Epstein documents and Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's involvement there. The King to be greeted with applause, with standing ovations, with crowds desperate to see him. It's perhaps something he's not quite accustomed to at the moment. So Buckingham Palace will be pleased with it. Whether or not it's landed the bigger British message to the president in terms of changing his mind on Britain, on Keir Starmer, then that's another thing altogether. But certainly an atmosphere here of kind of eager anticipation, I would say, and excitement before the King and Queen arrive shortly.
OK, Laura, thank you very much indeed. It's being reported that as President Trump waved the royal couple off from the White House, he said, really great people, we need more people like that in our country. Well, the weather looked pretty good in Virginia. Let's have a look at what we have in store here.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Tomorrow will bring more warm sunshine, but there'll be showers around, some thundery. The bank holiday weekend will be cooler and more widely unsettled. Most places look fine this evening, but Ireland, Northern Ireland and the far southwest of Britain will see showery outbreaks. That rain will edge into other western parts overnight, but further east it will stay dry and clear. It will be mild in the south and west, chilly elsewhere, and the wind will finally ease.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching the News Hour. Coming up, we'll have more on that incident in Golders Green, as it's revealed the suspect was known to the UK's anti-extremism Prevent programme.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News presenter? Perfect. Let's bring you some breaking news. Being a Sky News presenter. I began by asking,
thank you so much,
trusting us to tell her story. The battle for number 10. Sky News has been given exclusive access. Let me give you a sneak peek. It was the day those present would never forget. Why did you decide to open up and tell your story?
Let's return now to that incident in Golders Green. It's emerged that the suspect involved in yesterday's terror attack in North London was known to the Prevent programme. The Metropolitan Police say a referral made to their counter-extremism strategy in 2020 was closed in the same year. Some of the first people on the scene of the attack were members of the Jewish volunteer security group Shomrim. They helped to apprehend the suspect. My colleague Sarah Jane Mee went to Golders Green and spoke to one of them, Jonathan El-Koubi, who met Sir Keir Starmer this afternoon.
Jonathan, the Prime Minister was here just a couple of hours ago and he was booed as he arrived. And he came in to speak to those involved in what happened here yesterday, and somebody pointed you out as someone who helped to stop everything.
I was there.
Yeah. Well, you really wanted to say something to the Prime Minister.
So, yeah, and I did manage to get one point across to him, especially it's a personal point. Like, I mentioned to him, the event happened, but later on in the evening when I got home, you know, my wife said she might want to leave England. And one of the points I made across to him is explain to him that most of my wife's family lives abroad, and she's here for me. You know, I need to know that if I'm staying here with my family, I'm protected and I'm safe. You know, I said to him, my wife, the first reaction was, I think we should pack our bags and go. I said to him, what am I going to tell my wife to convince her to say, we're taking on board? You know, I mean, he said that he obviously wished his best to my wife and explain to her that he'll do everything he can to make sure our community is protected. But I did explain to him that I could go tomorrow abroad, live closer to my wife's family.
And these are conversations being had in homes all around here by members.
It is. People talk about it. I hear there's people saying maybe we should go, maybe we should go. You know, people in Israel are going to feel safe. I'll be honest, Israel is a homeland. I feel safe when I'm there. I'm not over worried when I'm there. I'm feeling today a lot more worried over here who's walking behind my back versus when I walk over there.
Do you feel like the Prime Minister will do something about it? Because there are a lot of words. Do you really want to see action now?
I really want to see an action, especially I put my life here.
Do you feel confident that you'll see action from the Prime Minister after meeting him today?
I really, really hope. Can I trust him? I hope so. He's really going to have to make a change, because otherwise, you know, what's the point? You know, putting my life at risk over here to protect people, and I'm not being protected. You know, if there's a two-way system, then it works. If it's just a one-way, that I'm putting my life at danger and at risk, and I'm not getting the support. And even worse, more events happening like this. You know, I need to know that I'm safe over here and I can live normally.
Well, I'm joined now by Neil Basu, former Assistant Commissioner and National Lead for Counter-Terrorism Policing at the Met. Good evening. Thank you very much for being with us. And just to pick up on what that security guy was saying to Sarah Jane Mee there, that he feels more worried on the streets here than he would do in Israel.
I know it's a pretty shocking thing to say, isn't it? I was Borough Commander of Barnet back in 2009, long before I was in counter-terrorism, and worked very closely with the Jewish community. I know how strong they are. My heart goes out to them. I have some very close Jewish friends because of my time there, and I've been in touch with them. So I know exactly how people are feeling, and they're not over-dramatising their fear. I think sometimes people think they're overplaying it. I mean, the fear is very real. I think for Jews all around the world, and we've obviously seen the horrors of Bondi Beach as well, they are not feeling safe anywhere outside of Israel. And I think it has got dramatically worse. Certainly I've seen it get dramatically worse over the last few years.
Right. And when you see attacks like this and you hear that the suspect was well known to police with a history of serious violence, what are your thoughts?
Well, I might, as a layperson, say, here we go again. There's a couple of things I would say as a counter-terrorism or a national security professional is it is not unusual to find that people who try and attack us have been known to us in the past. And one of my colleagues once said, the real horror is when people attack and we have no knowledge of them whatsoever. This is also a particular type of terrorist, which we are seeing more and more of in the last sort of 5, 6, 7 years, post-2017 and during 2017, that particular year of terror, this kind of lone self-initiating attacker, not necessarily directed or trained by anyone, but inspired or incited, often with a history of violence, often with a history of mental health problems, very different from the kind of terrorism we were dealing with Al-Qaeda before that, but very much a kind of modern phenomenon, very, very difficult to spot and stop. They're using very simple methods, and they are, whether they are referred into counterterrorism policing or the security services at an earlier date. This was 6 years ago, as I understand it. The judgments that are made 6 years ago are not going to be the judgments for that individual today. I mean, we're reaching some difficult conclusions about what do you do with somebody who comes forward who isn't at that time committing a criminal offence, but is not, for want of a better expression, cured. What do you do?
Nevertheless, Neil, he was referred to that programme you're talking about, this PREVENT programme, and there is not a good history with this programme in many respects. Why does it fail so often, do you think?
Well, it's interesting you say that it fails so often. Listen, when it fails, it's going to be a catastrophic failure, and it's going to be the front page of every news organisation internationally, and we've seen that. But there are anywhere between 7,000 and 10,000 referrals a year. In the last few years since I retired, those numbers have gone up from 7,000 to 10,000 because we have a lot of people with violent intent who don't seem to have an ideology. So that's massively increased the numbers. It's not what PREVENT was designed for. So it's certainly overwhelmed and under-resourced. And I think I've heard the current head of counterterrorism policing say exactly that. So there is a problem in terms of resourcing, a problem in terms of professionalism. But think of the numbers that are referred in. Even if 1% of those were potentially of a terrorist mindset or going to commit an attack, it would have solved many more cases than we solved by locking people up. In other words, if you didn't have a PREVENT programme, you'd have to reinvent a PREVENT programme. It just needs to be better funded. We spend most of our money pursuing terrorists, not preventing terrorists becoming terrorists in the first place.
Right, so this is interesting to get into here. I mean, you say that you talk about all the people who are dealt with in that programme successfully. The problem is the failings are high-profile failings. So the murderer of David Amis, the Southport attacker being referred to PREVENT 3 times. These are high-profile failings. My question, I think you've already answered my question, but I mean, is this a programme that can be improved and needs to stay, or does it need to be scrapped or reinvented in some way?
No, well, reinvention might be one thing. And of course, you've got Lord Anderson making his recommendations. We had William Shawcross make recommendations. I'll tell you the principal problem is 85% of the counter-terrorism budget is spent on Pursue, which is trying to find terrorists before they commit the act in order to gather the evidence to lock them up. And about 5% of it is spent on PREVENT. And that is not enough to train enough people and enough experts to do the job properly. And if you're going to be in that programme, the programme has to be able to divert you, or channel you as it's known. The channel programme that the government runs has to have access to very high, sophisticated, capable mental health resources, local authority resources, vulnerable person resources. If those things don't exist, there's nowhere for people to go. And I think long term, I think people are beginning to think that PREVENT was developed as this kind of perfect science where you would see somebody who was vulnerable to radicalization and could potentially become a terrorist, and you would sort of cure them overnight. Or you would see them and then you would follow them for the rest of their days. Neither of those two things are practical, and they're definitely not practical or desirable in a liberal democracy. It's going to make mistakes,
right?
But not having a programme would be a disaster.
Right. Just finally, because we've run out of time, I mean, I'd really like to continue with this, but one of the issues William Shawcross, who you mentioned there, raised, he said there was this culture of timidity within the PREVENT programme when it comes to dealing with Islamist suspects, or those referred with an Islamist background. I mean, Do you accept that?
No, not at all. William Shawcross made some decent recommendations, but his overall, the work that he did, he spoke to very few people. I guarantee I worked with Prevent and in counter-terrorism a lot longer than William Shawcross, and that is not what people are doing. They're trying to make judgments based on a risk assessment framework that's developed by some very impressive psychiatrists and psychologists. It's not perfect. People make mistakes. They're human beings and they get pilloried for it. But somebody has got to try. Yeah.
Neil, just bear with me a moment. There's just been something interesting I might just ask you to comment on. The Metropolitan Police has just talked about or made a statement about apprehending violent and dangerous criminals is a full contact and messy task which may appear shocking to observers with little experience of policing in the real world. Now, this is contained in a letter from Mark Rowley, the Met Police Commissioner, to Zach Polanski, the leader of the Green Party. I was disappointed to have seen your recent post on X amplifying a post that Met officers were repeatedly and violently kicking a mentally ill man in the head when he was already incapacitated by taser. I'm disappointed because it is this kind of inaccurate and misinformed commentary with its associated casual disregard for the incredibly challenging and dangerous work police officers do to protect the public that is contributing to the rising tensions we are seeing in society and undermines officers' confidence to act. It is entirely possible the author of the post you retweeted had direct experience from the scene or has years of experience handling complex violent situations. Yet I suspect the more likely scenario is that they are another armchair critic who thinks they could do the job possibly more effectively than the brave officers who successfully detained that individual. I just wonder, it's interesting because Mark Rowley is clearly upset by these suggestions that it was inappropriate treatment of this man. I just wondered what your thoughts were.
So Mark Rowley is a very close personal friend of mine. I think he's got it spot on. I think Zach Polanski should be ashamed of himself. And he's playing a very dangerous game supporting terrorists over two police officers who were fighting for their lives. They would have thought they were fighting for their lives. And I've seen some of that footage. And I have to say, somebody tweeted me this morning saying this is clearly unreasonable force. And so I went straight to look at the footage. Anyone who sees it as that has never been involved in a fight for their life. I have. I know what it takes. We should be pinning medals on those officers, not criticising them, and particularly at this point when they're probably pretty traumatised.
Neil, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure.
Right, let's get some sport now with Mike.
In 2020, Jude Bellingham's move to Borussia Dortmund caught the eye. £25 million for a player who'd only ever played in the Championship. But there's now a wider trend of players outside the Premier League getting moves to Europe's top 4 divisions. So what's behind that?
We look at Championship, we look at League One, we look at League Two. So it's a market we look at a lot, but we are being very realistic at the same time. If you are looking to play very good football, great atmosphere into the stadium, in a very competitive league, and maybe look, to make a step further somewhere when you leave Toulouse, and then allow money, then you should consider us.
It's a different type of football out here. It's like in England, it's very intense and physical, and I feel like here, it's tactically, they have more focus on the tactics and the technical side of things, so you have to be more composed on the ball and figure out patterns of play, and it's good for my football brain.
Not many players get the chance to go from League One to the Bundesliga, so I thought I'd take that jump abroad and see how things go.
When I came, we worked a lot on my defensive shape, my positioning, small details and stuff like that, and I feel like I'm a different player from when I first stepped into this building.
It's not just the top 4 leagues where British and Irish players are settling. There's opportunities across Europe, across all the leagues, and the chance to play for massive clubs.
Sancho was the first real big name to take that step as well. And obviously me going to Excelsior is not as big as going to Dortmund, but it's kind of the same thing in terms of moving away from home, building a name for yourself outside of England. Loads of young English players started to do it. I think that was the first time from what I knew of anyway. And yeah, it kind of became a trend.
When I went to Greece, especially like playing in front of fans that are like crazy, you know, it changes the whole atmosphere of the game. I've had different types of managers, you know, Italian managers, Dutch managers that want to play different types of football, so I've had to adjust to that as well. When you go to play in Europe, you know, you open yourself to a whole nother market now. Playing in the Conference League, Champions League, Europa League, I'm glad to say that I've done that, you know. It's definitely something I'll look back at and think, you know, wow, I'm grateful for doing that, and I'm glad I took that risk to go and play in Europe.
I made the move wanting to improve myself as a player, go and experience something else. Like I said, a great club like Anderlecht, I can't speak highly enough of the people there, the professionalism of the club, everything like that. And also had in mind that that could be a stepping stone to me being able to go there, do well, and obviously come back and try and achieve what I wanted to do, to play in the Premier League regularly.
For teams in England, foreign moves offer good opportunities for loans and different development pathways.
For a footballer, each footballer's their paths and their careers could take them to different places at any time. I enjoyed it a lot. You can have like the professional side and on the football pitch and at the training ground and seeing and learning how a different sort of culture plays the game, but also like just as a person, as a human being, the experience to go abroad and live in a different place, live in and embrace different culture. Personally, like, I have regrets. I wish when I was there I learnt the language.
I played a lot at the start and then kind of came out of the team towards through the middle, but yeah, I played, you know, managed to play in the Europa League with them as well, so that was a new experience for me. But no,
we could be in for a long blockade. And all of this appears to be positioning by America. We are in a ceasefire. Ceasefires traditionally are a window of opportunity to allow a negotiation towards peace. We've got this strange situation where the ceasefire is in place, being extended, but no talks that are going on at the moment. Meanwhile, at the same time, we've now got the new Mujtaba Khamenei, who's been issued this statement on the television, all of which now a slightly more fiery rhetoric. And it feels to me that Trump is starting to lose his way with options because, frankly, if he does choose military options, they haven't worked so far. They haven't delivered the strategic success that America craves. If they revert back to military options, quite frankly, all that's going to happen is prolonging a war. It's not actually going to help resolve it.
So our partners, NBC, are suggesting that it would include short, sharp attack on possibly infrastructure targets, and may also involve some sort of, you know, ground operation with troops on the ground in Iran.
But again, you know, it could. I mean, once again, trying to get inside President Trump's head is always very difficult. As soon as you start talking about boots on the ground, you elevate the risk significantly. I'm not sure the actual numbers, but it's something like 13 US service personnel have lost their lives so far. As soon as you put boots on the ground, you're going to escalate that significantly. I think, actually, from my perspective, this is much more about the fact that Iran seems to have a lot more leverage these days. It's got a lot more influence these days. And the very fact that Mujtaba brought out this statement, if it was him, it does feel a very, very profound sense that they have leverage, they have influence now, and that must be frustrating President Trump.
Yeah, so Tara, this statement, which we are led to believe is from Mujtaba Khamenei, talking about securing the Strait of Hormuz, eliminating the enemy's abuses of the waterway. This is more hardline rhetoric, but what it does say is it talks about a new chapter for the region as well. So what do you think is going on?
Indeed, Mark, and I also read it in Farsi, quite a telling statement. He's essentially proclaiming the sovereignty of the Strait of Hormuz. He's saying, work with us, not the Americans. And he's addressing the Muslim nations, again, in his words, presuming that he wrote it, of the GCC and the Gulf countries, and arguing that the presence of the United States, and of course their bases in the region, was the primary reason as to the lack of security security in the Gulf and is inviting Gulf countries to work again with Iran as one big happy neighborhood and, helping the region thrive together. And we know, by the way, that the foreign minister of Iran was in Oman a few days ago, and there has been talks of a day when the dust settles in this war, Oman and Iran working together in implementing some form of protocol in dealing with the Strait of Hormuz. But also, Mark, what this tells us is that Iran is trying to fill, or rather take advantage of the disruption that we're seeing in the Gulf countries. There we see the foreign minister, by the way, with the Sultan of Oman. Right now, we know that the UAE, by the way, and Saudi Arabia are not seeing eye to eye. Of course, Qatar has its own history in dealing with Saudi Arabia. UAE left the OPEC. We know 12% of OPEC's output is by the UAE. So at a time that, Mark, we're seeing a new Middle East emerge, Iran wants to, have a say in this shakeup, but also there's a reordering and reblocking of the region, and everyone's trying to find their own security alliances.
Is it realistic, though? I mean, Iran was attacking some of these countries. Is it realistic that suddenly they're all going to,
work
become
together,
friendly with Iran?
That's what Iran is trying to project, and the message of defiance that we're seeing in this letter. Mind you, by the way, that today is the day that Iran calls the National Persian Gulf Day, and once again, symbolically, they're calling that a day of defiance. In 1622, they kicked out the Portuguese, and they're saying in this letter that we are going to kick out the Americans. How feasible that is, of course, we don't know.
Just finally, Sean, I mean, all this seems to suggest that the talks that were supposed to be going on, indirect talks or whatever, through Pakistan, during this ceasefire, wouldn't appear to be going terribly well.
No, and I think what you have to conclude there is there are no good options for President Trump. If you negotiate at the moment, the last deal about nuclear was 2015. It feels like Iran is in a stronger position today than they were then.
Yeah.
Trump was very critical of that agreement. The other option is to go and fight. We've just said, I don't think that's going to work. Walk away, I still believe, is the most credible option to end this.
Right, OK, Sean and Tara, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Just some breaking news now, and the UK terrorism threat level has been raised to severe by the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre in the wake of the Golders Green attack, meaning that a terror attack is highly likely. Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig. So, John, this is not always done after these attacks. Why now, do you think?
No, this is a major development and shows just how seriously that the people who are in charge of security, monitoring and so on, and monitoring terrorists view the current situation. This is a decision not taken by ministers, but endorsed by the Home Secretary. It's a body called the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, which have raised the national threat level from substantial to severe, meaning an attack is likely in the next 6 months. Now, as the announcement says, it follows yesterday's stabbing, but it's not solely as a result of that attack. The statement says the terrorist threat level in the UK has been rising for some time, driven by an increase in broader Islamist and extreme right-wing terrorist threats from individuals and small groups based in the UK. So it suggests that this body has been considering this move, perhaps for some time, even before yesterday's stabbing. The threat level is set independently, they say, but it comes against a backdrop of increased state-linked physical threats, encouraging acts of violence, including against the Jewish community. And talks about this being an independent, systematic and rigorous process based on the very latest intelligence and analysis of internal and external factors which drive this threat. Well, the external factors must be obviously the effect of the impact of the war in the Middle East and the threat from Iran and Iran-linked organisations or people. The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, has said this. She says that I know this is going to be a source of concern to many, particularly among our Jewish community who have suffered so much. She says She talks about increased investment, which was announced by the PM this morning, record funding to protect policing at synagogues, schools and community services. And she repeats really what the Prime Minister was saying this afternoon. She says, as the threat level rises, I urge everyone to be vigilant as they go about their daily lives. I can assure everyone our world-class security services and the police are working day and night. So the background to this is that the UK was last at severe November 2021. That followed the Liverpool Women's Hospital bombing and the murder of Sir David Amess, the former MP in Essex, before being lowered to substantial. That was in February 2022. You remember Sir David Amess was killed by someone who attended his surgery. He was a Southend MP. And the government says that, well, it talks about the £25 million, £58 million so far this year. And she talks about, well, it goes on to talk about the fast tracking of legislation that the Prime Minister was talking about. But this is a major move. And as the announcement says, it was November 2021. So it's been down at substantial February 2022. That's more than 2 years. So we can say that the country is on heightened alert, not only following the Golders Green stabbing, but clearly what the security services regard as major threats, not just here in the UK, but from overseas as well.
Yeah, John, I mean, is this an independent decision or is this a political decision?
Well, the government always stresses that this body is independent from government. It's called the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre. It's made up of spooks and the various other security chiefs. But no doubt the government will have been kept informed as to what was the threat, no doubt the government will have been told, look, we think we perhaps should increase this. Ministers always stress this is not our decision. It is taken independently. But clearly, given the words from Shabana Mahmood, she clearly is endorsing this and agrees with it. And it's no surprise, perhaps, that this follows there was a Cobra meeting yesterday afternoon. The meeting with the Prime Minister chaired this morning was more to do with the court processes, but it may well have been discussed at that meeting as well, that the government called a round table. There were indeed police chiefs there, security chiefs there. So it does follow 2 high-profile meetings involving ministers and the security services and indeed the Metropolitan Police and no doubt all the intelligence services as well. So we perhaps shouldn't be surprised. I think what's particularly interesting is where they say that it's not solely as a result of yesterday's attack, that the terrorist threat has been rising for some time, driven by an increase in broader Islamist and extreme right-wing terrorist threats from individuals and small groups based in the UK. But then it talks also about the threat from overseas as well. So clearly the war in the Middle East and the threat of attacks linked to the Iranian regime, that presumably is a factor as well. The Prime Minister has suggested today that the government will, at long last, ban the body that, of course, the let me get this right, IGCS, the people like MPs like Sir Ian Duncan Smith and Tom Tugendhat have been saying this has got to happen very soon. It was recommended by the terrorism advisor to the government, Jonathan Hall. Tories didn't do it. Last year, Yvette Cooper said she wasn't going to do it, but now that looks as though that is going to happen. So there are major moves happening to protect the public, the government will say, but of course they will insist this is not their decision, it's the decision of the independent experts.
John, thank you very much. It is 6:01. You're watching the News Hour on Sky News, and the breaking news this hour is that the national threat level has been raised to severe in the wake of the Golders Green attacks. And the fact that it's been raised to severe means that they fear that an attack is highly likely in the next 6 months. The Home Secretary has said this: "I know this will be a source of concern to many, particularly among our Jewish community who have suffered so much." The government has today announced a significant increase in investment to protect Jewish communities, with record funding for policing and security at synagogues, schools and community centres, and we will do everything in our power to rid society of the evil of anti-Semitism. As the threat level rises, I urge everyone to be vigilant as they go about their daily lives and report any concerns they have to the police. And I can assure everyone, says the Home Secretary, that world-class security services and the police are working day and night to keep our country safe. The UK was last at severe level in November 2021, so some time ago. Home editor Jason Farrell joins me now. And Jason, a big decision this. Does it suggest that they have specific information that more terror attacks could be possible in the next few weeks and months?
Well, one clue is that, as you just said, the last time was in 2021, and that was following the bombing attack, the Liverpool hospital bombing attack, and also the murder of David Amis. And often these things come about when there's been a couple of events, and it doesn't necessarily mean that there's intelligence that something else is going to happen, but a pattern is emerging. And we've certainly seen a pattern emerging over the last weeks and couple of months since the setting fire to those ambulances in Golders Green last month, and then comparatively minor attacks such as petrol bombing to synagogues and Jewish charity over the last few weeks. 6 attacks in total, quite a number of arrests. I think 8 people arrested for arson over that period of time. So it may well be simply there is a pattern. Quite often there are copycat events. We've obviously also had a group claiming to be orchestrating some of this. That's also being investigated by the anti-terror police. And it's therefore just probably a precaution and an indication that we're seeing this happening, and therefore we could quite well expect more of it to come, unfortunately. So as you say, it's gone up. The highest level would be critical, so it hasn't gone to that yet. If it had gone to critical, then you say there's intelligence of something imminent occurring. So it's severe, and that means it's highly likely, unfortunately, that there will be another attack. But as you say, last time when it went up in 2021, it then came down again in 2022. And in that time that it was at that higher level, there actually wasn't another attack.
Right. So what does it mean in practice, in reality, raising this level? What does it mean about the way the security services operate, about the way the police operate?
Essentially, they're on higher alert. It's as simple as that. And they're also asking the public to be on higher alert. There'll be more attention on what's going on our streets. There'll be more patrols. We've already heard this announcement of more money to patrol Jewish communities such as Golders Green. And it means more presence on the streets, more wherever they can, watching the various channels of information going around on the internet. But those are things that happen anyway, obviously. But they will be putting as much resources into this as they can in the coming weeks and months to try and make sure that this is what was this horrific attack from yesterday is the last time we see something like this. But, it is such that they are saying, because we've seen this pattern, we have to look at it realistically and say that the terror level has simply gone up because of what we're seeing on the streets.
OK, Jason, thank you very much indeed. Well, we heard from the Prime Minister a little earlier following his visit to Golders Green.
The truth is, while we can and we will bring the full power of the state to bear on this, this is about society every bit as much as it is about security. At moments like this, we often say, this is not Britain, that these attacks are an affront to British values, to British tolerance, British decency. But they keep happening, don't they? And so today, instead, I will simply say that our values are not a gift handed down generation to generation. They are something we earn each day through action. They come from us. Anti-Semitism is an old, old hatred. History shows that the roots are deep. And if you turn away, it grows back. Yet far too many people in this country diminish it. They either don't see it or they don't want to see it. Take the marches that happen regularly across Britain. Of course, we protect freedom of speech and peaceful protest in this country. But if you are marching with people wearing pictures of paragliders without calling it out, you are venerating the murder of Jews. If you stand alongside people who say globalise the Intifada, you are calling for terrorism against Jews. And people who use that phrase should be prosecuted. It is racism, extreme racism. And it has left a minority community in this country scared, intimidated, wondering if they belong. So I say again, this government will do everything in our power to stamp this hatred out. We will strengthen our security and protect our Jewish community.
That was the Prime Minister speaking a little earlier. Let's speak now to our correspondent Olivia Guthrie, who's in Golders Green. And so this threat level, national threat level, raised from substantial to severe, Olivia. I mean, it won't do much, I assume, to ease the fears of the community there.
Well, it would be interesting to see, Mark. I mean, we're standing on the corner of Highfield Avenue where the first stabbing took place over there, and in front of the bus stop where the second stabbing took place yesterday in that terror attack. But this street has been bustling all day with very much business as usual, demonstrating that this Jewish community is extremely resilient. But, of course, they are also extremely angry, and that anger was levelled at the Prime Minister when he visited here at lunchtime today to meet with the first responders from Hatzolah and Shomrim, those Jewish volunteer organisations who were among the first on the scene during the attack yesterday. The protesters were shouting Keir Starmer, Jew harmer. They called him a coward and a traitor. And they told me afterwards that they were angry that the Prime Minister didn't meet with them face to face. Among other people that I've spoken to here in the street today was a local rabbi who says that he was taking teenagers to Auschwitz yesterday and they had to step out of the gas chambers when they got word of what was happening back here, and he had to advise those youngsters to get in touch with their families back home to check that they were safe. He says that he's having to have the conversations, the sorts of conversations that he expects that they had in the 1930s with the rise of Nazism. So as well as an awful lot of anger here on the streets, Mark, there is also a lot of fear, and that raising of the national threat level to severe no doubt will increase the fear that what happened here yesterday might happen again.
OK, Olivia, thank you very much indeed. Just a few moments ago, I read a part of a letter from Sir Mark Rowley, the Commissioner of the Met Police, to the Green Party leader, Zach Polanski. And Mark Rowley has been very critical of Mr. Polanski for his criticism of the way that the police officers dealt with the suspect in Golders Green. It is a long letter, as you can see there. It is bitterly critical of Zach Polanski's stance. And a Green Party spokesman has just reacted to that letter, saying simply Zach has seen the video like everyone else and doesn't know the full picture and knows it was a very difficult situation for the authorities. But we need to understand more about the response. So that in response to as I say, a very critical letter defending his officers from Sir Mark Rowley to Zach Polanski. And yet more breaking news this evening, this time out of the US. And President Trump has spoken to Sky News about the King and Queen's state visit. The royal couple were given a final farewell from the president and his wife at the White House, bringing an end to what has generally been considered a successful 4-day visit. Our royal correspondent Laura Bundock is in Virginia, where earlier today the King and Queen paid their respects at the Arlington National Ceremony. And we will speak to her in just a moment. But first to Mark Stone, who has been speaking to the president. And, well, Mark, he's becoming your new kind of best mate. Is this 3 calls in as many weeks? Or 3 calls in 2 weeks?
Maybe, yes. Look, I mean, it's worth pointing out that he picks up the phone and he does it quite regularly with reporters in the United States and increasingly beyond as well. That is his nature. And so we thought it would be a good idea to get his sense of how this state visit has gone. And so just after he bid farewell to the King and the Queen at the South Portico, I spoke to him. And look, I mean, as he has said publicly and as his face demonstrates, he loves the royal family and he loved this trip. He clearly thinks that every part of it went very, very well. Indeed, these are the images of the farewell which took place on the South Lawn an hour or two ago. I asked him about the trip itself, the visit itself. He said the King's just left. He's a fantastic guy. And he heaped praise on the Queen as well. And I asked him about the speech to Congress. He said, I thought it was fantastic. It was a brilliant speech. It was delivered beautifully with that beautiful accent that he's got. And everyone, he said, from everyone, there was a standing ovation. I thought it was fantastic in all respects. I pushed the president on the slightly pointed nature of this speech. I mean, it was a very carefully crafted speech. It was, in a sense, a masterclass of diplomacy, because within it, the subtext was very much, some of it was pretty critical of Trump. I'm not sure whether he chose to ignore that because he likes the King so much, or whether he didn't recognise it. But in response to my question, that there was an emphasis on this speech on alliances, on partnerships, on the importance of America remaining at the heart of NATO, the president simply said, that's the King, is a much different person than your Prime Minister. Your Prime Minister has to learn how to deal the way he deals, and he'll do a lot better. And he said, I said, do you think this visit will improve your relationship with Keir Starmer? He said, I can tell you one thing. Our relationship is very good, but that's another individual. We will find out. But I like Keir Starmer very much. I think he's made a tragic mistake on immigration and a tragic mistake on energy. So continuing with that criticism of the government, alongside, in parallel, the praise for the King and Queen. And one more bit of breaking news, Mark, that we can reveal. Remember that bell that the King gave to the president at the state dinner on Tuesday night? A remarkable gift, seen as another masterstroke of diplomacy, a bell from a World War II submarine, British naval submarine, that was called HMS Trump. Well, that bell was handed to the president on Tuesday evening, and I asked the president what he thought of it. He said how fantastic it was, how amazing that a submarine could be named Trump. I said, where are you going to put it? And he said, it's going to go in the Oval Office. I could hear him then saying to aides, we need to go and get it. Somebody said, yes, sir. I said, where are you going to put it? He said, it's going to go next to the bust of Winston Churchill in the Oval Office.
Yeah, and it's interesting, PA were reporting just a little earlier, Mark, that as he waved off the royal couple at the White House, he said, they're great people. We need more people like this in this country. So there's clearly, you know, as you described there, this kind of affection that Trump has for royals and particularly for Charles, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, a huge affection, but at the same time, you know, he sees a clear distinction between the royals and the government, and also, and I felt this in so many of his words over the course of this week, of the president's words. He feels almost, you know, he feels kind of half British. His Scottish ties are so tight. And his affiliation and his affection for the royal family is what it is, that I think he feels, and I got this when I spoke to him last week as well, and he was critical of Starmer then. He feels almost that he has a right to criticise Britain because of his own family ties to the UK. And so he feels that he does have a right to be able to criticise Britain on immigration, on energy policies, because he feels that he's kind of half British in a sense.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. And let's go to Laura Bundock, who is in Virginia, where the royal couple are spending their last day in the United States. And Laura, what's going on there?
Well, there's quite a crowd gathered here because in the next few minutes we're expecting the King and Queen to arrive here in the Virginia town of Front Royal, aptly named, where they're holding what behind me is a block party. It's basically a big street party, a big community meal, inviting all sorts of different people. There's dancers, there's a band over there as well, members of the public. This is day 4 of this state visit, and it'll be the first time the King and Queen have come up close to crowds. Such is the level of control of all the engagements up until this point. So if the King and Queen are wondering what Americans think of them, this will be the first chance for them to find out, although I can tell you now, having spoken to the people who've come here and been queuing up since the early hours, they're going to get a warm welcome. It was interesting hearing Trump's words about the King this morning, saying how he is a great king, the greatest king in my book. I think certainly my takeaway from all of this is this whole trip has been great PR for the palace, a personal win for the king after, let's not forget, a pretty rocky time. So much negativity, so much scrutiny around the relationship between Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Epstein. So from that point of view, it has been good for the king. You know, all of those speeches were well received. They were widely praised. The king delivered the diplomatic message. But I think, as Mark was saying there, the bigger question is it actually politically going to achieve anything? This was always going to be a very difficult diplomatic mission, trying to do something to heal the rift between the US and the UK. Personally, the king has achieved a lot. Politically, what has he achieved? Anyway, that to one side, because here in Virginia, this is a moment for the king, as I say, to come and meet real Americans and bring with them actually some of their own food. It's a potluck party here, so you bring a plate of food. I'm not sure the king made the coronation quiche that's coming with him or the Victoria sponge, but he will certainly had a hand in growing the honey that he's bringing along with him as well.
OK, Laura, thank you very much indeed. And from Virginia, just a short way back to Washington, Mark Stone wants to have another word, because I gather now you've got reaction to that phone call that you've just had with President Trump.
Yeah, I just spoke to a government source and put it to him that the president doesn't appear very confident that this state visit is going to improve the relationship with the Prime Minister. And the point this source put to me is that was never the initial intent. We'll see how it goes with the Prime Minister, but this is about the longer game, planning, and something much deeper than an individual relationship, which kind of echoes what they would say that, wouldn't they? Clearly, they want the relationship with Starmer to get better, but they emphasise that the leader-to-leader relationship may be a bit fractious at times, although they speak very regularly. But underneath that, the government-to-government relationship remains strong. That's the view, the reaction to our call with the President a little earlier on.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. Just coming back to the story that has broken here in the last few minutes, that the national threat level has been raised from substantial to severe, meaning that an attack is feared to be highly likely in the next 6 months. Well, Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, has just been issuing a statement about that, saying, I want to reassure all Londoners and visitors that we are doing everything possible to protect our city and keep all of our communities safe. I am in constant contact with the Metropolitan Police, and we are liaising closely with the government and security services. Our emergency services prepared day in, day out for these situations. Our plans are well rehearsed and well prepared, with specialist officers working around the clock to disrupt and foil plots, including the threat of foreign states conducting hostile acts against the UK. I would urge all Londoners, he says, and visitors to remain calm and vigilant, and to report anything suspicious to the police. There will be additional police officers on London's streets over the coming days, including additional armed officers. Right, let's talk a little more about this now. Joining me is a former Detective Chief Superintendent, former Counter-Terrorism National Coordinator, Nick Allworth. Thank you very much for being with us. And what do you make of this raise in the threat level at this time?
Good evening. I think it's something that's been, just poking its head around the corner for quite some time now. Certainly since October 2023, there's been an uptick in activity, terrorist activity globally, probably motivated by matters occurring in the Middle East. And what happens is the security services, through the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, also known as JTAC, they monitor all the information they're coming in, and they decide that when the tempo and the regularity is so frequent that it needs to change, or sometimes it does go down, but not often these days, that it needs to change, then that's the point at which they raise it. So I think it's something that's been in the offing. We've probably been quite close to this point on a number of occasions over the last couple of years, but we're here now, and we know well how to deal with this. We were at Severe for many years across the rise and the subsequent defeat of the so-called Islamic State.
So it's interesting. So it's more the kind of flow of information or the volume of information rather than any one specific piece of information that would lead anti-terror police or security services to do this.
Certainly at these levels of severe, if we were to move to critical, that's more likely to be around a single piece of information that we need, that the security services need to act on, or sometimes it's a plot that perhaps they've lost control over and they need to make sure that we're prepared for that eventuality. But at this stage, it's likely to be the frequency and the tempo of information that's coming in, and the real possibility that the things that we're seeing playing out in the streets of London at the moment could motivate others to step forward and conduct attacks as well.
Right, and what difference will this make to the way that counter-terror police operate, the way the security services operate? What will the sort of the practical differences be?
Well, the practical differences from the emergency services point of view will probably not be overly visible because we maintain a very high state of vigilance readiness all the time. Counter-terrorism policing, certainly in London, that was my experience, has a number of resources that are both uniform and plainclothes that will be deployed and will be put into places that are perhaps perceived to be more vulnerable than others. We get very focused on these publicly accessible locations, places where people gather together to work, rest and play. And that's why we actually have new legislation from last year around protecting those locations. But the message that I would certainly be giving to people now is that we as individuals, and particularly we who have companies or organisations, we can look at a range of measures that we can take that suit our places and can be used proportionately to keep people safe. And that information is found under the national stakeholder menu of tactical options. A bit of a mouthful, but it's found on the police's website, www.protectuk.police. And it gives a range of options that people can deploy when these threat levels change that might make the premises more secure.
And Nick, when you see attacks like the attacks in Golders Green, and you hear that the suspect was well known to police with a history of serious violence, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, Mike, I don't think it's unusual to hear these things. We have seen over time individuals who have committed terrorist atrocities have previously had contact with either the security services or the police. And of course, I think you're probably alluding to contact with the PREVENT programme. I think what I always try and say is the fact that something has happened now doesn't mean that any of those systems have necessarily failed. We've seen time and again that the PREVENT programme is used effectively. It diverts people at the point of contact, and it's incredibly successful at doing that on many, many, many occasions. What does happen, though, is people do disengage from it. There's no compulsion to stay engaged with it. But also people's mindset changes, and they may consider themselves to be de-radicalised and may have had their adverse thought processes changed to something that's much more benign. But years later, something might trigger them to go back and rethink about these perverse ideologies that some people adopt, and then cause them to go out and commit some violent act.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking to Neil Basu a little earlier in the programme, and he was defending the programme. I mean, the fact is, though, that on so many occasions, people committing terror attacks in this country have previously been referred to PREVENT, thinking of the murder of MP David Amis. The Southport attacker was referred, I think, 3 times to PREVENT. Do you think it's a system that just needs, as Neil Basu was saying, to be better resourced? Or do you think it should be scrapped or replaced? Or I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, Neil's was the exceptional leader of his generation in policing, and if that's what Neil's view is, then I would completely concur with it. I think to support that view, that it is a successful programme. In the last stats, which were up to March of last year, there were 8,778 referrals. That's an incredible number of people going through that programme. Only 56% of those individuals had no ideology at all. They were just people who were fixated with violence or had some other condition that needed localised and community-based support. 21% of those individuals had an extreme right-wing ideology, and 10% had an Islamist ideology. And out of that 8,787, only 17% was subsequently moved into what we call the Channel programme, which is the programme that exists to actively support people in de-radicalising and removing extremist, or helping them remove extremist views. I think on that scale, this is a programme that is hugely successful. I think any programme that's confronted with that scale can probably always do with more resources, can probably always do with more professionalisation, and can, to be honest with you, do with a lot more support. PREVENT programme gets quite a bad press. That's a very historic position, evolving back from when it was first implemented in 2015. It is now a programme of significant maturity that has been reviewed many, many times, is filled with professional, conscientious people, and on the greater part is wholly successful in what it's intended to do. I think the criticism often comes is people are expecting it to do something that it's not designed to do.
Very interesting. Nick, thank you very much for coming on. Appreciate it. Well, as anger in the Jewish community grows over the Golders Green stabbing, Sky News can reveal this evening that the suspected attacker was previously jailed for stabbing a policeman and his dog. The Metropolitan Police said that he had a history of violence and mental health issues. Essa Suleiman was sentenced to 9 years for grievous bodily harm back in 2008. The revelation is sure to add to concerns about the failure to stop this man earlier. It has already been reported that he had been referred, as we've just been discussing, to the PREVENT counter-terror scheme. Sky News has spoken to the police officer who was attacked by the suspect back in 2008. He told us he knew he was a threat.
I didn't really know he was the person I was looking for, but I called out to him and just asked him where he'd been and if I could have a word with him. And he didn't hesitate. He spun around and he started walking back towards me. Absolutely no threat, but he was coming straight towards me. As he's getting closer to me, I noticed that what appears to be some blood on his jogging bottoms. So I thought, well, it's a fair bet you're the man I'm looking for. So at that point, I looked to my right, away to the distance where my colleagues were, and as I turned back round looking at him, he's now advancing on me, and he's got a knife in his hand, and he's waving that backwards and forwards across his body. So I then start moving back to give myself more space. Luckily, I did have my dog out, even though it was sort of a midday type of thing. And I challenged him to identifying myself as a police dog handler with the dog. He kept coming, and he was coming at me quicker than I could go backwards from him, so I sent the dog. And after that moment, to say all hell broke loose, it would be about right. The dog went straight into him, bounced off and disappeared out of sight, which was a bit like, oh, that's not meant to happen. And following that, she came back at him from his right-hand side. I moved forward, and I've got vague memories of what happened thereafter. I know I did at one point try to kick him. I missed, and he came back at me with a knife. Fair to say, my last real memory of the incident was feeling a banging on the back of my head, and that was, I thought I was being punched in the back of my head, but I was actually being stabbed in the back of my head at that time. And eventually, he was tasered, battened, and sprayed, bearing in mind that all this time, my dog was still holding on to him, and he was eventually arrested. And he just wasn't feeling pain. I think the officers that were there would say that the first indication of any pain they got from him was when they drive-stunned him into the groin with a taser, and he at that point said ouch and dropped the knife, and that was the first thing that came from him. But he was battened and he was sprayed. There were 4 other police officers there by this time. 2 of them were ex-military, and both of them said they've never fought with anybody who fought like him. He was just uncontrollable, extremely violent, extremely aggressive. I think if you can find the records that civilian witnesses, because this was daytime, civilian witnesses said they thought they were witnessing a police murder. So take it from that, you know, it wasn't a nice walk in the park sort of a thing.
Let's fast forward to yesterday. You saw this attack unfolding in Golders Green. Tell us what. Tell us what you said to me.
Well, I didn't see so much about it unfolding. I was aware something had happened. I was out working and I'm driving all day basically, so I'm not really in a position to watch news or whatever. And I didn't hear anything on the radio. But then a colleague of mine did contact me and say, "Oh, there are 2 great police officers who've made a fantastic arrest today, and they're going to be seen as heroes," which, yes, it's a brave thing to walk forward into somebody who's dangerous and nasty with a knife, whether you've got taser or not. Taser's not a guaranteed tool. No tool is. But so they were very brave and they did that. But then when I read that there was another incident involved in a flat somewhere or in a building somewhere, and then that you got this man who's walking down the street with a knife, and that they were saying he was Somali-born British national, it just horrified me, because the first thing that came to my mind was Esther Sullivan. And my wife, was my wife in bed? Yeah, well, she was definitely in bed. I can't remember how come she was in bed and I wasn't, because I'm always the one who goes to bed first. But I saw that, and I just had to go and say to her, I said, "Look, I don't know if you've heard this or seen this, but that's Esther Sullivan. It's got to be Esther Sullivan, because it just sounds so similar to the incident that involved me, that the coincidence or the chance of that being a coincidence is just so small. It's just so small. It just didn't make sense." It was my fear when it was voiced. I voiced my fear that that he could reoffend, and I just hoped that if he did reoffend, that the victims were as lucky as I was. As it turns out, they were. I'm sure they don't think they were lucky, because they would have. Who wants to get stabbed? It's not something that anyone wants. But lucky to survive. How do you monitor someone who knows how to play a game? Because it is a game, and that makes it sound very trivial. But the game is that they want their freedom. And I get that. We all want our freedom. But if you're bad, if you're prepared to behave in that sort of way, whose rights come on top? You know, the members of the public going about their lawful business, doing nothing more than just going down the shops or, you know, doing whatever. They're just going about their business. They're not harming anybody. And then you've got this person who just has that within them. And I know people can reform, but
some people can.
Some people can, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
An extraordinary interview. Jason Farrell, Home Editor, is with me now. It was my fear, he said, that he could reoffend. I voiced my fear. I mean, this will only increase the pressure on the police and the authorities over this whole question of why he wasn't stopped. We had Mark Rowley saying yesterday that he had a history of serious violence, and now we're sort of getting an idea of just how serious.
Yeah, exactly right. And that is important to put it into that context, that's what we heard from Mark Rowley yesterday, that the suspect, Essa Suleiman, had a history of serious violence and mental health problems. And now we get that, as you say, extraordinary interview, putting it into context, the fact that he attacked a police officer, people onlooking, seeing it, thinking that a police officer was being murdered. It was grievous bodily harm. He was jailed, and it was an indefinite sentence. So it was one of those sentences that were brought in by the Labour government to protect the public, where the sentence can go on and on. The judge had said at the time that he should serve at least 4.5 years, but he should only be released when he no longer poses a risk to the public. And obviously, I think people will look at this and say, well, he clearly now has proven that he was a risk to the public. So why was he released? I think that will be a big question. We already know about this referral to Prevent, and that he had been put forward for the de-radicalisation programme Prevent. So there were issues around him there. But now this history of violence, and seeing it spelled out there by a police officer who he attacked in such a brutal manner, I think that will really raise concerns amongst the public.
Yeah, because as he says, it was my fear he could reoffend, and I voiced that fear. Now, Jason, before you go, you've been speaking to one of the victims of the attack yesterday, I gather.
Yes, Shlomi Rand, who is the 34-year-old who was stabbed first. There was some footage of him, I think it was on CCTV, where you saw the suspect approaching him. He was stabbed in the chest. He runs away. And yes, I spoke to him on the phone. He is still in hospital. He is recovering. He has got a very nasty injury to the chest. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Hello, it's Jason. Is that Shlomi?
Yes. Hi, Jason. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yes, I'm recovering. I'm doing better than I did yesterday. Thanks God. And hopefully I'll be better soon.
And what are your injuries?
Stabbed in my chest. Touched my lungs, and my lungs have to recover. As an oxygen was reduced now.
Just talk me through what happened from what you can remember.
Basically, I was walking the street. I'm sure you saw the footage. It's been all around. Everyone's seen it. I was walking the street, regular, comfortably. I was on the phone, and this fellow came running towards me, and he just stabbed me in my chest. Most probably, as you saw in the footage, I've jumped back and I've managed to escape, so it was only one stab. Thanks God, he could have taken my life, but thanks God I'm here. I had major miracles. I'm here today and I could talk to you.
Did he say anything?
He didn't say anything, no, nothing.
And how long did you have any warning whatsoever of what he was about to do?
Yeah, I didn't have any warning, no warning at all.
Yeah. So you managed to get away with your injury.
I didn't see his knife. I didn't know at the moment that I was stabbed. I just ran. I saw that he was chasing me, and I ran to a nearby synagogue to take shelter. That way, I noticed that I'm bleeding.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then who helped you?
Then the local Atzola, I don't know if you have heard of Atzola, they came down, they were the first members on scene.
Yes.
We had the Metropolitan Police and the London Ambulance, and the HEMS came right after.
Yeah.
And they've taken me to the hospital.
Well, we're actually standing in Hazola's first aid room as we speak with all their kit. They've just been meeting the Prime Minister. First of all, your message to the people who helped you, the medics from this unit.
The medics from the unit, they were fabulous. Calmed me down on scene.
Yeah.
Gave me the necessary treatment, covering up the wounds, and gave me the oxygen, and they made sure my health was taken care of. And yeah.
And the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's just been down here. What would you say to the Prime Minister?
What I'd say to the Prime Minister, I'd say that it's time to stop to ignore what's happening in the streets of London and take charge.
And what do you think he needs to do?
First of all, then change the tone, the way he speaks about our people. And obviously, what gets discussed in government and Downing and in Parliament, the tone of what's going on there gets reflected obviously in the media, and yeah, especially what's going on now with Middle East, in the Middle East with Israel and Iran. Obviously, most of the Jewish people living in England are not Israeli citizens whatsoever, but he kind of links what's going on in the Middle East to the Jewish people, and obviously the results get reflected with the London streets not being safe.
So do you see a direct link between the language used by government and what happened to you?
Definitely.
And do you feel that they should take more legislative action in terms of stopping protests and things?
Stopping protesting. Obviously, freedom of speech has got a limit. Set the proper limits and take care of potential threats.
Yeah.
I must say the counter-terrorism officers, they came to visit me. They've done a fabulous job. They've been very professional and very thoughtful. Yeah, but if work would have been done, prior to this incident, and this incident might have been prevented.
Yeah.
That's basically what I've got to say.
I just want to bring you some breaking news involving a fire at a house in Stamford Hill in London. And it's a substantial fire at the property there, as you can see. The Met Police have issued a statement about this fire, saying that officers have been called at 18 minutes past 4 and remain on the scene with emergency services. As a precaution, a number of houses on the road have been evacuated, as well as a neighbouring synagogue. We appreciate, say the police, that given the location of the fire and the proximity to the synagogue, there will undoubtedly be community concern. The police go on to say, we're working closely with the London Fire Brigade and within these early stages are keeping an open mind, they say, as to the cause of the fire. Now, it is not the synagogue that is on fire. It is a property close to the synagogue which is on fire. The police say officers will remain in the area and will be available to speak to concerned residents or the wider community. So these are the latest pictures from Stamford Hill of what is clearly a substantial fire at a house on the road you can see there. And it is close to the local synagogue, though it is not the synagogue on fire. Let's get more now on the breaking news that the UK national threat level, terror threat level, has been raised from substantial to severe. This comes, of course, after yesterday's incident in Golders Green. Let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And this is a significant decision, John.
Yes, it doesn't happen very often, this. And the announcement's not come from the government, but from the body that makes these decisions. It's called the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre. Now, what they've said is that they have today raised the UK national threat level substantial, meaning an attack is likely, to severe, meaning an attack is highly likely in the next 6 months. Now, they say significantly that it not only comes following yesterday's stabbing in Golders Green, but, they say, it is not solely a result of that attack. They say the terrorist threat level in the UK has been rising for some time, driven by an increase in broader Islamist and extreme right-wing terrorist threats from individuals and small groups based in the UK. They go on to stress their independence from government, say they set this threat level, obviously made up of spooks, intelligence services, police and so on, not ministers. And it comes against against the backdrop of increased state-linked physical threats, encouraging acts of violence, including against the Jewish community. And the Prime Minister has talked about what he calls malign threats from states like Iran. So clearly it's probably related to the fact that the Iran war has perhaps heightened the risk. That is clearly what has motivated it. And of course, that now the stabbing yesterday has made the decision, decide to get on with it and do it now. The government has endorsed this. The Home Secretary said that I know, this is Shabana Mahmood, I know this will be a source of concern to many, particularly amongst our Jewish community who've suffered so much. She goes on to say, as the threat level rises, I urge everyone to be vigilant as they go about their daily lives. I can assure everyone our world-class security services and the police are working day and night to keep our country safe. And then the background to this is that the UK was last at severe, and that was in November 2021. Now, that followed a bombing of Liverpool Women's Hospital and the murder of David Amess, Sir David Amess, who was a senior Conservative backbencher MP for parts of Southend, who was killed when he was holding a constituency surgery on a Friday. Then it was lowered in February 2022. So it was only 3 months or so that it was up at the severe level. It's very significant that this has happened today. The government's talking about investing an extra 25 million in protecting Jewish communities and so on. I should just mention the Prime Minister, this came very shortly after a statement by the Prime Minister in which he outlined a number of measures. And bear in mind there was a Cobra meeting after the stabbing yesterday, and then a meeting of the criminal justice agencies, Crown Prosecution Service, police, courts and so on today. So this may have been discussed at those meetings. But let me just run through some of the things the Prime Minister announced. One, we will strengthen the visible police presence in our Jewish communities. Two, we'll increase our investment in those Jewish security services. We'll introduce much stronger powers to shut down charities that promote anti-Semitic extremism. We'll prevent hate preachers from entering our country, bar them from our campuses, our streets, our communities. Work with the justice system to speed up sentencing on anti-Semitic attacks. That was obviously discussed today. And then the Prime Minister's talking about stronger powers to tackle the malign threat posed by states like Iran.
John, thank you very much indeed. Dan Jarvis, the Security Minister, has been speaking in the last few moments. Let's just have a listen to what he had to say.
The Home Secretary has announced this evening that the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre has increased the national terrorist threat level from substantial to severe. This follows the terrible attack that took place in Golders Green, but the increase in the national threat level isn't solely as a result of that attack. The terrorism level has been rising in the United Kingdom for some time now. It's driven primarily by the broader Islamist and extreme right terrorist threat and activity carried out by those here in the United Kingdom. I know that this will be extremely concerning for people right around the United Kingdom, particularly for those in our Jewish communities who've suffered so much in recent times. But I can provide an assurance to the public that our world-class intelligence services and our police force are working night and day to keep our country safe.
And what does this mean for people watching in terms of how they should conduct themselves day to day?
Well, people should be alert and vigilant and not alarmed. They should be reassured that our world-class intelligence services, working very closely with the police and with government, are working around the clock to keep the public safe. So alert but not alarmed is our message.
And I want to ask you specifically on the attack on Golders Green. Would you consider using troops, using the army to protect Jewish spaces?
Well, my job as the Security Minister is to keep all of our communities safe. It's a responsibility that the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and myself take incredibly seriously. So we will need to make sure that our response is proportionate to the threat. And that's why currently the best response is to rely on the brilliant work that's being done by our intelligence services and the police.
OK, but you're not ruling it out in future?
The best response is a proportionate one, and at this current moment in time, that is a response that is being led by counter-terrorism police, supported by our intelligence services.
And lastly, I was in Golders Green earlier when the Prime Minister and Home Secretary were there, and we heard, the heckles, people shouting, "Show your face." Why do you think people were shouting that, and do you think the Prime Minister and Home Secretary have been visible enough in the community?
Well, I completely understand the concerns that people have been expressed, but it's important to note that the government have made significant announcements today, both in terms of the £25 million of additional funding, but also the commitment to fast-track new important legislation through Parliament that will give us a state threats prescription tool. That sits alongside record funding for our intelligence services and counter-terrorism police. That's an extra £600 million this year. So I completely understand the concerns that have been expressed today and previously, but people should be reassured by how seriously the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and myself take this particular threat.
OK, Dan Jarvis, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Dan Jarvis there, Security Minister, speaking about what they are doing in the wake of the Golders Green attack. These are pictures from Front Royal, which is a small town in Virginia, in the Shenandoah